Chapter 31-37. 5 Ghosts Mystic Technique. The mid-level general-level martial art he obtained from Tian Hai Guisheng's storage ring was the 5 Ghosts Mystic Technique. Originally, it was to condense 5 powerful ghost slaves by condensing ghost chi. They were the malicious ghosts, main attack, rock ghost, main defense, female ghost, main charm, Yin ghost, main sneak attack and assassination, ghost king. All 4, and even more powerful. Ling Xiao made some changes to the 5 Ghosts Mystic Technique. Instead of using ghost chi, he directly condensed 5 ghosts with the heavenly tribulation true essence. Not only was the effect not reduced, but it was also more powerful. It just lacked some gloomy aura. However, Ling Xiao had the heavenly demon bloodline, so it was not difficult for him to add some gloomy and terrifying aura to the 5 ghosts. It's such a good thing. I might as well cultivate it first. The power of the heavenly flame sword technique is gradually unable to keep up with my cultivation. Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao closed the door of the tomb and began to cultivate inside. In less than 10 minutes, he had cultivated the 5 Ghosts Mystic Technique to the minor accomplishment stage. Next, the best way to improve his cultivation level was to use it in battle. Fortunately, even at the minor accomplishment stage, a mid-level general-level martial art was comparable to a low-level general-level martial art. Therefore, even at the minor accomplishment stage, it could still be of great help to him. After cultivating, Ling Xiao left the tomb and walked deeper into the tomb. Perhaps because he had been delayed for a while, there was no one on the way. In a certain tomb, the Earth Emperor and the Shell Emperor were together. The Shell Emperor needed the Earth Emperor's ability to find treasures. The Earth Emperor needed the Shell Emperor's powerful strength to protect him and avenge him. He did not forget his oath to kill Ling Xiao. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely do so. However, after suffering at the hands of Ling Xiao, he was not very confident in himself. That was why he had hooked up with the Shell Emperor. In the process of searching for treasures, he could sense the earth element, so it was very convenient. Damn it, after searching for so long, it's all trash. Is there no treasure in this Ice Venerable's tomb? The Earth Emperor urgently needed treasures because he wanted revenge. Not only did he want to kill Ling Xiao, he also wanted Tianju Wang's life. Although he had found some treasures that would have been valuable to anyone under the first division of the life-seizing level, to him, they were nothing more than trash. Didn't they say that someone obtained a 4,000-year-old tribulation fruit tree? Seashell Emperor asked. Oh right, if you didn't mention this, I would have forgotten. 9 Defy and the others must have obtained supreme-grade spiritual wood. Moreover, it was very likely that it was in the hands of that guy called Ling Xiao. Even if we can't find anything else, as long as we can get our hands on the 4,000-year-old tribulation fruit tree, it'll be a great harvest. The Earth Emperor said excitedly, but I haven't seen him since I entered Senior Ice's tomb. Maybe he's dead? The Shell Emperor said, that's impossible. That brat's life is tough. No, I have to find him. Once I find him, even if I can't get any other treasures in the end, this trip will be worth it. The more the Earth Emperor thought about it, the more he felt that Ling Xiao definitely had the spirit wood from 4 years ago. As far as he was concerned, it was a supreme grade item. At the very least, it could help him reach the reincarnation god level. At that point, he would have a god body and could begin his cultivation anew. These were just the basics. Only after obtaining the divine body could one begin to cultivate. That would be the real cultivation. I'll go with you, the Seashell Emperor said. The Earth Emperor wanted tribulation fruits, and so did the Seashell Emperor. A 4,000-year-old tribulation fruit tree would have at least a few hundred fruits. To any life-sizer, it was a supreme-grade treasure. The two of them were just about to head out to look for Ling Xiao and the others. But then, a figure suddenly appeared outside of the tomb they were in. It was so silent that they didn't even notice it until it was about 200 meters away. Who's there? The Seashell Emperor and the Earth Emperor said nervously. After all, quite a few experts had entered the tomb. Although they weren't weak, they didn't want to run into anyone stronger than them. When they saw who it was, they breathed sighs of relief. Weren't you looking for me? Well, here I am, delivering myself to your doorstep. The one who appeared at the entrance of the tomb was Ling Xiao. His expression was calm, as if he didn't fear them at all. He was facing off against 2 second division life seizers, and yet, he was still as calm as a true expert. I can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find you by chance. Who would have thought that you'd deliver yourself to my doorstep, kid? The Earth Emperor had only wanted to kill and steal, and hadn't done much research on Ling Xiao's rise in strength. The Seashell Emperor didn't say anything, but clearly didn't think much of Ling Xiao. After all, he was a second division life-sizer with 90% of the power in his sea. He wasn't like Tianhai Gizai, who relied on the power of others. He relied on his own cultivation, and was far stronger than that piece of trash Tianhai Gizai. Deliver myself to your doorstep? He asked. What business do you have with me? Ling Xiao asked calmly. It was almost as if he didn't notice that the 2 life seizers were trying to surround him and kill him. Now that he was stronger, and had cultivated the 5 ghosts' secret magic, he really wanted to test it out on someone. Both the Earth Emperor and the Seashell Emperor were extremely powerful, and would be perfect sparring partners. Of course we're looking for you, the Earth Emperor said with a laugh. But we know you're a tough nut to crack. We won't waste words with you. We'll just kill you. The Earth Emperor laughed coldly. Kill me? Why do I get the feeling that you're about to die? Ling Xiao looked at the Earth Emperor, a mocking smile on his face. Truth be told, he really hadn't thought about killing the Earth Emperor. But since he wanted to kill him, there was no way he was going to show mercy. Even as he spoke, he moved. His body flashed, and he shot toward the Earth Emperor like a bolt of lightning. The reason he wanted to kill the Earth Emperor first was because of his escape technique. If he couldn't get rid of the bastard as soon as possible, it would be troublesome later. Don't look down on me, kid. The Earth Emperor was furious. Previously, Ling Xiao had treated him as the best choice for a breakthrough and tore a hole in him, causing him to suffer great humiliation. This time, Ling Xiao was going to target him again. He simply couldn't accept it. What are you shouting for? Just die quietly. Won't it be over? The Earth Emperor didn't even have time to make a move. A malicious ghost suddenly appeared in front of him. The malicious ghost didn't have a sword in its hand, but it had sharp claws. This claw was as fast as lightning. The Earth Emperor screamed. Although he dodged extremely quickly, half of his head was still grabbed. With his head shattered, how could he still be alive? The Earth Emperor fell to the ground, completely dead. Chapter 31-38. What's going on? Seeing the Earth Emperor killed by Ling Xiao in one move, the Seashell Emperor was shocked. Although he was much stronger than the Earth Emperor, he couldn't guarantee that he could kill him in one move. Wasn't this brat too strong? Was he really at the peak of the 18th level of hell at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm? Run! The Seashell Emperor's first thought was to run. He could tell that Ling Xiao was a vicious and merciless person. He wanted to kill and steal, so there was no way Ling Xiao would let him leave alive. Reverse seashell wall. The Seashell Emperor roared, and a huge seashell appeared in front of him, biting at Ling Xiao. As long as the upper and lower seashell closed, Ling Xiao wouldn't have a chance to kill him, even if he tried. The seashell wall was originally a life-saving move. By hiding inside, it could greatly increase one's defense, and he wouldn't have to worry about being killed. But now, he wanted to use it to trap Ling Xiao, because when this move was used on him, there was no way he could move. The seashell wall swallowed Ling Xiao. The Seashell Emperor fled into the distance. Break! With a cold shout, Ling Xiao casually punched out. The seashell wall was smashed into pieces. In its frozen state, any defensive entity would be extremely weak. Ling Xiao was really glad that he had obtained a Frost Dragon Beast soul. Evil ghost, die! The fierce evil ghost instantly caught up to the Seashell Emperor. The Seashell Emperor turned around in terror and punched out. This punch caused the water in the air to ripple as it blasted towards the malicious ghost. Surprisingly, the malicious ghost condensed from heavenly tribulation true essence was pushed back about 10 meters. The Seashell Emperor was one of the top cultivators in the second level of life seizing, so he wasn't weak at all. But what was the point of that? All it did was slow down the time of his death. 5 Ghosts' secret magic, Yin Ghost, attack. A dark shadow appeared behind the Shell Emperor, and then, a blood-red dagger directly stabbed into the Shell Emperor's back. The Seashell Emperor didn't even have time to react. So the evil ghost was just a cover. The one who really knew how to kill was this ghost. How is that possible? How could I, the mighty Shell Emperor, die in the Sword Dynasty, where the 9 Supremes are the weakest? How could he die at the hands of a martial artist at the peak of the 18th level of Hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm? I can't accept this. At this moment, his feelings were simply too complicated. He had schemed against others, but he had never thought that he would end up as the sacrificial lamb. This was something he had never thought of before. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed through the tomb. It picked up the storage rings of the Earth Emperor and the Shell Emperor and fled. Ling Xiao could not help sneering. To dare snatch food from the tiger's mouth, you're really not afraid of death. Chi. A beam of sword light shot out from his fingertip and instantly traversed a distance of 100 meters. Then, blood splattered everywhere. A figure finally appeared, lying in a pool of blood. He seems to be a Sword Emperor-level expert, but I don't know him. Ling Xiao looked at that face and sneered disdainfully. Then, he took that person's storage ring. There were about 3 million mid-grade spiritual stones in the 3 storage rings, but there were no treasures. It seemed that these people had wandered around for a long time, but they had little ability. They looked down on the low-value items, and they couldn't get the high-value items. Further ahead in the cemetery, it was a place that looked like a hall. There were many ancient weapons placed here, but unfortunately, most of them had lost their essence and were rusted. But that was not the point. The point was that Falling Moon, Dragon Elephant, and Domineering Blade were surrounded. They were surrounded by Heaven End King, Profound Formation Emperor, Elephant Man, and the 2 remaining Sword Emperors of Sword God Hall. The enemy had 3 second-level Life Seizers and 2 first-level Life Seizers. On Falling Moon's side, she was the only second-level Life Seizer. Dragon Elephant and Domineering Blade were only first-level Life Seizers. Therefore, the battle situation was extremely unfavorable for Falling Moon and the others. At this moment, Falling Moon was already seriously injured. She was attacked by Heaven End King and Profound Formation Emperor together, and was no match for them. Dragon Elephant and Domineering Blade were also beaten until they vomited blood and fell to the ground. Elephant Man was indeed very strong. If he was alone, Dragon Elephant and Domineering Blade could deal with a second-level Life Sizer. But there were also 2 Sword Emperors on the enemy's side. After holding on for a long time, they finally couldn't hold on anymore. Domineering Blade suddenly roared. His whole body suddenly released a shocking amount of power. Although blood was pouring out of his body, his emotions were very high. Falling Moon, Dragon Elephant, you guys go. I'll stop them. Domineering Blade, don't. Knowing Domineering Blade, Falling Moon and Dragon Elephant naturally knew what he was going to do. Domineering Blade had cultivated an extremely vicious saber technique. This saber technique was very powerful, but to kill 1,000 enemies, he would lose 1,000 of his own. Basically, if the enemy died, he would die too. As Domineering Blade's voice rang out, countless saber energy was released from his body. These saber energy enveloped the entire hall. Go! Domineering Blade roared. Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me today. Falling Moon and Dragon Elephant looked at each other, finally made up their minds, and turned to leave. They couldn't waste Domineering Blade's good intentions. Domineering Blade, is this worth it? They've already given up on you and left. Even if you die, no one will know, and no one will thank you. Tianjue King said loudly. Bullsh *T, ever since I joined the 9 Defiance, I've already been prepared to sacrifice myself at any time. They've all done me a favor, and I'm ready to repay them now. I don't need anyone to remember me, nor do I need anyone to be grateful. What I want is a clear conscience. As he spoke, the saber energy in the hall became thicker. Tianjue King and the rest didn't look too good. They could feel the terrifying power contained in Domineering Blade's move. Once it was released, it would really make them feel very uncomfortable. Go to hell, you bastards! With a furious roar, Domineering Blade was finally going to release the move that he had been brewing for a long time. Poochie. However, at this moment, a sword pierced through Domineering Blade's body. The energy that was originally brewing instantly became chaotic, collapsed, and shattered. Domineering Blade looked back in despair. Standing behind him was Dugu Xiong. "That's great, Your Highness." Tianjue King saw that it was Dugu Xiong and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The saber energy dissipated, and the few of them all survived. Looking at Domineering Blade, who was already at his last breath, Tianjue King gnashed his teeth in hatred and ruthlessly kicked Domineering Blade's wound twice. Then he raised the sword in his hand. "I'm going to hack you into 1,000 pieces and dismember your corpse into 1,000 pieces." Tianjue King roared viciously. His first sword was aimed at Domineering Blade's ear, really going to dismember Domineering Blade. But right at this time, Falling Moon and Dragon Elephant actually returned. Especially Falling Moon, her speed was extremely fast, instantly blocking Tianjue King's longsword and protecting in front of Domineering Blade. She and Dragon Elephant didn't leave in the first place and had been hiding nearby to observe. Chapter 31-39. Even though Yin Yu and Long Xiang returned, the dangerous situation did not change at all. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that Ba Dao still had one breath left. "Ha ha ha, fool. Just nice to finish off the two of you too." Seeing Yin Yu block his longsword, Tianjue King was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed wildly without ceasing. That might not be the case. A voice came from afar, and the speed was extremely fast. The sharp sword Qi approached from afar in an instant. Tianjue King was frightened until he hurriedly brandished his sword to block, not daring to have the slightest neglect. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yin Yu moved Ba Dao to the side. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The owner of the sword Qi was precisely Ling Xiao. How could it be you? Tianjue King could not believe that the sword Qi that made him feel the threat of death just now actually came from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao just gave him a cold glance. Immediately after, he swept his gaze over the mystic array emperor, Xiang Man, and the rest. He said coldly, "Today, none of you can leave here alive." While talking, he already arrived beside Ba Dao, fed him a healing pill, and then kept it directly into the beast ring to heal his injuries. Yin Yu and Long Xiang had already consumed the healing pill that Ling Xiao gave them previously, so they did not need it for the time being. "Sister Yin Yu, big brother Long Xiang, it's fine. With me around, no one can hurt you anymore." Ling Xiao would not let the friends he recognized suffer grievances. If anyone dared to bully them, he would definitely not show mercy. "Ha ha ha ha. Indeed arrogant and conceited, insufferably arrogant. With just you, you actually want to duel with the few of us?" Tianjue King laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. One had to know that not long ago, Ling Xiao was just a trash that he could crush at any time. How long had it been? It was only 3 days after entering the forbidden area. He really did not understand what medicine Ling Xiao ate wrong to actually say such arrogant and ridiculous words. "Ling Xiao, these people are too strong. Better escape first. Saving your life is the most important thing." Falling Moon reminded. Although she knew that Ling Xiao had become stronger, the current situation was very dangerous. Second Division Life Seizers included King Heavenend, the Profound Formation Emperor, Mammoth Barbarian, and the terrifying Dugu Xiong, and 2 of them were First Division Life Seizers. How could Ling Xiao possibly be a match for them? Even if she and Xiang Man were to help, they would only be able to stall 2 people at most. "Sister Yinyue, I'm sorry. I've been hiding my strength all this time. Originally, I just didn't want to attract too much attention, but they actually tried to take our lives time and time again. Then I can only kill them." Ling Xiao smiled at Yin Yu. The strong confidence in his eyes infected Yin Yu and Xiang Man. They no longer doubted Ling Xiao's choice. "Brat, I don't know where your confidence comes from, but this kind of confidence is nothing more than illusory arrogance. It's extremely foolish." King Heavenend sneered. "Even if you're a peerless genius, even if you can fight trash like the Earth Emperor, you're definitely not a match for me. Besides, I'm not the only Second Division life-sizer here today." King Heavenend felt that Ling Xiao was humiliating him. Among all the martial artists who entered the forbidden area, he was only weaker than the great sage of poison and Dugu Xiong. He wasn't afraid of any of the others. Now that Ling Xiao had made it clear that he did not care about him at all, how could he not be angry? Heaven and King, there's no need for you to personally deal with this little bastard. Just let me do it. A sword emperor from Sword God Hall said, All right, I'll leave it to you. King Heavenin thought for a moment. Letting a sword emperor deal with Ling Xiao was already giving Ling Xiao a lot of face. Moreover, if the sword emperor was really no match for him, he could see what tricks Ling Xiao had up his sleeve. It would be a good reference. One move. Ling Xiao suddenly said, What? Before the sword emperor could understand what Ling Xiao meant, he suddenly found a jet of red blood spurting out from his throat. His consciousness quickly blurred. Throughout the whole process, Ling Xiao had only raised a finger. Heaven and King, it's better if you do it. Letting that kind of trash fight is just a waste of your life. Ling Xiao mocked. You want to fight Heaven and King? You're not worthy. This time, it wasn't the Sword Emperor who stepped forward, but the Profound Formation Emperor. The Profound Formation Emperor wasn't weak. He was a 2nd Division life-sizer expert who specialized in formations. The grudge between him and Ling Xiao was only because of the verbal dispute in front of Reverend Ice's tomb. He actually wanted to attack Ling Xiao's friends over such a small matter. Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't let him go. Since he wanted to fight, Ling Xiao didn't refuse. Heaven and King, Barbarian Elephant, please block these guys' escape route and let them escape like before. The Profound Formation Emperor reminded before he attacked. Obviously, he felt that he could easily suppress and kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao would definitely choose to escape. With me here, no one can escape here. Du Guxiong suddenly spoke. He had been sitting there with his eyes closed, as if he didn't care about the battle here at all. Hearing Du Guxiong's words, the Profound Formation Emperor finally relaxed. He looked at Ling Xiao with a ferocious expression. Kid, you can die. He didn't finish his words, because Ling Xiao had already attacked. At that moment, a sword light as fast as lightning pierced through Ling Xiao's body and stabbed towards him. The target was still his throat. The Profound Formation Emperor was shocked. This move was probably the killing move that killed the Sword Emperor just now. Just the sword chi was so terrifying. If it was used with a sword, wouldn't it be even more heaven-defying? Indestructible Vajra Formation. Even the Profound Formation Emperor was scared out of his wits. He had no choice but to throw out a formation refining stone. Originally, he had planned to use it to deal with peak 2nd Division life-seizers. But now, he had no choice. As soon as the formation refining stone was thrown out, his body was instantly covered by a golden light. The sword chi hit the golden light, and sparks flew. Indestructible Vajra Formation? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Although the sword chi just now wasn't too strong, it was more than enough to kill the Xian'erei Emperor. As long as it hit him, he would be dead. However, he didn't expect his opponent to have a formation refining stone like he did. Ha ha ha, kid. Your attack really shocked me. But I have the indestructible Vajra Formation. What can you do to me? The Profound Formation Emperor laughed loudly. My defense is absolutely invincible among martial artists of the same cultivation base. Your cultivation base is at most 1st level life-sizer. There's no way you can break through my defense. Although he said that, the Profound Formation Emperor was actually sweating in his heart. Chapter 3140. Xin Formation Emperor did not understand. Not long ago, Ling Xiao was only at the first turn of the yin-yang stage. How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? Is it the so-called invincible defense again? The last person who said something like that is now a corpse. Ling Xiao looked at Xin Formation Emperor and said sarcastically, You have an array to strengthen your defense. Do you think I don't have an array to strengthen my attack? Metal array. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. He actually had many ways to break the indestructible Vajra array, but today, he wanted to meet force with force. Only by meeting force with force and breaking the opponent's defense would he be more intimidating and make the enemy fear him. Once fear was born, the enemy would not be able to use all of his strength. Heavenly Flame Sword Art. Fiery Rain Burst. Under the powerful amplification of the metal array, the terrifying Fiery Rain Sword Chi burst out. Countless sword chi hit the indestructible Vajra array like raindrops. Xian Formation Emperor could clearly feel that his indestructible Vajra array was beginning to become a little unstable. There was a crisis that was about to collapse. Oh no, Tianjue King, come and save me. Xian Formation Emperor was an expert, so he knew how terrifying Ling Zhao's attack was. If no one came to save him, he would be dead. In fact, there was no need for him to shout for help. Someone had already come to help. It was impossible for the Heaven Extreme Monarch to watch the Black Array Emperor die. Xian Formation Emperor had always been the focus of Heavenly Sword Hall. An expert proficient in array was extremely important to Heavenly Sword Hall. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow Xian Formation Emperor to die here. The first move was the Tianjue Sword Qi. The sharp sword qi turned into a flash of light and instantly pierced towards Ling Zhao's throat. Ding! The demonic dragon sword appeared in Ling Zhao's hand and easily blocked and destroyed the sword qi. Ling Xiao, let me help you. Yen Yu was ready to make a move. Sister Yen Yu, brother Long Xiong, you don't have to do anything. Help me keep an eye on Dugu Xiong. He almost killed brother Ba Dao. I will not allow him to leave here alive. Yen Yu and Long Xiong might not be Dugu Xiong's opponent, but they were absolutely confident in holding Dugu Xiong. All right. When Falling Moon heard Ling Zhao's words, she knew that Ling Xiao did not need help for the time being. Thus, she and Long Xiong followed his instructions and kept a close eye on Dugu Xiong. Dugu Xiong still had a look of disdain on his face, completely ignoring the situation here. It was as if he had turned a deaf ear to Ling Zhao's words. It was as if he felt that Ling Xiao had said the funniest joke in the world, causing his lips to curl into a contemptuous smile. Escape? Are you worthy? Dugu Xiong sneered inwardly. Absolute Sky Sword Rain. When Tianjue King saw that his Sky Ju Sword Qi was actually unable to cause any damage to Ling Xiao, he immediately became anxious. He went berserk and used his strongest move. Not only did this move have a huge range, but all the attacks could also be focused on a single point. Although the power of each sword chi was not as strong as the previous Sky Extinction sword chi, the combined attack was much more terrifying. Xian Formation Fist. Taking advantage of Heaven Extreme King's attack, Black Array Emperor also got a chance to catch his breath. Previously, he was almost killed by Ling Xiao. Now, he could finally fight back. This Xian Formation Fist contained the profundity of formations and was extremely powerful. When it was blasted out, if it was an ordinary second-tier life-sizer, they would probably feel that they could not withstand it and retreat in fear. The two of them were Sword Emperors and second-tier life-seizers. Yet, they had to use their strongest killing move to kill a first-tier life-sizer. Moreover, this martial artist was just an insignificant person in their eyes not long ago. However, in the face of the two's ferocious attacks, Ling Zhao's face was still as calm as an ancient well. The demon dragon's sword in his hand burned with a ferocious strange fire that was several meters long. The terrifying flame was like a fire demon. The blazing energy was constantly being released to the surroundings. Then, in an instant, it was completely absorbed into the demon dragon's sword, as if it was being rapidly compressed. Strange Flame Sword Art Ultimate Skill, Strange Flame Sword Demon. A terrifying move was finally unleashed. This sword directly hit Black Array Emperor's indestructible Vajra formation. Boom! The terrifying force impacted the periphery. The people standing on the periphery were actually sent flying by this force. Dragon Elephant, Elephant Barbarian, and Falling Moon could not easily deal with this terrifying force. The only remaining Sword Emperor of Sword God Hall was directly torn to pieces by this force in the void. After all, they were the ones being targeted. Endless strange fire, with the ground as a conductor, actually formed a fan shape and rushed in front of Ling Xiao rapidly. Black Array Emperor and Heavenly King could be said to be the first to bear the brunt. The two of them felt the terror of this force and no longer had the slightest thought of risking their lives. They turned around and fled. Black Array Emperor's indestructible Vajra formation was instantly torn apart by this terrifying strange flame sword demon. Then, his entire body was completely burned, and he died on the spot in an instant. As for Heavenly King, he did not have it easy either. The situation was extremely embarrassing. He spat out a mouthful of flaming blood from his mouth, and his face was pale. Prince Duke, quickly do something. Heavenly King panicked. He wanted Dugu Xiong to save him. Unfortunately, Dugu Xiong was stopped by Falling Moon and Dragon Elephant. Heavenly King never thought that he would be humiliated to such an extent by a guy who was not even 17 years old. This was definitely a great humiliation. If word got out, his name Heavenly King would be completely ruined. But at this moment, he had no time to think so much. Just staying alive was already very difficult. Absolutely no one can save you today. Die. Malicious spirit. Kill. Ling Xiao controlled the demonic dragon sword again, but his left hand blasted out a palm. A ball of heavenly tribulation vital essence was released from his body, turning into a malicious spirit and instantly penetrated Heavenly King's body. Heavenly King's head was actually directly blown apart. One of the 5 emperors of Sword God Hall died in the hands of an unknown person. One person against 2 Sword Emperor level experts, and he actually killed both of them at the same time. Ling Zhao's terror had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Barbarian Xiang turned around and was about to escape, but Dragon Elephant had already rushed over. He was no match for Barbarian Xiang, but he could still stop him for a while. You actually killed Heavenly King. Do you know the consequences? When Dugu Xiong saw this scene, he was simply incomparably shocked. Although Heavenly King was inferior to him, he was not far off. As one of the 5 emperors of Sword God Hall, it was absolutely impossible for him to die so easily. But today, he just had to die. And he actually died so straightforwardly. So what if I killed him? Don't tell me I should wait for him to kill me. You should be more worried about your own life now, not him. Ling Xiao looked at Dugu Xiong indifferently and said. The situation instantly reversed. Dugu Xiong's side had the absolute advantage just now, but the situation completely changed after Ling Xiao killed Heavenly King and Mystic Array Emperor. Sister Falling Moon, go and help Brother Dragon Elephant eliminate Barbarian Xiang. That's an unstable factor. I'll deal with Dugu Xiong. Chapter 3141. You're dead meat. The Tianjue King is one of the people my father values the most. As one of the 5 emperors of the Heavenly Sword Hall, he has made great contributions to the Heavenly Sword Hall. If you kill him, my father will be in trouble. No one can save you. Dugu Xiong took out his sword and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. I won't kill you today. I'll bring you back alive and let my father deal with you. You can't kill me. Ling Xiao shook his head as he entered the Ice Blast WYRM Beast Soul transformation state. In this Ice Venerable's tomb, the Frost Dragon Beast Soul transformation had the greatest enhancement. Of course, other than the everlasting Heavenly Rat. However, Dugu Xiong was not qualified to make Ling Xiao use the everlasting Heavenly Rat Beast Soul transformation. Arrogant. Dugu Xiong was one of the 5 emperors of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Among the 5 emperors, he was the strongest. Moreover, he was the son of the Heavenly Sword Hall. What he could not accept the most was that a commoner like Ling Xiao could be compared to his talent. His sword was very fast. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the void. The sword martial soul behind him was roaring crazily. Not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao swung his demon dragon sword at the same time. The same crack spread out and collided with Dugu Xiong's sword mark. As a result, a huge crack appeared on the ground. The surrounding walls were also constantly shaking. Fortunately, the laws here were very strong. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The entire Ice Venerable's tomb would probably collapse because of a battle of this level. What? Dugu Xiong never expected that Ling Zhao's attack could be so powerful that it could contend with his attack. Are you surprised? That's because you're ignorant. Ling Xiao mocked. You'll be even more surprised with the next move. Ling Xiao put away his demon dragon sword and began to circulate his tribulation true origin. A ghost shadow appeared in front of him. This ghost shadow was taller than the malicious ghost, the Yin ghost, and the female ghost. The moment he appeared, the entire tomb was filled with ghostly wails and howls. Ghost King of the 5 Ghosts Secret Technique. The huge ghost shadow instantly appeared in front of Dugu Xiong. In his shock, Dugu Xiong used his strongest skill and stabbed his sword at the Ghost King. However, With his current strength, he was already unable to suppress Ling Xiao. Whether it was in terms of experience, combat skills, or the tyrannical degree of heavenly tribulation true essence, he was inferior to Ling Xiao. It was also a medium general realm martial art. Even though Dugu Xiong's swordsmanship was already at the mastery level, he could not withstand the Five Ghosts' secret technique that had reached the minor mastery level. Crack! The sword in Dugu Xiong's hand actually broke. At this moment, he finally knew what fear was. It was definitely not a coincidence that Ling Xiao was able to kill the Heaven Extreme King and the Profound Array Emperor. This guy really had that kind of terrifying strength. All of his pride and confidence collapsed at this moment. He actually turned around and fled. Ling Xiao, you'd better let me leave obediently. Otherwise, the anger of my heavenly sword hall will burn you and your friends to ashes. Dugu Xiong roared as he fled, hoping that the prestige of the heavenly sword hall could intimidate Ling Xiao. In that case, he wouldn't have to fight to the death with Ling Xiao. His attack was actually not worth mentioning in front of Ling Xiao. This was too frightening. Are you an idiot? I killed the Heaven Extreme King. Dugu Beijian definitely won't let me go. Since it's already like this, killing one more doesn't seem to be a big deal. Ling Xiao ridiculed, but his hands did not stop attacking. The terrifying black sword qi mixed with the strange fire hit Dugu Xiong, but Dugu Xiong did not seem to be injured at all. You actually have a high-quality Emperor-level defensive magic treasure on you. Ling Xiao revealed a look of surprise. Generally speaking, defensive magic treasures were very rare and more precious than offensive magic treasures. This was because a defensive magic treasure of the same level could completely withstand the destructive power of an offensive magic treasure of the same level. You understand now, right? You can't kill me. As long as I continue to escape, I can always find someone who can help me. Dugu Xiong relied on the high-quality Emperor-level defensive magic treasure and finally regained a bit of confidence. However, he still did not dare to stop and fight with Ling Xiao. He could only desperately escape. I'll kill whoever dares to help you. Since I've already killed the Heaven Extreme King and the Profound Array Emperor, I don't mind killing a few more. Ling Xiao had already hardened his heart. He absolutely could not let Dugu Xiong escape from the forbidden area alive. Otherwise, if the sword god Dugu Beijian really knew what happened here, it would definitely be very troublesome. Perhaps Dugu Beijian would not put down his face to personally hunt down a Heaven Extreme King. But if Dugu Xiong was added, it might not be the case. Moreover, even if Dugu Beijian did not make a move, Dugu Shengjian would not let the matter rest. Therefore, he must kill Dugu Xiong. This was self-protection, and it was also something that had to be done. Although Dugu Xiong's aptitude was not as talented as Dugu Shengjian, it was definitely 1 in a million. For Dugu Beijian, he definitely had to be nurtured. In Dugu Beijian's heart, this kid's position was definitely higher than that Heaven Extreme King. Therefore, he could not let this guy out even more. He was not naive enough to think that after letting Dugu Xiong go, this guy would say good things about him to Dugu Beijian. F***CK. You're simply a lunatic. You've already killed the Heaven Extreme King, and now you want to kill me. Even the 9 Defiants will definitely not be able to protect you. You're dead meat. Dugu Xiong roared. At the very least, you won't be able to see that scene because you'll definitely die in front of me. Ling Xiao mocked. That's not necessarily true. This move is a consummate skill that my father personally passed down to me. It's a consummate skill that only Shangjian and I can learn. Emperor Overlord Sword. Dugu Xiong knew that his speed was not as fast as Ling Xiao. He was getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao. Along the way, he did not encounter anyone. He simply stopped and gathered the most powerful attack that he could currently unleash. His sword was already broken, but it didn't matter. He still had the heavenly tribulation true essence to condense into a powerful Overlord Sword. The fusion of this Overlord Sword and Sword Martial Spirit was the Emperor Overlord Sword that was enough to destroy everything. The destructive sword intent constantly surged and boiled in this Overlord Sword. It was as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. Everything you're doing now is futile. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The Ghost King condensed again, but this time, black patterns actually appeared on the Ghost King's body. It was obvious that its aura was stronger than before. 5 Ghosts Mystic Technique, Ghost King, Expert Realm. After repeatedly using the 5 Ghosts Mystic Technique to attack the enemy, he consecutively killed several Sword Emperor-level experts. Ling Zhao's 5 Ghosts Mystic Technique finally advanced from small success to expert. The Ghost King, who was proficient in Realm, was even more powerful. Combined with the terrifying power of Ling Zhao's Frost Dragon Beast Spirit transformation, the Ghost King's claws easily blocked Dugu Xiong's Emperor Overlord Sword. Even if it's an Emperor, it has to enter the cycle of life and death. My Ghost King is justice. Chapter 3142. Bang! Dugu Xiong was sent flying like a sharp arrow, crashing into a thick layer of ice. Although he had a high-quality Emperor-level defensive treasure, Dugu Xiong still spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, his body had been injured by the huge force. Even the defensive magical treasure had cracks on it. How could this be? Dugu Xiong felt the cracks on his defensive treasure and knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Although the defensive treasure was powerful, it also consumed a lot of true energy. That was because he had to use a lot of true energy to maintain the effect of the defensive treasure. The reason why the defensive treasure was cracked was because Ling Zhao's attack was really powerful. The key was that Dugu Xiong had used too much true energy and was about to lose the effect of the defensive treasure. Hee, defensive treasures are good, but didn't your father teach you? Don't use it recklessly if you don't have enough true energy. Ling Zhao sneered and controlled the Ghost King to attack continuously. In that instant, the Ghost King punched out a total of 10 times. Every fist strike he unleashed was powerful enough to kill an ordinary second division life-sizer. Dugu Xiong was able to survive until now not only because of the defensive treasure, but also because of his strength. But now, he was about to lose. This was because his heavenly tribulation true yuan was almost exhausted. The defensive layer released by the defensive treasure was cracking inch by inch. Don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. Dugu Xiong never thought that he would beg for mercy from a guy he didn't even care about. Ling Zhao was too scary. He had no choice but to beg for mercy. When you attacked Big Brother Domineering Saber, you didn't hold back either. Ling Zhao said coldly. As he spoke, the Ghost King's huge fist punched down again. It was aimed directly at Dugu Xiong's head. Without his defensive magic treasure, Dugu Xiong would most likely end up with his head split open when faced with this terrifying punch. At that moment, Dugu Xiong was filled with despair and regret. He had underestimated his opponent. If he had joined forces with the Heaven End King and the Black Formation Emperor from the beginning, he wouldn't be in this situation now. I can't dodge. Am I going to die? Dugu Xiong roared, venting his strong unwillingness. Rumble. Dugu Xiong's defensive magic treasure had been completely destroyed, and his head had almost caved in. He was about to die on the spot. Suddenly, a beam of sword light shot out from Dugu Xiong's forehead. The sword beam managed to block the Ghost King's punch and even tore the Ghost King apart. What? Ling Zhao was stunned. He actually saw an unfamiliar figure within the sword light. Although he didn't know who it was, that fellow was incomparably powerful. Father! Dugu Xiong seemed very surprised as well. Father's sword intent had been residing in his soul realm all this time. Imperial Father? Could it be the sword god, Dugu Beijian? Ling Zhao frowned, and his face turned ugly. He had seen something like this before. It was a strand of the will of a king of sovereigns. However, this was an extremely thin will, and because the king of sovereigns was so far away, it couldn't unleash its true power. However, this sword intent was different. This sword intent was very strong. It was obvious that the sword god had done it on purpose. Moreover, the sword god was waiting in the sword dynasty. The distance was very close, and the sword intent could unleash its full power. Ling Zhao gritted his teeth and entered the unbounded Heavenly Rat's Beast Soul transformation form. Then, he circulated the Heavenly Tribulation Vital Energy and released the Heavenly Fire Sword Demon in an attempt to use this stronger attack to shatter the sword intent. However, it was useless. Not only did the sword intent not shatter, it was extremely stable and didn't show any signs of moving. Ha ha ha, Ling Zhao, you're finished. If you can't kill me today, You'll die in the future. However, after killing the Heavenly King, I'm afraid you won't live to see me again." Dugu Xiong had recovered from his despair. With his father's sword intent protecting him, he wasn't afraid of anyone. There was no one in the entire sword dynasty who could kill him. "Today you must die." Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. "So what if it's the sword intent of the sword god? I spent so much effort to protect a piece of trash like you, but you'll still die in my hands." A dark and boundless universe appeared behind Ling Xiao. The aura of the Sky Tyrant martial soul began to be released wildly. Ling Xiao definitely couldn't let Dugu Xiong leave. Anyway, there was no one else here. He wanted to use the power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul to kill this kid. Sky Tyrant Ghost King. The Ghost King came from the boundless universe. He was no longer condensed from the heavenly tribulation vital energy, but a true Sky Tyrant god with a soul. His huge body descended, and he slapped out with his palm. The sword god's sword intent was actually smashed into pieces. Dugu Xiong didn't even have time to say anything before his body was once again occupied by despair and fear. Then, an unstoppable and terrifying power flattened him into a meat paste. Another 5 emperors had fallen. So far, 2 of the 5 emperors of the Sword God Hall had been killed by Ling Xiao. It could be said to be a heavy loss, especially since Dugu Xiong was a genius. His future value would far surpass the Heavenly King. It had to be said that dying here was definitely a huge loss for the Sword God Hall. Ling Xiao scooped up Dugu Xiong's storage ring and defensive Dharma treasure. Then, he burned Dugu Xiong's body with a strange fire. When he returned to the previous battlefield, Barbarian Xiang had just fallen to the ground. He was killed by Falling Moon and Long Xiang. At this point, Earth Emperor, Shell Emperor, Black Formation Emperor, Heavenly King, Dugu Xiong, and Tianhai Onishi. These 6-sword emperor-level powerhouses had all died in the hands of Ling Xiao. If Barbarian Xiang, who was killed by Falling Moon and Long Xiang, was added to the 7 people. If this news were to spread, it would probably alarm the entire world. Moreover, so many experts from the Sword God Hall had all fallen here. This time, it could be said to be a heavy loss. No matter what, after we go out, the Sword God Hall will probably blame this on us. So, everyone has to be careful. Ling Xiao was very clear that in the situation where they couldn't find the real culprit, the Sword God Hall would definitely attack their enemies first. Nine and I had always been looking for trouble with the Sword God Hall. The possibility of being targeted was the highest. Let's not talk about this first. Keep these things. Long Xiang gave the storage rings of Barbarian Xiang, Heavenly King, and Black Formation Emperor to Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Barbarian Xiang is a traitor of the Dragon Elephant tribe after all. You should keep this storage ring." He wanted the other storage rings because he was the one who killed those people. Falling Moon and Long Xiang didn't have any objections, because they knew that if Ling Xiao hadn't appeared in time today, not to mention Ba Dao, even the 2 of them would have died together. Although Ba Dao was seriously injured now, he wasn't dead after all. They had also escaped safely. This was actually the best gift. What else could they hope for? Chapter 3143. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones per person. This was not a small amount. The reason why he did this was not because Ling Xiao was so great. The key was that if Long Xiang and Yin Yu did not hold Dugu Xiong back just now, he would not have been so relaxed. Blood brothers should settle accounts clearly. He definitely had to give the benefits that he should give. Of course, in these storage rings, other than the spirit stones, the most precious thing was a high-quality, emperor-level defensive magic treasure in Dugu Xiong's storage ring. There was also a handwritten Emperor Hegemon sword technique. This Emperor Hegemon sword was also a mid-level general-level martial art, the same as the 5 Ghost secret method. However, it was obviously more suitable for Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had always been known for his sword skills. The 5 Ghost secret method could continue to be used, but the Emperor Hegemon sword could also be learned first. In any case, this thing only had 1 move, so it would not take much time. The 3 of them were cleaning up the battlefield when suddenly, Ling Xiao frowned. "Let's go. Someone is coming." When Ling Xiao was using the Tyrant martial soul, He was very concerned about the surrounding situation, so he had been releasing his soul power. It was combined with the Tai Chi eye to observe. About 1,000 meters away from them, a figure appeared. They had to leave quickly. Who is it? On the way out, Yin Yu asked. Poison Great Sage. Ling Xiao frowned and said, I don't know if this poison great sage can discover that Dugu Xiong and Tianjue King have been killed. Although he is no longer a member of the Heavenly Sword Hall, he is still a member of the royal family. Not long after they left, a figure slowly appeared at the place where the battle had just taken place. As expected, there was a battle here just now. The poison great sage frowned. The air was filled with a burnt smell. It was obvious that the dead side had been burned to remove the traces. Anyone could have done it with mortal fire, so it was impossible to determine who did it. How could this be? Originally, whoever died had little to do with him. But when he was about to leave, he smelled a familiar scent. Although it was very weak, the poison great sage felt that he could not be mistaken. Dugu Xiong. How could he? The poison great sage's expression instantly darkened. Although he had lost to Dugu Shangjian, he was still a member of the imperial family. Dugu Xiong was his nephew. It was impossible for him to ignore Dugu Xiong's death. Originally, he had only come to the forbidden area to find something that could help him break through. But now, he had another goal. That was the person who had found Dugu Xiong in the desert. He's very strong, Yang Qi thought. He's already at the peak of the 2nd division of the life-seizing level. Could it be that someone who killed Dugu Xiong was a 3rd division life-sizer? But among the people who came this time, there is no such warrior. The great sage of poison couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He could only shake his head and continue forward. He believed that a fox would eventually show its tail. Some other martial artists finally appeared in front of them. However, there was still no sign of the Baifeng. Everyone was worried, but there was no point in worrying. They could only pray that the Baifeng was fine. A huge moat appeared in front of them. The strangest thing was that the water flowing in the moat was actually boiling hot lava. The lava flowed through the ice, but the ice didn't melt, and the lava didn't freeze. It was a very strange sight. Everyone could feel that the surrounding temperature was constantly rising. It's too strange. How can the magma and the ice coexist? Falling Moon asked. There must be some kind of treasure here, Yang Qi said. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strange phenomenon. Ling Xiao analyzed the situation. Let's go take a look, Dracomamoth said excitedly. Treasures were his favorite. Yeah. The three of them continued onward until they reached the source of the moat. There was a huge fountain there, but what came out of the fountain wasn't water, but magma. There were many people standing around the fountain, all of whom had already guessed that there was some kind of treasure below. However, none of them had made a move yet, most likely because the lava was too hot. It's Big Bro Baifeng. Ling Zhao's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the Baifeng sitting in the lava, cultivating. To the Baifeng, lava at this level was way too rare. He had just broken through to the 1st level of the life-seizing realm, and he felt like he was about to break through again. Sure enough, the Forbidden Zone was like that. You either died or made a fortune. After entering the Forbidden Zone, it wasn't impossible to break through several levels in a row, as long as you were lucky and found some kind of treasure. This was also the reason why the Forbidden Lands were so popular. You guys are here. Where's Domineering Blade? The Baifeng opened his eyes when he saw Ling Xiao and the others. Domineering Blade is injured. He's resting in my beast ring. Ling Xiao replied. I know you have a lot of questions, Big Brother Baifeng, but this isn't the place to talk. Let's not talk about that first. He couldn't reveal that he had killed Heaven King and Dugu Xiong. Otherwise, the great sage of poison wouldn't let him go. Ling Xiao might be brave, but he wasn't stupid. It wasn't impossible for him to defeat the great sage of poison, but he would have to pay a huge price. It wasn't worth it. All right, then I won't ask. Knowing that Domineering Blade wasn't dead, the Baifeng was relieved. Too bad the lava outside isn't strong enough. I almost broke through, but I couldn't. I wonder what will happen after I enter the fountain. Is there something in the fountain? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, I heard it's an earth spirit fruit. The Baifeng replied. Are you sure it's an earth spirit fruit? Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. It shouldn't be wrong. There's an expert here who can see what's going on under the fountain. It's a genuine earth spirit fruit about 5,000 years old. This magma is precisely erupting from the earthly spirit fruit. The Bai Fong replied, "Is the earth spirit fruit good?" Long Xiang couldn't help asking as he wasn't familiar with these things. Of course it's good. An earth spirit fruit that's more than 1,000 years old can make an ordinary person's body seem to have cultivated a beginner general-level defensive martial art. 2,000 years is equivalent to a mid-level general level. 3 years is equivalent to an advanced general level. 4,000 years is equivalent to a peak general level. Consuming a 5,000-year-old earth spirit fruit directly can make a martial artist's body as strong as a beginner king-level defensive martial art. I'm afraid that in terms of defense alone, it's invincible in the 9 Supremes. Ling Xiao explained, "That's right, I've heard of this too. I'm afraid those people can't wait to snatch this 5,000-year-old earth spirit fruit. No wonder they're all gathered here." Yin Yu nodded. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who knew about the earth spirit fruit. One could find it in a book as long as one looked it up. When the temptation reached a certain level, one would become a demon. Chapter 3144. They all want the earth spirit fruit. But the way I see it, only second division life seizers will fight over it. Beautiful Orchid, Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix, Emperor Tortoiseshell from the Myriad Kingdoms, Emperor Ice Serpent from the Black Snake Sect, and Painted Plum Fairy from the Dazzling Palace. Falling Moon looked over at the crowd and saw some people she hadn't seen before. Ling Xiao could sense that Emperor Tortoiseshell was stronger than Emperor Seashell and was very close to the third division of life seizing. Emperor Ice Serpent and Painted Plum Fairy were a bit weaker, but were still on the same level as King Heaven and, don't forget, there's still the Great Sage of Poison. Even he wants the earth spirit fruit. Dragon Mammoth warned. That's right, Yang Qi said. Other than the Great Sage of Poison, no one else is a threat. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take advantage of the fact that he's not here yet. I wonder if my brothers and sisters would be willing to help me with this? Ling Xiao asked. Of course, Falling Moon said. If it weren't for you, Dragon Mammoth and I would already be dead. Our lives are yours. Falling Moon nodded. The Bai Fong was a little surprised. Usually, Falling Moon worshipped the 9 Defiance leader very much. This time, she actually didn't think of snatching the earth spirit fruit and giving it to the 9 Defiance leader. And how did Ling Xiao save Falling Moon and Dragon Mammoth? He was completely confused. Of course, he had no idea that Ling Xiao had killed King Heaven End, the Profound Formation Emperor, and even Duga Xiong. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Ling Xiao would become so strong after just breaking through to the life-seizing level. I'll do as you say, Bai Fong said, nodding. But Ling Xiao, if you eat the meat, you have to let me drink the soup. I want to use this opportunity to break through. Don't worry about that, big brother Bai Fong, Yang Qi said. I'll help you, Ling Xiao said. Thank you so much, Bai Fong said excitedly. Old Bai, Dragon Mammoth said, frowning, you really shouldn't have asked for that. Ling Xiao has done us a great favor. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Ling Xiao waved his hand and smiled. I'm not going to wait. If you don't want it, I'll take it. The reason why everyone didn't make a move was because they were afraid of the lava spewing out from the earth spirit fruit. It was at this point that one of the second division life seizers couldn't hold back any longer. Everyone wanted to become stronger, and so did he. If he could get his hands on the earth spirit fruit and consume it, his strength would instantly skyrocket, and he would become the first in the 9 Supremes. Who would dare to bully him? That person roared and charged straight into the lava fountain, heading for the earth spirit fruit below. However, when he was about 10 meters away from the fruit, the second life sizer let out a miserable shriek. Then, it instantly turned into a pool of pus and fused into the magma. The lava within 10 meters of the earth spirit fruit is of the level of strange flame. Even a reincarnation god-level expert would have a hard time dealing with it, let alone a second division life sizer. Ling Xiao frowned. He had been keeping his Taiji eye open the entire time, so when the life sizer died, he was able to analyze the lava in the area. Then what should we do? Wouldn't we be unable to obtain the Earth Spirit fruit? Falling Moon frowned. Of course there's a way. All you need is a magical treasure that can defend against strange flames. Furthermore, some people cultivate special martial arts that can defend against strange flames for a certain period of time. Ling Xiao himself possessed a heavenly flame, so he knew very well that not to mention a heavenly flame, even an immortal flame or divine flame was not invincible. There were many ways to deal with strange flames. The death of the first life-sizer didn't frighten anyone. In fact, many people were eager to try. The first to charge into the lava was the Ice Snake Emperor from the Black Snake sect. His body was covered in a thick layer of ice crystals. Surprisingly, it was also of the strange flame level. No wonder he wasn't afraid. After the Ice Snake Emperor, the Painted Plum Fairy charged in as well. She had a talisman that could repel fire, so the lava couldn't get close to her. Next was the Tortoiseshell Emperor. The Tortoiseshell Emperor was covered in a thick turtle shell that was impervious to fire and water. Seeing that everyone was going down, the experts from the Sword Dynasty couldn't wait any longer. Orchid Devil, surrounded by terrifying devil energy, also charged in. Next was the Gold Phoenix Emperor, who also seemed to have a magical treasure that could repel fire. With these experts taking the lead, the others wanted to join in as well. What if they got the Earth Spirit fruit? No one wanted to be a servant for the rest of their lives. Let's not wait any longer. Let's go down too. Ling Xiao transformed into a three-headed lava hound beast soul. This transformation could prevent him from being burned by the lava, and he could also absorb energy from it. The three-headed lava hound's level wasn't high enough, so Ling Xiao hadn't used it in a long time. However, this was a chance for the three-headed lava hound to level up. The Immortal Bird by Fong followed Ling Xiao down. Dragon Elephant, you stay up here and keep watch. I'm going down too. Falling Moon was one of the top second-level life seizers. If others could go, so could she. However, Dragon Elephant wasn't strong enough to play the hero. All right. Although he was unwilling, Dragon Elephant had no choice but to stay up and watch. At this point, the Ice Snake Emperor, who had been the first to enter the lava, was already within 10 meters of the fruit. Although the strange flame-level lava was terrifying, his ice crystals were also strange flame-level. Although he was under a lot of pressure, he wasn't burned to death like the previous guy. Everyone was pleasantly surprised when they saw this scene. It seemed that the heavenly flame-level magma was not unbeatable. Ha ha ha! This Earth Spirit fruit belongs to the Black Snake sect. Laughing, the Ice Snake Emperor sped up. But how could the people behind him allow him to get the fruit? From a distance, Lon Mimi threw out a punch. The Devil Killer Fist became hot in the lava, and it slammed into the Ice Snake Emperor's back. The Ice Snake Emperor's ice crystal body armor was used to defend against the deviant fire magma. Naturally, it was unable to defend against Lon Meima's devil-killing fist. He had no choice but to turn around and punch out with both fists. Powerful streams of energy slammed into each other. The Ice Snake Emperor hurriedly jumped out of the lava's range. Bastard, Orchid Devil, how dare you attack me? Don't forget that I'm from the Black Snake sect. Don't tell me your puny Sword Dynasty doesn't want to exist in this world? The Ice Snake Emperor was furious. How could he not be angry when he was about to get what he wanted? Why wouldn't I dare? Who cares about the Black Snake sect if I get the Earth Spirit fruit? Orchid Devil snorted coldly. The allure of the Earth Spirit fruit was too great. It was enough to make people lose their minds. While they were talking, the Painted Plum Fairy and the Tortoise Emperor started fighting. No one was willing to give up the Earth Spirit fruit. In an instant, the lava turned into a battlefield. Before they got the fruit, someone was already killed. Chapter 3145. Big Brother by Fong. Hide off to the side and cultivate. Don't get involved in this fight. Seeing that the fighting was about to begin, Ling Xiao said to the Bai Fong. As long as the Bai Fong made a breakthrough, it would be of great help. But now was not the time. Given the Bai Fong's cultivation base, it would be killed in a matter of minutes. Understood. The Bai Fong knew that it wasn't strong enough, so it retreated to the edge of the lava fountain and began to cultivate. The martial artists only cared about those near the Earth Spirit fruit, and didn't care about the Baifeng who was far away. After the Baifeng left, Ling Xiao and Falling Moon moved closer to the Earth Spirit Fruit. At this time, Lan Mei Devil looked back at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Second Life Caesars are fighting over something, and some ignorant fool wants to get involved. There's only one Earth Spirit Fruit, and there are more than 30 people here. I'm afraid there's no way to split it." Her words were obviously directed at Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. His eyes were fixed on the Earth Spirit Fruit, and he was thinking about how to get it in the face of so many experts. That's right. How did a first stratum life-sizer get in here? At this time, the Tortoiseshell Emperor saw Ling Xiao, and his eyes were filled with disdain and malice. Ling Xiao was certain that as long as he continued to approach, he would definitely be attacked by the crowd. After all, in terms of strength, he was the weakest of the group. There was no doubt about that. However, he didn't care. If anyone dared to get in his way, he would show them what it meant to overestimate one's strength. As long as he could harden his heart and kill 1 or 2 second stratum life Caesars, he was confident that he could intimidate everyone. He had to take advantage of the fact that the great sage of poison hadn't arrived yet. Once he did, the Earth Spirit Fruit would be his. With that thought, Ling Xiao sped up toward the Earth Spirit Fruit. Falling Moon followed closely behind, acting as support. For a second stratum life-sizer to do this, it was clear that Ling Xiao's strength had been fully acknowledged by Falling Moon. "Kid, it looks like you really don't want to live." Suddenly, the Tortoiseshell Emperor appeared from the side. This guy had long recognized that Ling Xiao was weaker than the rest, so he had to pick the weakest persimmon to pinch. Moreover, he had heard from others that Ling Xiao seemed to have some kind of spiritual wood on him. In that case, he would kill him and take the spiritual wood. Even if he didn't get the Earth Spirit Fruit in the end, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. At the same time, Falling Moon was also entangled by someone, and the one who attacked was precisely beautiful Devil Lan. "Ling Xiao, you asked for it. You can't blame anyone else." Lan Mimi thought that by delaying Falling Moon, the Tortoiseshell Emperor would be able to kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao acted as if he hadn't heard Lan Mimi's words or seen the Tortoiseshell Monarch's attack. He was still heading straight for the Earth Spirit Fruit. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had dodged the Tortoiseshell Emperor's attack. Now that he was in the 3-headed lava hound's beast soul transformation state, not only was the lava not a hindrance to him, it was actually helpful. His speed was much faster than when he was outside. What? When the Tortoiseshell Emperor saw this scene, he was instantly stunned. But how could he possibly give up? Seeing Ling Xiao actually slip away under his attack, that would be too embarrassing for him. However, just as he was about to continue chasing after Ling Xiao, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Turning his head to look, he saw that a mass of lava was already only 3 to 4 meters away from him. This lava took on the appearance of a 3-headed lava hound. But what was burning was a strange fire. Not good. The Tortoiseshell Emperor hurriedly urged the defense with all his might to block this strange fire lava. He was still perplexed. Why would there be strange fire lava appearing here? It was clearly still over 20 meters away from the Earth Spirit Fruit. Rumble. Relying on the powerful defense, the Tortoiseshell Emperor finally blocked this strange fire lava. However, a streak of sword light directly pierced through his throat. It turned out that it was actually Ling Xiao who returned. "You." The Tortoiseshell Emperor never thought that he would actually fall at the hands of such a minor character. He actually died just like that? This kind of death was simply unacceptable. But the piercing pain in his throat was incomparably real. "Whoever dares to stop me will end up like this." Ling Xiao glanced at the crowd coldly and continued moving forward. The dead Tortoiseshell Emperor's corpse had already been gradually melted by the lava, and the storage ring on his hand naturally also fell into Ling Xiao's hands. "I definitely can't let you get the Earth Spirit Fruit." At this moment, Painted Plum Fairy also pounced towards Ling Xiao. "People from Linglong Palace? I already have a grudge with you, but you actually dare to stop me. Die." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and shook the long sword in his hand. A bright sword light tore through the lava and shot towards Painted Plum Fairy. Painted Plum Fairy was originally not weak, but unfortunately, she encountered Ling Xiao. Under the strong clash, She was actually sent flying and fell within 10 meters of the Earth's spirit fruit. For a moment, she did not have time to activate the talisman defense and was actually instantly burned to death by the lava. That kid is crazy. He killed Tortoiseshell Emperor, offended Myriad Kingdoms, killed Painted Plum Fairy, and offended Linglong Palace. What a freak. Everyone who had been planning to attack Ling Xiao stopped in their tracks. They looked at the young man in shock. It's because he's strong that he doesn't fear Myriad Kingdoms or Linglong Palace. Someone laughed bitterly. A first-level life-sizer actually killed a second-level life-sizer like chopping vegetables. Just who is this guy? Let's go. There's no point in talking to these lunatics. Let's keep moving forward. Even if we can't get the Earth Spirit Fruit, we can still get the other treasures. More than half of the 30-plus people were gone. The only ones left were Orchid Beauty, Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix, Sleeping Moon, Empress Orchid, Mei Qian, Jean Fengming, and Emperor Ice Snake. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix, you should leave. I have no grudge with the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. In fact, I have some ties with them. I don't want to be your enemy. Ling Xiao looked at Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix and said flatly, "You talk big, boy." Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said, "Well, I'm the Empress of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace, so it would be a bit embarrassing for me to just leave. Why don't you take one of my attacks? If you can, I'll leave." Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix smiled. All right. Not fighting Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix and Jean foaming to the death was a good thing for him. Watch out for this, Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said, waving his right hand and sending a blood-red sword beam toward Yang Qi. Ling Xiao looked at the beam of sword light and waved his devil dragon sword. Ding! Their swords collided, and both of them realized what was going on. Not bad, boy, Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said. Not even Orchid Beauty would dare to take that move head-on. Let's go, Fengming. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix knew that the fight for the Earth Spirit Fruit had nothing to do with him. If he really fought Ling Xiao to the death, not only would he not gain anything, he might even die. Of course, Jean Fengming didn't object. He had been there when Ling Xiao killed Heaven Sioni, and that terrifying scene was still fresh in his mind. Chapter 3146. What about you guys? Are you leaving? Ling Xiao asked Ice Snake Emperor and Lan Mimi. Brat, you're too presumptuous. Do you really think you can do whatever you want after killing Tortoise Emperor and Painted Plum Fairy? Ice Snake Emperor, help me stall Falling Moon. I'll kill this brat. Lan Mimi roared. No problem. Ice Snake Emperor smiled. He was more than happy to have fewer opponents. My son, kill this brat with your mother. Lan Mimi looked at Empress Lan Meichin and said, Mother, let's go. This brat is no longer someone we can deal with. Empress Lan Meichin was the same as Jean Fengming. She was already scared out of her wits by Ling Xiao. How could she have the courage to fight? Trash, get lost. Lan Mimi cursed. However, Empress Lan Meichin did not change her mind because of her cursing. Instead, she turned around and left. Old Witch Lan Meichin, you're not as sensible as your son. He knows that you're no longer my opponent, but you're still so stubborn. Ling Xiao mocked. Bullshastras T, take this, demon-killing fist. Lan Meichin did not want to listen to Ling Xiao anymore. The true origin in her body vibrated. Black and red colors appeared on her hands. Then, she threw out both palms. The palm print instantly shattered a large amount of magma and blasted towards Ling Xiao. Still the same old trick? It's a pity that the demon-killing fist is useless against me now. Ling Xiao simply put away the demon dragon sword and threw out both his fists. The boiling magma wrapped around his fists and blasted towards Lan Meichin. Boom! Red and black colors exploded in the magma. The entire lava fountain began to shake. The warriors who had just left were secretly glad of their decision when they saw this scene. Seems like leaving was the right choice. Otherwise, if they were implicated, they would definitely die. That guy called Ling Xiao is too scary. Even Lan Meichin's demon-killing fist can't kill him. Kill him? I don't think it's possible to pose a threat to him. Not to mention the size of the people above, the battle below was still very intense. The more Lan Mimi fought, the more fearful she felt. Had it not been for the 18th sword protecting Ling Xiao, She could have easily killed Ling Xiao. But now, her specialty had become nothing in front of Ling Xiao. Good lad. Looks like you've really grown up these days. However, the devil-killing fist isn't as simple as you think. What I just used to deal with you was only the first move. Next, I will let you see the true terror of the demon-killing fist. Beautiful Devil Lan roared as the true essence in her body surged. The terrifying battle intent continued to soar. The surrounding magma was actually pushed back more than 10 meters. Only the mysterious flame magma remained unmoved. Magic Killing Fist King's Trial. With a furious roar, Lan Mei raised her right hand. A tear appeared in the void beside him. Then, a huge fist drilled out of the crack and fiercely blasted towards Ling Xiao. That terrifying pressure caused the surrounding magma to tremble with every inch it advanced. This old demonic granny isn't just bragging. This demon-killing fist is truly powerful. Ling Xiao frowned, but he had no intention of retreating. It was different from beautiful Devil Lan forcing the magma back. At this time, Ling Xiao was like a magma black hole, absorbing a large amount of magma to his side. The three-headed lava hound beast soul transformed and flashed with a fiery red light. And it was getting hotter and hotter. Have a taste of my move, Magma Ghost King. The most powerful thing about Ling Xiao was that he could adjust his moves according to the environment. Magma Ghost King. It was condensed from the mysterious flame magma and the heavenly tribulation true essence. It was bigger and stronger than an ordinary Ghost King. The Ghost King appeared and raised its huge hands to the sky. Boom. Those hands blocked the huge fist of the demon-killing fist. It's very powerful. It should be a mid-level general realm martial art. However, it still can't do anything to me. After all, this is my home ground. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The Magma Ghost King roared angrily, and the red light on its body became even more dazzling. Humph! Once the king's judgment falls, no one can resist. Lan Meima snorted coldly. She channeled even more true yuan into her fist. She wanted to smash the Magma Ghoul King and Ling Xiao into pieces. Is that so? That one wants to block it. Ling Xiao sneered. It absorbed the energy of the magma even more crazily. Even the mysterious flame magma was absorbed into his beast soul transformation. The three-headed lava hound's level continued to rise. 1 star, 14 hells. 1 star, 15 hells. First tier life seizing. Second tier life seizing. 9th tier life seizing. The mysterious flame magma released by the earth spirit fruit was indeed terrifying. In addition, it was easy for beast souls to rise in level, much easier than for martial artists or demonlings. The three-headed lava hound that used to only have 1 star and 18 hells had now reached the 9th tier of life seizing. Although the special skill was still scorching hell, it was even more terrifying than before. Not only were there fire snakes and magma hounds, but there were also meteors falling from the sky. Now, scorching hell didn't just increase the power of fire-type attacks and reduce the power of other types of attacks. Instead, it possessed truly terrifying lethality. Scorching hell, meteor calamity. When the energy had accumulated to a certain extent, Ling Xiao finally used the newly upgraded scorching hell. Everything around her was enveloped within it. Several gigantic meteorites appeared in the upper levels of the scorching inferno and smashed towards Devil Lan. The scorching hell was completely enveloped by the meteors. Beautiful Devil Lan had no chance of escaping. Not good. Stop all attacks. Devil Dragon Egg. Beautiful Devil Lan howled as she was surrounded by an enormous black devil dragon egg. She was completely cut off from the rest of the world. Ruiyuumble. The meteors slammed into the devil dragon egg, causing it to cave in. It seemed as if it was going to completely smash open the demonic dragon egg. Beautiful Devil Lan hid inside, trembling with fear. She had never imagined that she would have to use this move one day. Hee, what a strong defense. But can it really stop all attacks? Let's see how many meteors you can stop. Ling Xiao laughed coldly as he circulated his internal energy, causing several more meteors to appear in the sky. Not good. It seems that the Devil Dragon Egg isn't safe either. Run. Beautiful Devil Lan's face was ashen. She had thought that the Ice Snake Empress would be the one to fight with her for the Earth Spirit Fruit. But now she realized that she had underestimated Ling Xiao. She would never be able to get her revenge. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was simply a monster from head to toe. She shrunk the devil dragon egg until it could only cover her body, then charged out of the scorching hell. After all, the scorching hell wasn't a barrier martial soul, so it couldn't stop beautiful Devilland's charge. Chapter 3147. Watching Lan Mimi escape. Ling Xiao just smiled disdainfully and did not chase. Although he could destroy the demonic dragon egg, he would have to consume a large amount of true essence. It was not worth it. Now, the Earth Spirit Fruit was the most important. With Lan Mimi escaping like this, the Ice Snake Emperor could not stay any longer. Because he was fighting 1-against-2 now, he was simply not a match for Ling Xiao and Yinyu. F***CK. How can this kid called Ling Xiao be so strong? I really underestimated him. The Ice Snake Emperor looked at the Earth Spirit Fruit in the depths of the magma reluctantly, gritted his teeth, and turned to leave. The item was good, but without life to enjoy it, it was meaningless. The Ice Snake Emperor was not willing to throw his life away here. Moreover, even if he left now, there was still a chance. Even if Ling Xiao obtained the Earth Spirit Fruit now, there was still the possibility of it being snatched away. Unless Ling Xiao ate the Earth Spirit Fruit after obtaining it. But according to the Ice Snake Emperor's knowledge, because of the enormous energy of the Earth Spirit Fruit, if one wanted to consume it directly, there was absolutely the danger of exploding. And even if one did not explode, one would have to go into seclusion for a long time to absorb the energy. Otherwise, the medicinal effect would be wasted. This was the Ice Venerable's tomb. There were dangers everywhere. Who dared to cultivate in seclusion here? Thinking up to here, he hurriedly left. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance. Seeing all the enemies leave, Yinyu finally heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled at Ling Xiao and said, "Even Lan Mimi is not your match now. I'm afraid she really has to learn to be obedient in the future." Ling Xiao smiled. Whether Lan Mimi was obedient or not, he did not care. If that old witch did not know her limits and insisted on continuing to be enemies with him, he did not mind sending that fellow to the Western Paradise. Now, he was more concerned about that Earth Spirit Fruit. Looking at that strange flame magma, Ling Xiao directly rushed over. That strange flame magma not only did not harm him in the slightest, but it also helped. He easily obtained that Earth Spirit Fruit. After obtaining the Earth Spirit Fruit, Ling Xiao consumed it immediately. A 5,000-year-old Earth Spirit Fruit could allow a martial artist to possess a terrifying defensive power equivalent to cultivating a primary king-level defensive martial art. In the Sword Dynasty, the most powerful defensive martial arts technique was the advanced general level. After consuming this thing, his defense would be even stronger than his current Black Tortoise Divine physique. Perhaps even a martial artist who was 4 or 5 realms stronger than him would not be able to kill him easily. No. When Falling Moon wanted to stop Ling Xiao, it was already too late. He could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. "Don't worry, Sister Yinyu. I know what you're worried about, but don't use the situation of ordinary people to judge me." Ling Xiao smiled. As the earthly spirit fruit entered his stomach, its powerful energy began to strengthen his physical body, making his Black Tortoise Divine physique even stronger. In just over 10 minutes, it had already risen to the level of a primary king-level defensive martial art. However, the Earth Spirit Fruit's energy absolutely did not stop here. A large amount of energy was injected into Ling Xiao's cells. It turned into potential. For Ling Xiao, he would never waste any elixir or spirit fruit's medicinal effect. It was just delaying the absorption. As long as he continued to fight, the medicinal effect would eventually be completely absorbed. It's done. A layer of faint red light appeared on Ling Xiao's skin. This was the effect of the Earth Spirit Fruit on the Black Tortoise Divine physique. "It's done? Are you sure?" Falling Moon was a little incredulous. "It's only been 10 minutes. Sister Yinyu, if you don't believe me, you can try to attack me," Ling Xiao said to Falling Moon as he removed all his defenses and only retained the strength of his physical body. "Forget it. What if I hurt you?" Falling Moon shook her head. "I won't die." Ling Xiao shook his head. He had the life backtrack skill. Even if he was really killed by falling moon, he could instantly recover. So naturally, he was not worried. Falling moon was really curious, so she slapped Ling Xiao. Because she was worried about hurting Ling Xiao, she only used 50% of her strength. However, even with 50% of her strength, Ling Xiao did not move at all. There was not even the slightest injury on his body. "Sister Falling Moon, are you scratching an itch?" Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Falling Moon was stunned. She used 100% of her strength for the second palm strike. No matter if it was a martial artist in the second tier of the life-seizing realm, if they did not dodge, they would definitely be killed. However, when it hit Ling Xiao, it still had no effect. There was not even the slightest trace of a palm print. "Heavens, what kind of monster have you become?" Falling Moon was dumbfounded. "Hee, the Earth Spirit Fruit is really good for me. Let's go and see how Big Brother Baifeng is doing." Ling Xiao smiled and went to the place where the Baifeng was cultivating. At the moment, the Baifeng seemed to be just a paper-thin barrier away from a breakthrough. "Big Brother Baifeng, let me help you. But it might hurt a bit, so you have to endure it." Ling Xiao knew that the external pressure was not enough, and therefore, the Baifeng had not yet met the requirements for a breakthrough. "It's fine," he said. "I've seen a lot of things. Come on." Ling Xiao nodded, then sent the strange flame lava into the Baifeng's body. In that moment, the Baifeng felt as if his body were about to melt, and he let out a miserable shriek. At the same time, he felt as if the paper-thin barrier he had been stuck with was finally being torn apart. The heavenly tribulation was coming. "Big Brother Baifeng, here are 2 heavenly tribulation jades. Take them." Ling Xiao had no shortage of heavenly tribulation jades. The first and second tier life seizers he had killed all had heavenly tribulation jades in their rings of holding, and more than one. He now had 30 heavenly tribulation jades. Even if he gave away 2, it wouldn't hurt. "Many thanks." The Baifeng didn't refuse. He accepted the heavenly tribulation jades and began to deal with the tribulation. The heavenly tribulation of the second tier life sizer was the second tribulation of mortal lightning. Although it was difficult, it was much easier than Ling Xiao's second tribulation of demon lightning. In less than half an hour, with the help of the heavenly tribulation jades, the Baifeng successfully broke through. "Let's go. Dragon Mammoth is still up there. I'm worried someone might target him." Falling Moon said worriedly. "Don't worry, Big Sister Falling Moon. I can sense that Big Brother Dragon Mammoth is hiding. He's not stupid." Ling Xiao chuckled, then rushed out of the lava with the Baifeng and Falling Moon. The moment they rushed out of the lava pool, several figures pounced on them at the same time. As expected, greed could blind people. These people knew how strong Ling Xiao was, and yet they still wanted to take the Earth Spirit Fruit. Ling Xiao, Falling Moon, and the Baifeng all attacked at the same time. Without even looking, Ling Xiao punched out, and his black tortoise god body erupted with terrifying power. It was like the eruption of heavenly flame lava. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the second-tier life seizers were killed. Falling Moon and the Baifeng each killed a person. Out of the 8 people who had besieged them, 5 died in an instant. The remaining 3 fled in panic. Trash. Chapter 3148. After the 3 pieces of trash escaped, Long Xiang walked out of his hiding place and hurriedly said to Ling Xiao, "I just heard that there are treasures ahead. It seems to be Ice Venerable's armory." When Ice Venerable was alive, he was best at using swords. That armory is also full of swords. "Ling Xiao, you and Yin, you are both swordsmen. This time, you might be able to obtain quite a few good swords." Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but reveal a smile. He currently only had a high-quality Emperor artifact, the Demon Dragon Sword. It was very difficult to display the power of 2 swords, so it was best to obtain another high-quality Emperor artifact that matched the Demon Dragon Sword. That way, at least he could use it for a long time. "Let's go." Yin Yu also revealed a joyful expression. Letting Long Xiang lead the way, everyone rushed to the armory. At this time, there were only 3 or 4 people in the armory. The weapons were already in a mess, and many of them were taken away. There were only a few scattered weapons that were not very good. The best was only a mortal emperor artifact. Yin Yu revealed a disappointed expression. Ling Xiao also frowned. It seemed that in this world, there really was no situation where he could obtain all the good things. He searched carefully, and sure enough, there was nothing good. Helpless, he could only leave and continue forward. In front, they should have already reached the deepest part of the cemetery. Ling Xiao could even feel the faint aura of the ice venerable catalog, forming some kind of connection with the other catalogs in his storage ring. There are people fighting in front. As they were walking, they suddenly heard shouts of killing in front of them. Moreover, there were people cursing loudly. The ones being chased are Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor and Gold Phoenix Cry. The ones fighting are Lan Mei Devil, Lan Di Mei Chan, Ice Snake Emperor, and the other 3 Sword Emperor level experts. Before reaching the vicinity, Ling Xiao had already seen the situation of the battle. I think Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor must have obtained something good. That's why he's being chased. Ling Xiao speculated. Just as he was about to go over, he suddenly heard Lan Mei Devil say, Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, although you are powerful, you are still outnumbered. If you know what's good for you, hand over the ice venerable sword. Otherwise, you and your son won't be able to leave here alive today. Supreme Ice Sword. When Ling Xiao heard these 3 words, he immediately became spirited. This ice-revered sword should be the most outstanding sword in the armory. Otherwise, it would not have caused so many experts to fight over it. Beautiful Devil Orchid. I, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, am unlucky today. This sword is for you. The Golden Phoenix Sword Monarch was a flexible person. Seeing that the situation was not good, he did not hesitate and threw the Ice Supreme Sword to Mei Ma Lan. In that instant, the experts who had been teaming up to deal with the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor and Golden Phoenix Ming all charged towards Lan Mei. Suddenly, a golden light flashed past faster than anyone else. Ha ha ha, I thought that today's good luck would end here. I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain such a good sword. This golden light was none other than Ling Xiao. How could he miss such a good opportunity? The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor was afraid of those people joining hands. But Ling Xiao wasn't. With the revered ice sword in his hand, Ling Xiao released his soul force to check. He knew it was real. However, this thing was not a high-quality Emperor weapon. It was actually a treasured Emperor weapon, a level higher than a high-quality Emperor weapon. If he did not have a sword martial spirit, he would not be able to use it with his current cultivation. It was said that treasured Emperor weapons, unless one had a tool martial spirit, could only be used by martial artists who had cultivated to the reincarnation divine realm and possessed a cultivation divine body. Furthermore, even if one had a tool martial spirit, one could only unleash less than half of the power of a treasured emperor weapon. It can't be wrong. This thing is real. Ling Xiao was a swordsman. He understood swords better than anyone else. The moment he touched it, he already knew that this thing was not an ordinary item. This ice-revered sword is actually made of 1,000-year profound ice. You've really profited. Yin Yu looked at the ice-revered sword in Ling Xiao's hand in surprise. The surroundings of the ice-revered sword were always filled with dense cold air. If one could not resist this cold air, they would not even be able to use this sword and would be frozen into ice in an instant. 1,000-year profound ice? Ling Xiao had never heard of this thing. Yin Yu said, "It's not your fault. 1,000-year profound ice will only appear in the continents above the Black Tortoise continent. The Sky Dragon continent, White Tiger continent, and Divine Phoenix continent do not have it. This thing will only appear in immortal-grade Emperor weapons under normal circumstances. It is extremely rare to be used in treasured Emperor weapons. Looks like Ice-Revered Sword is really powerful enough to actually use 1,000-year profound ice to make this kind of toy." Toy? A treasured Emperor weapon is a toy? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before asking, "To Ice-Revered Sword, it's a toy. An expert of Ice-Revered Sword's level would probably use divine-grade Emperor weapons." Yin Yu said, "But even if it's a toy, you've still profited greatly. Containing this kind of 1,000-year profound ice will greatly increase the power of the Ice-Revered Sword. Even when facing ordinary immortal-grade Emperor weapons, it might be at a disadvantage." "That's true." Ling Xiao smiled. He had profited greatly from entering the forbidden area this time. Not only had his cultivation improved greatly, he had also obtained many treasures. Even Xiao Jin's cultivation had improved greatly. Furthermore, he had formed a deep friendship with Yin Yu and the others, a friendship that was genuine and not just some fair-weather friends. Ling Xiao, I advise you to hand over the ice-revered sword. Even 9th Division Life Seizers can use it. There's no way you can keep it. You'll just lose your poor little life. Seeing that the sword was back in Ling Xiao's hands, Lan Mei Devil couldn't help but speak up. You think you can keep it? You can't even beat me. What makes you think you're qualified to make thoughtless remarks? How laughable. Ling Xiao looked over at Lan Mei Devil with a derisive sneer. Then he prepared to put the ice-revered sword away. I may not be as strong as you, but don't forget, I am the demon venerable of the Demon Dragon Sword Court. I naturally have my own methods to protect this sword, and you are just a lone wolf, Lan Mimi said sinisterly. Give it to me, and I'll wipe the slate clean. In fact, I'll even compensate you handsomely. Ha 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 ha. You're still thinking about giving me charity? How laughable. In my eyes, a devil revered like you isn't even worth mentioning. Ling Xiao laughed heartily, completely looking down on Lan Mei Devil. Lan Mei Devil knew how strong Ling Xiao was, so although she was furious, she didn't attack. Instead, a 2nd Division Life Sizer stepped forward from behind him, who didn't know what was going on. Boy, I'm from the Ice Dynasty. If you give me the ice-revered sword, I'll take you to the Ice Dynasty and guarantee your safety. Sorry, I'm not interested. Ling Xiao shook his head decisively. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, boy. Time for you to die. That Ice Dynasty martial artist immediately exploded with a strong killing intent, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a sword martial soul appeared behind Ling Xiao. He wanted to test out the power of the ice-revered sword. Circulating the true energy of heavenly tribulation, he sent it into the sword. In the blink of an eye, frigid coldness filled the area, causing everyone to shiver. Chapter 3149. Cold energy condensed on the ice-revered sword, and the surroundings instantly became incomparably cold. A snow-white sword chi tore through the void from the tip of the sword. No one could describe the peerless beauty of this sword. The entire space seemed to have stopped in an instant. In the space, there was only this cold sword. It overshadowed everything else. Swish! The snow-white sword chi instantly slid through the body of the 2nd-level life sizer of the Ice Dynasty. It was so fast that he couldn't even react to what had happened. However, the sword light didn't stop there. After piercing through the martial artist's body, it continued forward and actually blasted open a huge tomb chamber in front of him. A huge coffin was revealed. Without a doubt, that was the ice-revered sword's coffin. The coffin was protected by layers of formations, and even Ling Xiao couldn't break it. It was too complicated and time-consuming. Fortunately, there was a white crystal floating above the coffin. Within the crystal, the ice-revered sword catalog was shining with the same white light. Bang! The two halves of the completely frozen corpse fell to the ground and shattered. Just one sword. One casual sword. Without even using any moves, the 2nd-level life sizer of the Ice Dynasty died on the spot. It was as easy as a human swatting a mosquito to death. It's really draining. Ling Xiao was somewhat surprised. Although the ice-revered sword was terrifying, just one sword had used up nearly half of his heavenly tribulation true essence. In other words, with his current strength, he could only use 2 swords. He really had to take it easy on this thing. After swallowing a pill to recover his internal energy, Ling Xiao's internal energy began to slowly recover. His cultivation had broken through, and the effects of the previous pills weren't very good. It seemed that he had to quickly refine the heavenly tribulation fruit into heavenly tribulation pills. However, at this moment, that wasn't the most important thing. Obtaining the ice-revered sword catalog was the key. Just now, everyone was incomparably shocked by the death of the Ice Dynasty martial artist. But when they turned their heads and saw the ice-revered sword catalog floating above the ice coffin, they all became anxious. Coming to the ice-revered sword tomb, besides the other treasures, the The most important thing was the ice-revered sword catalog. As long as they obtained this thing, this trip would be worth it. However, there was one person who was faster than them. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet red light had already arrived in front of the Ice Exalt catalog, after which he stretched out his hand and grabbed it, storing it into his storage ring. Great Sage of Poison. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed tightly. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't stop this guy. The Poison Great Sage didn't leave after obtaining the ice-revered catalog. Instead, he turned around and looked at the crowd. I don't care about the Ice Exalt catalog, but someone killed my nephew, Dugu Xiong. I have to avenge him. Now, if anyone can give me a clue, I will give this Ice Paragon catalog to him. But remember, don't lie. I, the Great Poison Sage, am no fool. If I find out who's lying, I'll destroy them. There were still people who wanted to say something, but when they heard this, they all shut their mouths. Actually, even Yin Yu and Long Xiang did not know who had killed Dugu Xiong. They only knew that Ling Xiao had chased after Dugu Xiong, and then Dugu Xiong had died. That was all. Therefore, anyone who said who the murderer was just guessing. Great Sage of Poison, although I don't know who killed Dugu Xiong, there is one person who is worthy of suspicion. Devil Orchid stepped forward and said, that person is Ling Xiao. This kid deliberately hid his strength and killed several second-level life seizers. Moreover, he has a grudge with the Sword God Hall. It's most likely that he's the one who killed Dugu Xiong. Hearing this, the Great Sage of Poison looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, is that true? If I say no, would you believe me? Ling Xiao asked back, Humph, I'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. This has always been the rule of the Sword God Hall. Just as Devil Orchid said, you are a great suspect. Now, you have two choices. One is to follow me back to the Sword God Hall to be interrogated. The other is to die here. The Great Sage of Poison snorted coldly, and his face was extremely gloomy. Ha ha ha, the Sword God Hall is really domineering. Since that's the case, why don't you make a move? Ling Xiao laughed wildly, looked at the Great Sage of Poison, and said coldly, at first, I sympathized with you for losing to that Dugu Xingjian, but now it seems that it's normal for you to lose to him. You don't even know your own situation, and you dare to say such words? My situation? The Great Sage of Poison asked. What situation? Don't forget that everyone here is here for the Ice Paragon catalog. Now that you have the Ice Paragon catalog, you are the target of public criticism. Although they are afraid of you and don't dare to say anything. But what if you are injured? Will this pack of vicious wolves eat you alive? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Ridiculous. Who can hurt me with just you? The Great Sage of Poison said disdainfully. It's actually very easy to hurt you. Ling Xiao took out the Demon Dragon Sword, but hid the Ice Paragon Sword. The Ice Paragon Sword was the key to defeating the Great Sage of Poison. He had to use it at the most appropriate time. One strike to kill. So what if he was in the 3rd division of life seizing? Given his current strength, it wasn't like he couldn't beat him. That kid is crazy, isn't he? He killed a few 2nd division life seizers, and now he thinks he's invincible? I can't believe he dares to provoke the Great Sage of Poison. What else can we do? Follow the Great Sage of Poison to Sword God Hall? He's Ling Xiao, 2nd on the bounty list. Wouldn't he just be throwing his life away? That's true. Although, if the kid dies, he has a lot of treasures on him. So what? The Great Sage of Poison already has the treasure. There's no way we can get it. Originally, they had been competitors, but now, they were mere bystanders. Many of the martial artists felt helpless. Whether it was Ling Xiao or the Great Sage of Poison, neither of them were people they could afford to provoke. If you want to kill Ling Xiao, you'll have to go through me, Falling Moon. Falling Moon was a woman who didn't lose out to any man. Seeing that Ling Xiao was in trouble, she immediately stepped forward to share the joys and sorrows of Ling Xiao. You can't leave me out, Bai Fong. The Bai Fong also stepped forward. And me. I might not be strong enough, but I can still block a few attacks. Of course, Dragon Mammoth wasn't going to back down. Good. Very good. Everyone says you 9 Defiants are very united. Now that I see it for myself, it's true. But today, all 3 of you are going to die. Great Sage of Poison said coldly. Great Sage of Poison, would you mind listening to me? Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix suddenly interjected. What do you have to say? Great Sage of Poison said coldly. We don't have any proof that Ling Xiao killed Prince Dugu, Falling Moon said. Attacking him is a bit inappropriate. For better or worse, Ling Xiao is the man my daughter likes. For Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix to speak up for Ling Xiao at a time like this was shocking to Ling Xiao. He could understand Falling Moon, Bai Fong, and Dragon Mammoth's actions. They were good women and men who valued friendship. However, Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix didn't have much to do with him. Speaking of which, he only had a slight connection with Golden Phoenix Chi-Chi. Chapter 3150. You want to die too? The Great Sage of Poison said, not giving any face to Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you're not strong enough to do that. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix chuckled coldly, unleashing a terrifying aura. 3rd Division Life-Sizer. My God, I can't believe he broke through. He broke through at a critical moment like this. Ling Xiao is so lucky. Lan Mei Devil's expression turned very unsightly when she sensed Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix's aura. They were clearly rivals, but Yang Qi had reached a higher level than her. Perhaps it was because of Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix that Ling Xiao would be safe. So what if he broke through? I can still kill you as easily as blowing some dust off my shoulder. The Great Sage of Poisons was still as arrogant as ever. Is that so? Looks like we have no choice but to fight. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix sighed. Looking at Ling Xiao, he said, let me do it. Consider it a favor. Many thanks, Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix. But there's no need for that. Ling Xiao shook his head. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix was surrounded just now and was seriously injured. Although he managed to make a breakthrough, he's still very weak. He's definitely not a match for this Great Sage of Poisons. Why are you so stubborn, kid? You're just like Chi-Chi. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix chuckled bitterly. I might be seriously injured, but I'm still stronger than you. Well, that's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao chuckled. Looking at the Great Sage of Poisons, he said, you're just relying on your poisons. What do you think you can do to me? Big Sister River Moon, Big Brother Dragon Mammoth, Big Brother Bifong. Don't do anything. I'll deal with him myself. Are you looking to die? The Great Sage of Poisons blurted. He was a mighty 3rd Division Life-Sizer, and yet, he was being looked down upon by a junior. Looking to die? Do you want to make a bet with me? Ling Xiao said, chuckling, there's no need for that. You don't qualify. Even as the words left his mouth, the Great Sage of Poisons attacked. Poison's dragon. A terrifying violet dragon head burst out of his body. Poisons, and Great Sage of Poisons heaven, and Ling Xiao said poisons. This purple divine dragon was completely transformed from venom and was incomparably ferocious. The liquid that dripped onto the ground could instantly corrode the thick stone slabs. 9 Snake will transform. 9 Snake Poison Domain. Ling Xiao also made a move, but it was not an attack. Instead, it was to receive this poison dragon. The poison dragon bit Ling Xiao. However, the poison was slowly being absorbed by Ling Xiao's body. One of General 9 Snake's snake heads actually became even more ferocious. The attack of a 3rd Division Life-Sizer isn't bad at all. My Sea of Power increased by 10%, and now it's at 30%. That's not all. My 9 Snake General Beast Soul has advanced from the 18 Hells of Hell to the 1st Division of the 1-star life-seizing level. Very good. The reason Ling Xiao wanted to train alone with the Poison Great Sage was not only because he didn't fear him, but more importantly, he wanted to use the Poison Great Sage to cultivate. As long as he finished his battle with the Poison Great Sage, he wouldn't have to go to the Sea of Poison anymore. Do you really think I'm qualified to make a bet with you now? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. Not bad, kid, but that's all there is to it. Roaring, the Great Sage of Poison unleashed another attack. Before, there was only 1 poison dragon, but now there were 9. The 9 venomous dragons were 9 layers of attacks, and their destructive power was 9 times stronger than before. and 9 times more toxic than before. However, this time, Ling Xiao didn't do anything. The 9 poison dragons were swallowed up by the 9 snake heads. Ling Xiao's 9 snake general beast soul advanced again, reaching the 2nd division of the life-seizing level. Ling Xiao's cultivation sea energy had also increased a lot, but it was not as fast as before. This poison won't hurt me. It'll only make me stronger. Ling Xiao stretched out his index finger and gestured at the great poison sage. Come on, let's continue. I want to see what kind of ability the great poison sage, who brags so much, has. You're forcing my hand, kid. The great sage of poison was truly enraged by Ling Xiao's provocation. In the blink of an eye, the violet poison around him turned blood red. The poison dragons vanished. In their place, the great sage of poison was an enormous, blood-red monster. Bloodblight Devil. As soon as the Bloodblight Devil was unleashed, the air was filled with deadly poison. The 2nd division life-sizer who was closest to the great sage of poison instantly turned bright red, and then was dissolved by the poison. Get away from him. Everyone screamed as they fled to a place where the Bloodblight Devil couldn't reach them. Now this is interesting, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Then, he transformed into his 9-snake general form. He was now an enormous 9-headed snake. Each of the 9 heads was larger than the Bloodblight Devil. Roar! The 9 snake heads stretched out at the same time and bit down on the poison Bloodseeker's body. The Bloodblight Devil let out a blood-curdling shriek. It wasn't as big as a 9-headed snake to begin with, and yet, it felt as if it were about to be ripped to shreds. The terrifying, blood-red poison entered the 9-headed snake's body, but it didn't cause any symptoms. In fact, it seemed to be growing more and more excited. It was almost as if the poison was the best nourishment for it. General 9 Snake's Beast Soul has reached the 3rd division of the life-seizing level. What Ling Xiao needed to do was more or less done. His Sea of Power was now at 40%. Now, he needed to work hard on the Ice Paragon catalog. Without saying a word, he summoned his Golden Phoenix incarnation and sent it to hide behind him. At the same time, he continued to attack the Great Sage of Poison. The Great Sage of Poison didn't suspect anything, and could never have guessed that Ling Xiao had something even more powerful up his sleeve. All he wanted to do was cripple the 9-headed snake. Even as he opened his door, the Golden Phoenix incarnation stabbed out with a deadly sword. The air suddenly turned cold. A snow-white stream of sword energy appeared in front of the Great Sage of Poison. Then, it pierced through the Bloodblight Devil and froze him. Roar! At this moment, the 9-headed snake opened its mouth and bit off the poison Great Sage's storage ring. At the same time, it also bit off one of the poison Great Sage's hands. However, the Great Sage of Poison was still a 3rd division life-sizer. He had actually used the Golden Cicada shedding its carapace, abandoning his Bloodblight Devil incarnation and fleeing with his true body. Ling Xiao had no intention of giving chase. As long as he got the Ice Paragon catalog, that was enough. After all, he was the bane of the Great Sage of Poison. Even if he ran into him again, he wouldn't fear him. When he turned to look for Lan Mei Devil to settle the score, he found that she and Empress Lan Meichen were gone. You old bastard. You sure ran fast. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. When Lan Mei Devil had suggested to the Great Sage of Poison, he had wanted to kill him. That bastard must have sensed the danger, so he quietly slipped away. Because the Baifeng and the others were worried about Ling Xiao's safety, they hadn't noticed when Lan Mei Devil and Empress Lan Meichen had fled. Well done, kid, the Great Sage of Poison said. Looks like I was being nosy. You really are stronger than me. Chapter 3151. Senior, you flatter me. I was just lucky this time. Ling Xiao smiled at the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Ling Xiao, you must visit the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace when you're free. Chi-Chi misses you very much. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor smiled. The Gold Phoenix Sword Palace had suffered a great loss in this trip to the Forbidden Grounds. Fortunately, they had obtained a large amount of spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs, as well as some high-quality Emperor-level weapons. It was considered good. Therefore, his mood wasn't too bad. However, What he wanted to do now was to pull Ling Xiao to his side. Even if he couldn't make Ling Xiao join the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace or become his son-in-law, it wouldn't be wrong to build a good relationship with him. I'll definitely visit when I'm free. Ling Xiao hadn't seen Jin Feng Chi-Chi for a long time. He indeed missed her. Then that's it. Goodbye. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor bid farewell to Jin Fengming and left. They had entered the forbidden grounds through the crack, but they could leave through the exit of the graveyard. It was very safe. Let's go too. Ling Xiao glanced at Yin Yu and said, Yes, we shouldn't stay here for long. Yin Yu nodded and everyone left the graveyard. When they felt the stimulation of the sunlight, they realized that they were already near Tianju town. We're finally out. There wasn't such good sunlight in the forbidden grounds. Long Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go to the town. Phantom might still be waiting there. There's also Long Chun and Cold Plum. I wonder how they are doing. Ling Xiao was still worried about his friends. It wasn't because he was worried about their safety. They had their own adventures, and they had come all the way here. They wouldn't die so easily. He wanted to see them as soon as possible because he wanted to refine the Heaven Tribulation fruit into Heaven Tribulation pills and give everyone a few. He had gained the most in the forbidden grounds this time. A 4,000-year-old Heaven Tribulation fruit. A 5,000-year-old Earth Spirit fruit. A treasure-level Emperor-level Ice Revered sword. In addition to the 5 Ghosts Mystic Technique, Emperor Overlord Sword, Ice Revered Catalog, and Exquisite Catalog, as well as a large number of medicinal herbs that could be used to refine the recovery pill. Of course, there were also a large number of middle-grade spirit stones, Heaven Calamity Jades, and other such items. Since he was the one who ate the meat, he should at least leave some soup for his friends. That's right, Falling Moon. You're experienced and knowledgeable. If you obtain the 9 catalogs, will you be able to cultivate a king-level offensive martial art? Ling Xiao looked at Falling Moon and asked. Not really. Falling Moon shook her head and said, This matter. I've heard the leader mention it before. The 9 Supremes catalog was only the key to opening the 9 Supremes Forbidden Land. With the 9 Supremes catalog and the Myriad Kingdoms catalog, one could head to the Forbidden Land of Death and activate the Forbidden Land of 9 Supremes. In addition to king-level martial arts, there were also a large number of treasures. Compared to the Forbidden Land of 9 Supremes, the Forbidden Land of Ice we've experienced this time pales in comparison. What is the Forbidden Land of the 9 Supremes? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Rumor has it that the 9 Supremes once went to the Forbidden Land of Death to open up a passage, hoping to connect the western region to the other 4 regions. Hence, the Palace of 9 Supremes was built there. Unfortunately, they encountered trouble later on. Other than Venerable Ice, the 9 Supremes all died there. They also left their martial arts there. Only the 9 Supremes catalog and the 9 Supremes catalog were passed to the western region through Venerable Ice. Not long after, Venerable Ice passed away as well. Many people believe that Venerable Ice's Forbidden Land is actually a weakened version of the Forbidden Land of 9 Supremes. It's a reminder to martial artists who intend to go to the Forbidden Land of 9 Supremes that it's incomparably dangerous. If one doesn't have the slightest ability, one must never go there rashly. If that's the case, the Forbidden Land of Death's existence is even older than the 9 Supremes? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. That's right. The Forbidden Land of Death was originally called the Immemorial Divine Tomb. Rumor has it that when all the continents in the mystic world were still whole, many ancient battles had already occurred there, leaving behind the tombs of countless human experts, mystical beast experts, and even demons from beyond. Falling Moon nodded and said, But what do you mean by asking about the Immemorial Divine Tomb? Do you want to go there? Better not. That place, even the Sword God wouldn't dare to go there easily. The corpses of past experts gave birth to many terrifying monsters. Their strength is much stronger than those in Venerable Ice's Forbidden Land. I definitely have to go, because there's a very important person waiting for me on the other side of the Immemorial Divine Tomb. No matter what, I have to go find her and reunite with her. Ling Xiao was working so hard to increase his strength, besides achieving his great ambition of unifying the mystic world. Another recent goal was to find the Moon Maiden as soon as possible. Forget it. It's probably useless to stop you. I'll tell you about the situation of the immemorial divine tomb. The immemorial divine tomb isn't always open. There's a giant door that the 9 Supremes built that leads to the immemorial divine tomb. This door is to protect the martial artists of the 9 Supremes, to prevent the monsters of the immemorial divine tomb from invading. It will open every once in a while, allowing the martial artists of the 9 Supremes to enter the immemorial divine tomb to search for treasures and increase their strength. When the time comes, all the qualified experts of the 9 Supremes will head there. This time, you've also seen a few experts of other forces, but once the door to the immemorial divine tomb opens, you'll see many more experts than that, and they'll be much stronger. I'm afraid that even the sword god Dugubajian will head there personally. Besides, Dugubajian is just a small character in the eyes of the other forces, not even worth mentioning. When Falling Moon said this, she couldn't help but smile sweetly. The leader of our 9 Defiance only needs a finger to easily crush Dugubajian to death. Then I don't understand. Logically speaking, with the Sword Dynasty being so weak, shouldn't it have been destroyed by the other 8 forces long ago? How can it still exist peacefully? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. That's because the Sword Dynasty still has a stabilizing force. He's the great-grandfather of the sword god Dugubajian. The Ice Dynasty, which once bordered the Sword Dynasty, attempted to invade the Sword Dynasty. They've already arrived at the Sword Dynasty's capital. A terrifying sword energy was released from the Imperial Palace, and even the Ice Dynasty's emperor couldn't resist it. Thus, he retreated. From then on, for a long time, no one dared to provoke the Sword Dynasty. After more than 100 years, the Ice Dynasty attacked again, of course thinking that the Sword Dynasty's experts were already dead. But it was almost the same scene. This time, the Ice Dynasty's emperor was directly killed. Not only did that person not die, he became even stronger. Although the Ice Dynasty's emperor wasn't its strongest expert, he was an absolute symbol. With him killed, the Ice Dynasty naturally collapsed. From then on, the other 9 forces, including the Ice Dynasty, no longer dared to attack the Sword Dynasty. This situation has been going on for nearly 1,000 years. Falling Moon explained, I didn't expect the Sword Dynasty to have such an old man. How old is he? Ling Xiao frowned and said, logically speaking, he should be dead already. No one knows whether he's dead or not, but what's certain is that even if the owner of the sword energy is dead, the remaining power is still there, and it can still make the Sword Dynasty struggle at death's door. Chapter 3152. I hope he didn't die. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Ling Xiao revealed an excited smile. Seeing this, Yin Yu and the rest were speechless. Did this guy not know fear? Hearing that there was an expert, he was actually so happy. In that case, as long as the door to the immemorial divine tomb opens, we can head to the immemorial divine tomb? Ling Xiao did not feel that there was anything wrong with his excitement at all. If there were no experts to challenge, he would feel very anxious. Not at all. Yin Yu shook her head and said, Legend has it that on the other side of the immemorial divine tomb, the 4 great regions possess terrifying existences that we can't imagine. And the existence there controls everything about the immemorial divine tomb. When the door to the immemorial divine tomb opens, the 2 envoys will appear and hand over the divine tomb token to the person they think is qualified to enter the immemorial divine tomb. 2 envoys? Divine tomb token? This divine tomb token, can the people of the Sword Dynasty also obtain it? Ling Xiao was very curious. Of course, in the past, the number of divine tomb tokens obtained by the 9 great forces was basically about the same. The difference was not too great. But later on, because the martial artists of the Sword Dynasty were too weak, they died when they went. Not a single person returned alive. Probably the 2 envoys felt that it was too wasteful. From then on, they only symbolically gave the Sword Dynasty 3 divine tomb tokens, leaving it up to the ruler of the Sword Dynasty to decide who to give it to. They couldn't even be bothered to care. Yin Yu smiled bitterly and said, and the other 8 great forces, at least, have over 1,000 divine tomb tokens. This gap is really a bit too great. Looks like even with the sword god's great-grandfather holding down the fort, the Sword Dynasty still can't produce any decent talents. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. Isn't this all because of the Sword Dynasty's own sins? With the management method of the Sword God Hall, if a slightly outstanding talent refuses to obey their orders, they will be directly killed by them, strangled to death in the cradle. It would be strange if they could develop like this. Yen Yu said hatefully. Are those martial artists who didn't return all dead? Ling Xiao asked. That's unknown. In any case, the martial artists of the Sword Dynasty have never returned after going there. Among the 3 people who went there recently, one of them was the Sword God's brother. That person's talent was much stronger than the Sword God's. If he was here, he wouldn't have let Sword God be the emperor. But even that person never came back. What about the other forces? Are they the same? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I'm not too sure about that because the various forces are very strict with the information about the primordial divine tomb. I'm afraid we'll have to investigate the specific situation carefully. Falling Moon replied. I see. No matter what, I have to go to the Heavenly Sword Hall. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the Sword Dynasty Imperial Capital. Whether it was for the Divine Tomb token or for the evading Sword Light Steps, he had to make a trip. As they spoke, they arrived at the small town. Suddenly, Enchanting Shadow darted out from the shadows, looking very nervous. Not good, Longxiang. Your father is in trouble. Phantom said anxiously. What happened to that old man? Longxiang was very respectful to his father. Although his words were indecent, his anxious look showed his own thoughts. 3 days ago, the brothers in the Longxiang tribe sent news that the Longxiang emperor was ambushed and seriously injured. Although the ambusher was killed, the Longxiang emperor's injuries are very serious. It's very likely that he was poisoned. Phantom continued, previously, I met Longchen and Cold Plum. After they received the news, they immediately went to the Longxiang tribe. I waited here for you to come out just to inform you of this news. Ambushed? Could it be Xiang Man's accomplice? Longxiang frowned. It doesn't matter whether it's Xiang Man's accomplice or not. What's important is that the Heavenly Sword Hall won't miss this excellent opportunity to conquer the Longxiang tribe. All along, the Longxiang emperor had been the spiritual symbol of the Longxiang tribe and was also the strongest expert. Now, he's seriously injured and even on the verge of death. The people of the Longxiang tribe will definitely change their minds. Only when you go back can you take charge of the overall situation. Falling Moon said to Longxiang. That's right. I want to go back. I want to go back immediately. Longxiang turned to leave. Bifeng, Qingqing, Phantom, you guys go with Longxiang. I have to report to the chief about the situation in the forbidden area. Then I'll go to the Longxiang tribe to meet up with you guys. We can't let the Longxiang tribe fall into the hands of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sword Hall will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Falling Moon said immediately. Ling Xiao had already released Chong Qingqing from the Beast Ring. As for Domineering Blade, because of his serious injuries, he had to stay inside to recuperate. After I finish refining the Heavenly Tribulation Pill, I'll go to the Longxiang tribe. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Aren't you going to the Imperial Capital to get the evasive Swordlight Step and Godgrave Medallion? Now that the Imperial Capital is defenseless, it's a good opportunity. Falling Moon asked curiously. There's no rush. Big Brother Longxiang's tribe is in trouble, so I can't not go. If a third-level life-sizer appears, you guys won't be a match except for me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Compared to the Godgrave Medallion and the Godgrave Medallion, friends were more important to him. I can't thank you enough. We'll take our leave first. Longxiang was very touched. He cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and turned to leave. Falling Moon also left. He had to report first, so he had to hurry up. Watching everyone leave, Ling Xiao disappeared into the darkness. In the Heaven End ancient ruins, he found a safe place to start refining pills. He had to go to the Longxiang tribe. First, for his good brother Longxiang. Second, Longchun and Cold Plum were there. He couldn't rest assured. Third, the Longxiang tribe was powerful, which was the key to his rule of the Sword Dynasty. Regardless of the reason, he had to go personally. Of course, before that, he had to finish refining the pills. These pills could definitely improve everyone's strength by another level. Ling Xiao used less than 2 hours to refine the Heavenly Tribulation Pill and Healing Pill. After that, he quickly flew to the Longxiang tribe. On the way, he began to study the hegemonic sword. Once he mastered this mid-level general-level martial art, combined with the demon dragon sword and revered ice sword, its power would be much stronger than the 5 ghost mystic arts. Help! After flying for an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao had comprehended the hegemonic sword to the beginner level. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Was it Jin Feng Chi? He was all too familiar with this voice. After all, this little girl had been noisy by his ear for a long time. But this was clearly deep in the mountains and forests, and there was no one in sight. What was this little girl doing here? Although he was confused, he couldn't ignore it. He opened his Taiji eye and looked down. He saw Jin Feng Chi being chased by a group of people. These people were wearing the clothes of the Sword God Hall. Although Jin Feng Chi was much stronger than when she was in the Demon Dragon Sword Court, she was no match for these people. She could only run and shout. Chapter 3153. You're so annoying. Don't chase me. Jin Feng Chi was scared out of her wits. She took advantage of the fact that her father and second brother were in the forbidden area and her eldest brother wasn't around to play. In the end, she encountered these big bad guys. They actually kept chasing her. The few guards who were secretly protecting her were all killed by these big bad guys. They were so strong. They were all martial artists at the peak of the 18th level of hell. Although she had already worked very hard, her cultivation was only at the peak of the 16th level of hell. The gap was too big. She was no match for them at all. Seeing that the distance between them was getting closer and closer, Jin Feng Chi panicked. Father, I won't run around anymore. Save me. Big brother, second brother, come and save me. However, this place was not close to the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. There was no one to respond to her cries. Hee, little girl, it's useless. No one will appear in this kind of deep forest. Just obediently submit. The Demon Dragon Sword Court has now completely become our Heavenly Sword Hall slave. Your Golden Phoenix Sword Palace can't be an exception, so obediently come back with us to be a hostage. The Heavenly Sword Hall expert chasing behind let out a mocking sneer. No. Oh right, there's still Big Brother Ling Xiao. Big Brother, save me. I knew you would definitely come. Jin Feng Chi's admiration for Ling Xiao was definitely no less than her father's. Now that danger was approaching, other than her family, the first person she thought of was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao? That guy has probably already died at the hands of the Heavenly King. The Heavenly Sword Hall person was still mocking proudly. And even if he comes, so what? He's not our match at all. When the time comes, we'll cut him into pieces and kill him in front of you. Oh? I'd like to see how you'll cut me into pieces. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared and blocked the path of the pursuers. Big brother, you really came. Jin Feng Chi's eyes were filled with heart-shaped patterns. She was extremely excited. She really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually appear when she just casually shouted. Could it be that Ling Xiao was really a guardian angel bestowed to her by the heavens? You're Ling Xiao? Humph. I'll kill you and collect the reward. Brothers, go. Before the Heavenly Sword Hall warrior could finish his words, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and he could no longer make a sound. A sword light pierced through his throat with unerring accuracy. Big brother, you're so powerful. Jin Feng Chi instantly forgot her fear, clapped her hands and shouted excitedly. The remaining 4 people pounced on Ling Xiao at the same time. Idiot. Die. Ling Xiao clenched his fists, activating his black tortoise physique. Above his fist, a terrifying magma-like existence condensed. The remaining 4 people were completely incinerated. Only 4 storage rings were left. Ling Xiao stepped forward and picked up all 5 storage rings. There weren't many mid-grade spirit stones inside, only about 100,000 in total. However, there were 5 Heaven Calamity Jades, which was not bad. Big brother, how did you know I was here? Jin Feng Chi asked excitedly. Let's not talk about this for now. Hurry up and eat the healing pill. Then change into clean clothes. I'll send you back. Ling Xiao sighed. This little girl was too playful. Otherwise, with her aptitude, It was impossible for her to have such a low cultivation. Okay. After eating the healing pill given by Ling Xiao, Jin Feng Chi took out a clean set of clothes from the storage ring and changed into them. Then, she was carried on Ling Xiao's back and flew in the direction of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. Xiao Jin was soaking in the blood of the immemorial demonic beast and couldn't fly for the time being. Ling Xiao didn't know where the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace was before. After hearing what Jin Feng Chi said, Ling Xiao knew that it was the only way to the Dragon Elephant tribe. Moreover, the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace had a very good relationship with the Dragon Elephant tribe. With Jin Feng Chi around, Ling Xiao naturally received a warm welcome when he arrived at the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. At this time, the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, Jin Fengming, and the others were not there. They had all gone out to look for this little girl. Chi-Chi's mother told Ling Xiao to stay for a while, so she used a special method to summon everyone back. Ha ha ha, so it's brother Ling Xiao. Fortunately, you bumped into this little girl. Otherwise, something big would have happened, and I would owe you another favor. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor laughed and descended from the sky. He strode towards Ling Xiao. Behind him, there were two other people. One was Jin Fengming, whom Ling Xiao knew. The other person felt even more terrifying than Jin Fengming. Ling Xiao didn't know him. He heard from Jin Feng Chi that he was her elder brother, Jin Fengyan. It's just a small matter. I happened to meet her on the way to the Dragon Elephant tribe. Chi and I have a very deep friendship. How could I not help her? Ling Xiao smiled. Anyway, thank you. I heard about the Dragon Elephant tribe when I came back. The Heavenly Sword Palace is getting more and more overboard. Not only are they targeting the Dragon Elephant tribe, they aren't even willing to let the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace off. It seems that I haven't been angry all these years. Do they really think that I'm easy to bully? The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor's face turned cold. Let's go. This time, I'll go with you to the Dragon Elephant tribe. One more person means one more force. There's no need for that. As long as the sword god Digubajian doesn't go personally, I think I can handle this small matter. Ling Xiao said, You don't understand. The Heavenly Sword Palace claims to have one god, one sage, and 5 emperors. But in fact, their hidden strength isn't limited to this. For example, the Poison Great Sage. Although he left the Heavenly Sword Palace, he still listens to the royal family. The Heavenly Sword Palace isn't the only Heavenly Sword Palace in the Sword Dynasty. There are also 3 provinces and 6 ministries. The highest officials of the 3 provinces are all Sword Saint experts. Their strength is even more terrifying than the sword god Digubajian. The highest officials of the 6 ministries are all Sword Saint experts. According to their official positions, they are actually on the same level as the Sword God Hall Master. These people usually don't participate in the battle, but this time, the situation is special. They might not necessarily not participate. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor reminded, by helping the Dragon Elephant tribe, I'm actually helping the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. I even have no doubt that if the Dragon Elephant tribe is destroyed or conquered, the next unlucky one will definitely be the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. I see. Ling Xiao instantly frowned. He didn't expect the Sword Dynasty's strength to be so terrifying. He had underestimated these people. He might be able to kill 2 Sword Saint experts by himself. However, if the other party's military strength was too strong, he would need help. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor was indeed a great help. Thank you, Senior. Ling Xiao said gratefully. Ha ha ha, that's right. Then, let's not delay. It's already late, and it's very dangerous to travel. Let's set off tomorrow morning. What do you think? Chapter 3154. The path to the Dragon Mammoth tribe was a dense forest, and at night, it was only a matter of time before some vicious demonlings appeared. Not even Sword God would dare to travel at night in such a situation, and neither would Ling Xiao. If he died along the way, he wouldn't be of any help. In his opinion, the fact that the Dragon Mammoth tribe had been able to survive for so long under the pressure of the Sword God Hall meant that they had some special ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been called a tribe of warriors so easily. Even if the Dragon Mammoth Emperor was poisoned, he wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Yang Qi nodded. No problem. Let's head out tomorrow. All right. In that case, you have to enjoy a good meal here. Madam, tell the servants to prepare the banquet. I wonder what the Dragon Mammoth tribe is going to be like. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix said excitedly. Yes, husband, Yang Qi said. The banquet was quickly prepared, and all of the experts from the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace were present. The Golden Phoenix Sword Palace was usually just as famous as the Devil Dragon Sword Court. But now that Ling Xiao was here, he realized that the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace was actually stronger than the Devil Dragon Sword Court. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix was in the 3rd division of the life-seizing level. As for Yang Qi's wife, she was at the peak of the 2nd division of the life-seizing level. And with Jin Fengyan and Jin Fengming, there were 3 Sword Emperors. There were also a dozen Sword Emperors, all of whom were present at the banquet. After 3 rounds of wine, Madame Golden Phoenix smiled and said, Husband, I heard that this young heroling is very strong. He's ranked 2nd on the bounty list, with a bounty of 20 million mid-grade spirit stones. Would it be possible for him to put on a show at the banquet? Madam, that's a good idea, but Brother Ling isn't a circus performer. How could we let him put on a show? Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix frowned. Father, Jin Fengming said, why don't you allow me to spar with young hero Ling? That way, we won't be insulting the honored guests. At this point, Jin Fengyan rose to his feet. You don't like it? Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix said with a smile. Looking at Ling Xiao, she said, this brat just doesn't believe me. Brother, why don't you teach him a lesson? I wouldn't dare to teach you a lesson, but I don't mind sparring with you. Ling Xiao couldn't refuse him, so he stood up and agreed. Jin Fengyan walked to the center of the banquet hall, as if she was afraid that Ling Xiao would go back on his word. Since they were sparring to liven things up, they wouldn't leave the banquet. Anyway, the banquet hall was very spacious. Ling Xiao smiled and walked to the center of the banquet hall. He cupped his hands at Jin Fengyan and said, Please enlighten me. Big brother, be careful. My brother Yin is very powerful. He cultivates the medium general level martial art, Raging Flame's divine sword. Jin Feng Chi shouted nervously from below. Chi, what are you shouting for? There's no way he'll lose. Jin Fengming shook her head and said, You don't know how scary the big brother you know is? Jin Fengming, it seems that your courage has shrunk even though you've made a breakthrough in your cultivation. Don't think that I'll lose just because you lost to Ling Xiao. I don't even care about Empress Lan or Mei Chen, let alone a mere Ling Xiao. Jin Fengyan said coldly. When he asked to spar just now, he looked polite. But now, he seemed to have revealed his true colors. Empress Lan and Mei Chen are nothing. Jin Fengming curled her lips and said, I advise you to take it easy. Don't embarrass yourself too much. Humph. Jin Fengyan snorted and ignored Jin Fengming. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, To be honest, I really don't welcome you. Originally, my Golden Phoenix Sword Palace and Heavenly Sword Hall got along well. But when you came, my father wanted to help the Dragon Elephant tribe and fall out with Heavenly Sword Hall. I don't agree with that. Yenner, what did you say? The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor frowned. Father, I have a request. If I defeat Ling Xiao, please take back your order and give up on the plan to go to the Dragon Elephant tribe. I can't watch you get cheated. Jin Fengyan looked at the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor and said, How dare you talk to your father like that? The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was so angry that his face turned green. For the sake of the big picture, I can only do this. Jin Fengyan looked righteous, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, there was only disgust. His sister was almost taken hostage by Heavenly Sword Hall. Heavenly Sword Hall had killed more than 7 or 8 people from the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. Even now, he could still say such things? How cowardly was he? Sword Emperor, please think of the big picture. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor didn't expect that most of the experts at the banquet would support Jin Fengyan. Even his beloved wife sighed and said, Husband, Heavenly Sword Hall is too powerful. We can't afford to offend them. You have to think twice. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor's face turned gloomy. He was actually being controlled by his wife, son, and subordinates? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Good, very good. Jin Fengyan, you have improved. You are capable. All right, I promise you. If you can defeat Ling Xiao, I will immediately withdraw my order. Not only will I not help the Dragon Elephant tribe, I will also directly join the Heavenly Sword Hall. Like the Devil Dragon Sword Court, I will become a servant of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor laughed. No one knew if it was out of helplessness or mockery. You are all bad guys. You bullied Father. Big Brother, you must beat Brother Yin. Father dotes on him the most and gives him all the resources first. I didn't expect him to do this. Jin Fenkiki shouted in grievance. Ling Zhao's brows furrowed tightly. He didn't care about other things, but if someone dared to make Jin Fenkiki suffer, he wouldn't let it go. Gold Phoenix Flame. Ling Xiao suddenly looked coldly at the eldest son of the Gold Phoenix Sword Palace. What's the matter? Jin Fengyan said coldly. You made Chi-Chi cry. Are you ready to be taught a lesson? Ling Zhao's tone was indifferent and casual. In fact, he didn't care about Jin Fengyan at all. Originally, he had only intended to put on a show and play around, but now that things had developed to this point, he was a little surprised. He definitely wouldn't show any mercy. Ha 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 ha. You really think you're something? My father called you brother, and you actually dared to accept it. Do you really think you're on the same level as my father? Jin Fengyan laughed. Since he had already revealed his true purpose, there was no need to hide it anymore. On the same level? Of course not. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, are you willing to be under my command and be my vanguard to destroy the Heavenly Sword Hall? He suddenly looked at the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor and asked loudly. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, I'm willing. He had already seen Ling Zhao's strength when he was in the Forbidden Grounds. This kid's talent was definitely unseen for thousands of years. It would be easy for him to surpass the Heavenly Sword Hall. The Sword Dynasty would be his sooner or later. Ling Xiao would never enslave martial artists like the Heavenly Sword Hall. Why wouldn't he agree? Chapter 3155. What? Everyone, including Jin Fengming, thought Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix was crazy. Jin Fengyan felt that his father was being unreasonable. Father, the fate of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace rests on your shoulders. How dare you do something like this? The Golden Phoenix Sword Palace doesn't belong to you alone. Jin Fengyan shouted. So you're saying you want to usurp the throne? Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said coldly. How many benefits did the Sword God Hall give you that you can disown your own father? Father, even if I did take benefits from the Sword God Hall, it would still be beneficial to the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. You're dragging the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace into the abyss of hell. Jin Fengyan actually admitted to it shamelessly. You don't care if your sister is being hunted down by the Sword God Hall? Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix said coldly. If you weren't so stubborn, Sword God Hall wouldn't have resorted to such methods. Jin Fengyan said confidently. I think you're really hopeless. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix looked at his eldest son with disappointment. He had spent a lot of effort in grooming him to be his successor, and he was far more talented than Empress Lan and Mei Chen. Perhaps it was because he had spoiled and protected his son too much that he had ended up in this state. Brother Ling Xiao, there's no need to save face for me. As long as you don't kill him, you can do whatever you want. Sword Emperor Gold Phoenix sighed. Father, do you think I'm still the same Jin Fengyan? I might still be in the second level of life seizing, but I've already mastered the Flaming God's Word. Furthermore, His Majesty the Emperor gave me a high-quality Emperor-class sword, the Heavenly Demon Sword. There's no way this Ling Xiao is a match for me. Jin Fengyan laughed so loudly that the entire banquet hall was filled with his maniacal laughter. However, his wild laughter came to an abrupt end. Ling Xiao had appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. A finger was pressed against his throat. You know what? If this was a fight to the death, you would already be dead. Ling Xiao didn't attack. He simply looked at Jin Fengyan with disdain. That was a sneak attack. What kind of skill is that? Jin Fengyan brandished the Sky Demon sword in her hand and stabbed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao instantly returned to his original position. Sneak attack? To deal with you? Do I even need to use a sneak attack? Idiot! Use all the moves you can. Today, I will teach you how to behave. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Jin Fengyan, arrogant and condescending. Damn it, you dare to look down on me? Even His Majesty the Sword God said that I'm a rare pillar. Jin Fengyan was furious. She waved the Sky Demon's sword in her hand, and a raging flame sword soul appeared behind her. He charged towards Ling Xiao. If he really said that, then it can only mean that the sword god you speak of is just a blind man. Ling Xiao said coldly as he easily dodged Jin Fengyan's attack. Impudent! You're not allowed to insult my bowl. Jin Fengyan roared and attacked even faster. It had to be said that, in terms of pure strength, he was one of the top second-stratum life seizers. However, this brat's combat experience was far too lacking. According to Ling Xiao's calculations, even the Earth Emperor or Emperor Tsongtsong could easily kill him. Flowers grown in greenhouses might be beautiful, but they couldn't stand the test of time. What's the point of being able to dodge? If you've got guts, come fight me. Jin Fengyan attacked dozens of times, but couldn't even touch Ling Xiao's clothes. She was starting to get angry. Why don't you just say that you can't even touch me? What makes you think you're qualified to fight me? You're a piece of trash. Ling Xiao didn't give Jin Fengyan any face at all. Not only did he want to defeat Jin Fengyan, but he also wanted to crush his arrogance beneath his feet. If Jin Fengyan could be saved, he could mend his ways and become Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix's right-hand man. After all, no matter what, Jin Fengyan had to admit that Jin Fengyan was talented. If he couldn't mend his ways, then Jin Fengyan would sink into oblivion and become a cripple for the rest of his life. The people from the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace all had very unsightly expressions on their faces. They had no choice but to admit that Ling Xiao was right. Jin Fengyan couldn't even touch Jin Fengyan, yet he said that Jin Fengyan didn't dare to fight him. Wasn't that a joke? You don't want me to dodge, but you'll end up worse off. Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a mocking smile and stopped abruptly. Two of his fingertips caught the Sky Demon sword Jin Fengyan was thrusting at him. Jin Fengyan stabbed forward with all her might, but it didn't show any signs of loosening. She wanted to pull her sword back, but it didn't move at all. What are you still yelling about? That's all you've got? Can you bring the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace to glory? I think your sect will be wiped out the next day. You're just a piece of trash. Ling Xiao suddenly flung his hand. A huge force flung Jin Fengyan away. Jin Fengyan knocked over the table behind her and was blocked by the others. She stood up awkwardly with a dark expression, but Ling Xiao still stood there, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile, completely disdainful. Good, Brother Yin has been taught a lesson. Let's see if you still dare to bully me and disrespect Father in the future. Jin Fengkiki was actually very respectful to her big brother when she was young. However, her big brother had become very arrogant and rude in recent years. She didn't know what was wrong with him. She just wanted someone to teach her big brother a lesson so that he could return to how he used to be. He was laughing, but most of the people who supported Jin Fengyan were as black as the bottom of a pot. Is he a real genius? How can the gap be so big? No wonder Palace Master respects him so much. Some people were just blinded by Jin Fengyan's words at the beginning. Now that they saw Jin Fengyan being taught a lesson by Ling Xiao, they suddenly understood something. Good words were not as good as good deeds. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor didn't say much in recent years, but she made the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace survive well in this chaotic world. Especially the alliance with the Dragon Elephant tribe, it was the most wonderful thing. Heavenly Sword Hall didn't dare to underestimate the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. Jin Fengyan boasted as if he was the most outstanding young martial artist in the entire Heavenly Sword dynasty other than Dugu Shangjian. However, when he met a real expert, he immediately showed his true colors. Yin young Heroling, is the second expert on the bounty list. It's not appropriate for you to look down on him like this. You'd better use your real trump card. You haven't used your blazing divine sword martial technique yet, right? Madame Jinfeng was really good at talking. She made it sound as if her son was defeated not because Ling Xiao was powerful, but because her son was merciful. Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of this woman. However, because she was Jin Fengkiki's mother, she didn't say anything. Jin Fengyan was really angry. He roared and his whole body's power erupted. Terrifying flames kept boiling. The blazing divine sword merged with the sky demon sword. The sky demon's sword in his hand turned into a huge sword that was as tall as a person. Terrifying sword chi flew around the banquet hall. Didn't you say you were going to spar? Big brother, are you going to fight to the death? Chapter 3156. Why? Are you afraid that I'll kill him? Jin Fengyan mocked. Big brother, you've misunderstood. I'm just afraid that you'll get yourself killed. You're no match for Ling Xiao. It's not too late to stop now. Jin Fengming sighed. However, the more he said this, the angrier Jin Fengyan became because he had been completely underestimated. That feeling of depression was enough to drive him crazy. Shut up. I'll let him see what the flaming divine spear is. Jin Fengyan roared, and the sword in his hand began to condense terrifying energy. Flaming instant kill. He suddenly disappeared. His entire body and the huge sword turned into a fiery light that shot towards Ling Xiao. At that moment, Jin Fengqi didn't even see how Jin Fengyan attacked. Madame Jin Feng nodded in satisfaction. As long as he used this move, even if Ling Xiao had thousands of abilities, it would be meaningless. He would definitely be killed. Ling Xiao looked at this attack with contempt and didn't even move. He just stood there, and red patterns that looked like magma appeared on his body. It hadn't been long since he cultivated the king-level black tortoise divine body. He hadn't tried out how strong his defense was. Today, he would use Jin Fengyan's attack to test it out. In terms of attack power, Jin Fengyan was definitely as strong as the Tianjue King. Therefore, when they saw that Ling Xiao wasn't moving, Jin Fengming and Jin Fengqi both stood up nervously. Only Sword Emperor Jin Feng sighed. He knew that this battle was about to end. The one who lost in the end was of course his son, Jin Fengyan. He didn't know if he should be happy or helpless. This was the battle that made him feel the most conflicted. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being merciless. Jin Fengyan saw that Ling Xiao didn't dodge, and the anger in his heart burned even more. He didn't stop at all, and directly bombarded Ling Xiao's body with a heavy blow. Clang! It was as if a sharp blade had collided with a thick iron plate. Jin Fengyan's arms were in extreme pain from the impact. The web between his thumb and index finger split open, and the sky demon's sword in his hand fell to the ground. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Terrifying. What level of defense is this? Even a mid-level general realm martial art couldn't break his defense? Then his defensive martial arts should be at least at the peak of the general realm. The Sword Dynasty doesn't have any martial arts at the peak of the general realm. How could he have cultivated it? As expected of the person ranked second on the bounty list, this guy is too strong. No wonder he doesn't even care about Empress Lan Meichen. I've already said that Empress Lan Meichen is nothing. She can't even take one hit from him. She was so scared that she turned around and ran. Jin Fengming said helplessly. He was obviously telling the truth, but no one believed him. He was really helpless. What's the use of having a strong defense? Your attack is definitely nothing. Jin Fengyan was still roaring. Pa! Jin Fengyan's response was a resounding slap. Jin Fengyan was sent flying by the slap, and the door of the banquet hall was sent flying dozens of meters away. This guy was lying on the ground like a dead dog, panting heavily, and his eyes were filled with resentment. If it weren't for the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor pleading with me, I wouldn't be wrong to kill you for what you did today. I'll spare your life. Think about it carefully. I'll destroy the Heavenly Sword Hall sooner or later. Follow me or follow the Heavenly Sword Hall to the end. You can choose for yourself. Ling Xiao said in a clear voice, then turned around and returned to his seat to taste the delicious food. Big brother, you're too powerful, but I'm still very grateful that you didn't kill my brother. Although he's bad now, he's still my brother. I really hope that he can love me as much as before. Jin Fengqi, this silly girl, really made herself contradictory. She didn't know whether to be happy or cry. Jin Fengqi, don't be hypocritical there. You're not my mother's biological child. You're a bastard, and your mother is also a bastard. How can you be as noble as my mother? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Jin Fengyan struggled to stand up and roared with extremely vicious words. Shut up. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor's voice became extremely cold. Scram! If you dare to say another word, I'll kill you. Kill me? Father, have you forgotten who I am? If you dare to kill me, the Heavenly Sword Dynasty won't let you off. Jin Fengyan was extremely arrogant. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor frowned. How could he do that to his own son? As the saying went, even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own children. He wasn't a vicious father. He doesn't dare to kill you, but I do. Although he didn't know what was going on, Jin Fengyan dared to call Jin Fengkiki a bastard. Just this alone was enough to arouse his killing intent. The reason why he didn't do anything was purely to give face to the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor and Jin Fengkiki. The two of them still treated that guy as their family. Enough, Yenner. Don't talk nonsense. Go back. At this moment, Lady Jin Feng spoke. Jin Fengyan seemed to listen to her. He glared at Ling Xiao fiercely, then turned around and left. I'm sorry, brother. It was supposed to be a good banquet, but it ended up like this. Sigh. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor was helpless. He originally wanted to entertain Ling Xiao, but who knew it would end up like this? He was also helpless. Senior, you don't have to do this. The promise you made earlier is enough. Ling Xiao asked the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor in front of so many people if he was willing to be under his command. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor actually agreed. It took a lot of courage for him to do so. Ha ha ha, you're right. From today onwards, the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace will listen to you, Ling Xiao. We're in the same boat now. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor wouldn't regret what he said. At this moment, the voices of opposition had become very weak. After all, Jin Fengyan was too useless. Ling Xiao's performance was too outstanding, so they couldn't pin their hopes on that useless person. It's already late. Brother, go back and rest first. Tomorrow morning, take the Golden Phoenix Falcon of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. It will be faster and won't delay your rescue of the Dragon Elephant tribe. Since the banquet had already ended up like this, there was no way to make up for it. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor could only do his best in the upcoming battles. However, there were still some troubles for him to deal with. He had never thought that there would be so many people in the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace who wanted to join the Heavenly Sword Palace. He had to settle this quickly. Otherwise, who knew what Jin Fengyan would do after he left? Ling Xiao followed Lady Jin Fengkiki to his room. After chatting for a while, he sent Chi-Chi back to her room and returned to his room to continue cultivating. He didn't need to sleep now. As long as he calmed down and meditated, the effect was better than sleeping. Chapter 3157. In the dead of the night, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside Ling Xiao's door. His expression changed slightly. He knew that the situation was not good. However, he did not understand what had happened. Thief, get out here. Suddenly, an angry roar came from outside the door. Ling Xiao could tell that it was Jin Fengyan's roar. He did not expect that he would have the strength to shout after only 2 hours. Ling Xiao sneered, stood up, and pushed the door open. Outside the door, there were people everywhere. Almost everyone in the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace was here. There were experts in front, and even Madame Jin Feng was present. However, the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, Jin Fengming, and Jin Feng Chi-Chi were nowhere to be seen. In the distance, there were crossbowmen with strong bows. The tips of the arrows were all aimed at him and could be fired at any time. What? Jin Fengyan, haven't you suffered enough? Ling Xiao looked at Jin Fengyan mockingly and asked with a smile. So what if I'm beaten to death? You dared to assassinate my father. No matter what, I won't let you leave the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace alive today. Jin Fengyan snorted coldly. Assassinate the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then, he frowned and said, The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor is dead? Why are you still pretending? Before my father died, he left a death message and wrote your name on the wall with blood. If you didn't kill him, who else could it be? Jin Fengyan roared. He seemed very sad and angry. Young hero Ling, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect that you would treat my husband like this in the end. Madame Jin Feng wiped her tears and said miserably, I'll ask again. Is the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor really dead? Ling Xiao ignored the pretense of the mother and son. He had already guessed what had happened. It was obvious that the mother and son had wanted to rebel for a long time. Since Ling Xiao was here today, they could frame them. As for assassinating the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, it was very simple for Madame Jean Feng. They slept together, so she could put something in their supper or tea. Even the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor wouldn't be able to retaliate. What a pity. A hero of a generation had died at the hands of such a slut. It was truly a pity. Of course my father is dead. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you for revenge. Jean Fengyan roared again. Where are Qi and Jean Fengming? Ling Xiao asked again. They fainted from grief. Naturally, someone will take care of them. Don't tell me you want to kill them as well? To think that my sister is so devoted to you. Jean Fengyan said coldly. Haha, it's really like the guilty party complaining first. I'm afraid you were dissatisfied with Sword Emperor Jean Feng's decision to follow me today. So you finally released your wild ambition and joined forces with that bitch Madame Jean Feng to assassinate him, right? None of the people present were idiots. How could they not know how to analyze the situation? Even if I wanted to assassinate Sword Monarch Gold Phoenix, with his strength and Madame Gold Phoenix, how could I succeed so easily? Jean Fengyan. Oh, Jean Fengyan, do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Ling Xiao mocked. In fact, he was stalling for time. He was using his soul power to search for Jean Fengming and Jean Fengqi. Fainting from grief? They must have been imprisoned. Before the battle, he had to save the two of them first. Bullshit. My mother and father have always had a good relationship. Why would she assassinate my father? Jean Fengyan roared. Haha, have a good relationship? Unfortunately, Qi told me something yesterday. It turns out that she and Jean Fengming are just half-siblings with you. Sword Monarch Gold Phoenix already had a wife. She was Jean Fengming and Jean Fengqi's mother. It was just that she was never pregnant. Later on, Sword Monarch Gold Phoenix married another concubine. She was your mother, the current Madame Jean Feng. She gave birth to you. Unexpectedly, not long after, his legal wife, who was never pregnant, gave birth to a son and a daughter. However, not long after giving birth to the children, she died mysteriously. Your mother then replaced the legal wife and became Madame Jean Feng. Sword Monarch Gold Phoenix has always suspected that your mother killed his legal wife. Therefore, although he and your mother are friendly on the surface, their relationship is not good. Ling Xiao said indifferently, So what? I am the eldest son, and my mother is the legal wife. The Golden Phoenix Sword Palace will be mine sooner or later. What reason do I have to kill my father? Jean Fengyan said angrily. I didn't quite understand at first, until you said yesterday that Qi's mother is a slut, and your mother is so noble. I had a bold guess. Your mother is actually from the Heavenly Sword Hall, and she is very likely a princess. Is there a mistake? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Anyway, you are going to die today. Take this question with you to the underworld forever. Shoot the arrows. Jean Fengyan's expression did not look good because Ling Xiao was right. However, even though he had ordered them to shoot arrows, there were only a few who actually shot arrows. The reason why those people surrounded Ling Xiao was purely to take revenge for Sword Monarch Gold Phoenix. They did not want to listen to Jean Fengyan. However, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, they were a little hesitant. Eldest young master, let's investigate this matter thoroughly before making a decision. The Sword Emperor of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace stood out and said, although his cultivation was not high, his status was not low. He was the uncle of Sword Monarch Gold Phoenix. Investigation? Third Grandpa, do you also suspect that my mother and I killed my father and then framed this kid? Didn't you support me to submit to the Heavenly Sword Hall before? Jean Fengyan asked in disappointment. That's not the same thing. I supported you to submit to the Heavenly Sword Hall because I considered the overall situation of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. However, the Palace Lord is my nephew. His death cannot end in a muddled manner. This old man was quite principled. Enough. Old man, shut up. Sword Monarch Gold Phoenix is already dead. Now, I have the final say in the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. Whoever dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. Madame Gold Phoenix completely lost her weak and gentle facade. She was furious. Her cultivation had always been on par with Sword Monarch Gold Phoenix. In fact, her cultivation was even higher. All these years, she had been compromising because she wanted to find a way to take over the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace without being suspected. But now, it seemed her plan had failed. Since that was the case, she had no choice but to reveal her true identity. "That's right," she said. "I'm the princess of the Sword Dynasty, Dugu Beijian's younger sister, and Dugu Shengjian's aunt. Don't tell me you people want to rebel?" Her domineering attitude caused the martial artists of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace to back away in fear. In the face of a third master life-sizer, their resistance was like trying to smash an egg against a rock. "Did you kill the palace master?" Although many of them were backing away, they were still going to get justice for Sword Monarch Gold Phoenix. "So what if I did? What can you do to me?" Madame Gold Phoenix didn't bother hiding the truth anymore. Since the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace was so stubborn, she would kill them all tonight. Chapter 3158. Revenge? You think you have what it takes? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Madame Jinfeng sneered. With a wave of her hand, a terrifying force exploded in the air, setting off a series of wails. Hundreds of nearby martial artists, including some who were in the first division of life seizing, were sent tumbling backward. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly turned and left. Trying to escape? Yen'er, let's chase him. Madame Jinfeng knew very well that the key to tonight's matter was Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao was killed, everything would be easy. If Ling Xiao escaped, it would be troublesome. Even if he slandered Ling Xiao in the future, anyone with half a brain would be able to see that there was something fishy going on. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. However, did Ling Xiao really escape? Of course not. He had found Jinfeng Qiqi and Jinfeng Ming and was going to save them. After saving them, he would have nothing to worry about. Only then could he fight Madame Jinfeng. Madame Jinfeng was very fast. This woman had actually cultivated the sword light steps. In an instant, she had caught up to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had the cosmic light tiger beast soul transformation, and coupled with the earth elemental golden light technique, he was able to maintain a certain distance. However, he couldn't shake her off. That's it. Ling Xiao blasted open a room, where Jinfeng Qiqi and Jinfeng Ming were chained and couldn't break free. You want to save them? Those shackles are made of 1,000-year-old cold iron. Unless you have a precious emperor weapon or a key, it's impossible to open them. Madame Jinfeng revealed a look of contempt. However, in the next moment, she was dumbfounded. A sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. It was the precious emperor weapon, the ice-revered sword. With this sword, the shackles were instantly cut, and Jinfeng Ming and Jinfeng Qiqi were free. "You bitch, I'm going to kill you." Jinfeng Ming's attitude was very agitated. It seemed that she knew the truth of the matter. "Not only did you kill my mother, you also killed my father. I will tear you into pieces." Jinfeng Qiqi, on the other hand, cried until her tears were almost dry. The appearance of this little girl really made one's heart ache. Ling Xiao sighed and kept them into the beast ring. These two people were no match for Madame Jinfeng. If they were exposed, they would become the target of the enemy's attack. "You're not running?" Madame Jinfeng looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly. "Escape? Why should I run? Do you think you can kill me?" Ling Xiao mocked. "That's true. You possess the ice-revered sword, a treasured emperor artifact. Indeed, it is frightening. However, do you really think that you can defeat me with a single weapon?" Madame Jinfeng said disdainfully. "Supreme ice sword to kill you? You think too highly of yourself." As Ling Xiao spoke, he put away the Ice Supreme Sword and took out the Demon Dragon Sword. Although they were both in the third level of life seizing, Madame Jinfeng only had 20% of her power. The Great Sage of Poison had 100% of his power. There was no comparison between the two. Ling Xiao had used the Ice-Revered Sword to deal with the Great Sage of Poison, but there was no need for it to deal with Madame Jinfeng. "Are you looking to die, brat?" Madame Jinfeng's face darkened. She was the princess of the Sword Dynasty, and she was being looked down upon. She was a third-level life-sizer, yet she was being looked down upon by a first-level life-sizer brat? Mother, catch the heavenly demon sword. Jean Fengyan tossed the heavenly demon sword to Madame Jean Feng. The moment Madame Jean Feng caught the sword, her aura became fierce, like a sharp blade unsheathed from its scabbard. She brandished the heavenly demon sword, and her martial soul roared. A terrifying energy swirled around the sword as Madame Jean Feng transformed into a cold beam of light that stabbed toward Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao was completely enveloped by the sword. Madame Jean Feng's speed and strength far surpassed Jean Fengyan's. When she used the same move, it was more than 10 times stronger than Jean Fengyan's. She was also very shrewd and ruthless. She definitely wasn't a flower raised in a greenhouse. I'm afraid that quite a number of people have died under her sword. Boom. The sword energy stabbed Ling Xiao's black tortoise divine body. Although it didn't break through the defense, it sent Ling Xiao flying. He slammed heavily into the wall behind him. That was strong. That's the effect I wanted. Ling Xiao's body was embedded in the wall. His head was drooping, but he was secretly happy. Dealing with trash like Jean Fengyan was too boring. However, if it was Madame Jean Feng, she would be of great help to his cultivation. Is he dead? The people from the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace finally arrived. When they saw Ling Xiao flying, they were all worried. They knew that if Ling Xiao died, it would be the end of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. They would either completely submit to the Sword God Hall and become traitors, or they would be killed by Madame Jean Feng. Isn't it too extravagant for us to pin our hopes on a young man? But now, other than him, no one can help us. That's right. Madame Jean Feng killed our palace master. No matter what, this grudge can't be avenged. At most, we'll die in battle. The death of the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor united the people of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace again. Because they saw the truth. They saw what would happen if the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace joined the Sword God Hall. Now, they would rather die than serve the Sword God Hall. They would rather fight until their last breath like the Dragon Elephant tribe. Don't worry, he's not dead yet. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor's third uncle said calmly, this young man might really become the savior of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. No wonder our palace master was willing to join him. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao raised his head slightly and revealed a sinister smile. A layer of armor quickly covered his body. It was the Beast Soul transformation. This time, he used the Universal Tiger Beast Soul transformation. Madame Jean Feng was too fast. Only the Universal Tiger could barely keep up. The people of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, who were originally worried, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. They were even ecstatic. He's too powerful. He was sent flying by Madame Jean Feng's sword. Not only was he not injured, but he also became stronger. This must be the legendary Beast Soul transformation. No wonder he's not afraid of Madame Jean Feng. Ling Xiao chose to transform because he really wasn't Madame Jean Feng's match if he didn't transform. For this woman to be able to achieve her current status and strength, she really wasn't simple. So what if he transforms? There's indeed an increase, but he's still no match for me. Madame Jean Feng sneered. She stepped forward and used the sword gleam step. Her body seemed to have turned into a ghostly sword gleam. She disappeared and appeared at times. The sword gleam stabbed toward Ling Xiao at an incredible speed. He walked out of the wall. He looked at his opponent coldly. His body showed no signs of dodging. Is he crazy? This sword is even more powerful than the previous one. The people of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace began to worry. All of you shut up and watch obediently. This is a true peerless genius. Remember his every move. He might become our strongest ally in the future. Chapter 3159. Everyone shut their mouths. The next moment, they opened their mouths again. However, they did not speak. Instead, they were dumbfounded. What did they see? They saw the Sky Demon Sword in Madame Jean Feng's hand being clamped by Ling Xiao's 2 fingers, unable to move. This scene was familiar. Jean Fengyan's expression was extremely ugly. Not long ago, Ling Xiao had controlled the Sky Demon Sword in his hand and sent him flying. Princess Dugu, I don't think there's any difference between you and your useless son. Ling Xiao mocked as a terrifying power burst out from his hand. It passed through the sky demon sword and seeped into Madame Jinfeng's body. Madame Jinfeng's body seemed to have completely lost control as she flew backward. She could not even hold onto the sky demon sword. However, the only thing that made her better than Jin Fengyan was that she had mastered the evading swordlight steps. Just as she was about to fall, she suddenly flew into the sky, avoided the wall, and stabilized herself. Oh, interesting. You're slightly stronger than your precious son. Ling Xiao mocked. Jin Fengyan, it seems like your mother doesn't even trust you. She's unwilling to teach you such a powerful movement technique like the evading swordlight steps. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made such a fool of yourself previously. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was trying to sow discord, Jin Fengyan still felt that his words made sense. His gaze towards Madame Jinfeng became cold. Mother, why? He roared. Idiot, don't let others sow discord between us. You're my biological son. Madame Jinfeng frowned. So what if I'm your biological son? I'm not the only son you have, right? Jin Fengyan said coldly. Do you really think I don't know anything? You're willing to become a tool of the Sword Dynasty. From the age of 16 until now, you've already married 3 husbands, and each of them gave birth to a child. I've investigated. Your husbands were all killed, and even your children were not spared. Originally, I still hoped that you truly loved me and doted on me, but today, I understand. After you killed my father, you were going to kill me too, right? Otherwise, why didn't he teach me the swordlight steps? Furthermore, I've thought about it carefully. Although I don't agree with my father, I definitely don't have any thoughts of killing him. But you poisoned him to death and then came to me, asking me to frame Ling Xiao with you. You actually know about it? But those people are all dead. How did you find out? Madame Jinfeng was obviously very surprised. Unfortunately, you are a spy from the Sword Dynasty in the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, and the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace has spies in the Sword God Palace as well, and their positions are quite high. Jin Fengyan sneered. Isn't it good for you to continue being a stupid son? Only fools can live longer. Madame Jinfeng looked at Jin Fengyan coldly and said, I really didn't have the intention to kill you. Anyway, an idiot like you can be used by me at will. But I really didn't expect you to become so smart all of a sudden. You might have forgotten that when I was 13 years old, a child came to the Sword God Palace. He was about the same age as me. The person who brought him here was the great poison saint. At that time, that child sparred with me. He relied on the sword light steps to beat me by luck. This was originally a small matter, but mother, when I found out that you knew how to use the sword light steps, I understood. In the end, you didn't treat me as family. Otherwise, you would have taught me the sword light steps when I was 13 years old. Jin Fengyan said coldly, I didn't expect you to remember such a small mistake. It seems that I was too careless. After Lady Jin Feng said that, she suddenly turned around and charged towards Jin Fengyan. Under the sword light steps, his speed was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he was above Jin Fengyan's head. The sharp sky demon sword pierced down. Jin Fengyan had no intention of resisting. He had betrayed his father and been abandoned by his mother. His life was in a mess. Death might be a kind of relief. It's too easy to die. You should live to atone for the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Then, a golden light flashed past. Madame Jinfeng was forced to retreat. Ling Xiao, why did you save me? Father is already dead. I don't have the face to live in this world anymore. Jin Fengyan shook his head. It's still uncertain whether the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor is dead or not. Even if he's really dead, you should bear the responsibility. I don't think I saved you. I just didn't want you to die so easily. Many people here still treat you as the young master of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. Only a coward would choose to die. Ling Xiao glanced at Jin Fengyan coldly. Without saying anything else, he turned around and charged toward Madame Jinfeng. He held the sword in his right hand, but his left hand formed a strange handprint. Then, he struck out with his palm. A malicious spirit howled and charged toward Madame Jinfeng. Insignificant skills. It's not worth mentioning. Madame Jinfeng did not take the malicious spirit seriously at all. The sky demon's sword in her hand shook and stabbed at the malicious spirit. However, the malicious spirit was extremely agile. It slid past the edge of the sky demon's sword and grabbed Madame Jean Feng's head with its sharp claws. "Damn it," Madame Jean Feng said. She had no choice but to back up. She was a third-division life-sizer, and yet she was being suppressed so badly by a nobody like Ling Xiao. It was depressing. "Didn't you say you were strong? Why do you only know how to run?" Ling Xiao said mockingly. Madame Jean Feng didn't want to escape either, but Ling Xiao's series of attacks were beyond her expectations. It made her feel extremely shocked, and she was already panicking. What move is that? It's so strange, but so powerful. The martial artists of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace were all shocked. Ling Xiao's strength could no longer be described as a mere genius. He was close to the peak of the Sword Dynasty. "Damn it! Do you really think I, the princess of the Sword Dynasty, would be afraid of you? Fine. Since you want to die, why don't you let me go? Then I'll show you how terrifying the Jade Empress sword technique is." Madame Jean Feng had thought that her plan had been exposed, and she would just run away. However, Ling Xiao's relentless pursuit didn't give her a chance to escape. Furthermore, she was very unwilling to accept the failure of her mission. Therefore, she thought of using the Jade Empress sword technique. The Jade Empress sword technique and the Emperor Hegemon sword were known as the two ultimate techniques of the Sword Dynasty. However, the Emperor Hegemon sword could only be cultivated by men, while the Jade Empress sword technique could only be cultivated by women. The malicious spirit was getting closer and closer. Madame Jean Feng's clothes swelled and then shrank. Her true energy condensed in the sky demon sword. She stabbed out with the sword. The Jade Empress's smile is charming. Chapter 3160. The sword intent of the Jade Empress's charming smile was seduction. When the sword intent exploded, it could even affect the enemy's soul. The sword technique was not luxurious, but the sword intent was very ruthless. Moreover, the sword was extremely fast. It instantly pierced through the malicious ghost and stabbed towards Ling Xiao. Hee, good sword technique. As expected, the Jade Empress's charming smile is charming, but I have more than one malicious ghost. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and put away the demon dragon sword. Both of his hands formed seals at the same time, and the malicious ghosts were constantly released. Although such malicious ghosts could not be sustained, and each of them could only attack once, there were many of them. Like a tide, they bombarded the sword chi. Madame Jean Feng's sword chi could not advance at all. Instead, it began to collapse. At this rate, Madame Jean Feng's defeat was only a matter of time. Boom, 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 boom. The battle between the two caused the nearby buildings to collapse and collapse. However, all of this was no longer important. Everyone in the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace understood that only when Madame Jean Feng was defeated could the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace be saved. Otherwise, once Madame Jean Feng defeated Ling Xiao, no one in the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace would be a match for Madame Jean Feng. At this time, no one noticed that Jean Fengming, who had been watching the show, had disappeared. Everyone was focused on the battle between the two of them. Your sword chi is indeed very strong, but you can destroy 10 or 50 of my malicious ghosts. But how are you going to block 100 of my malicious ghosts? Ling Xiao's advantage was that his inner strength was very thick, much thicker than the average person's. Coupled with the replenishment of pills, he could easily do what Onishi Tianhai could not. Boom. Finally, Madame Jean Feng's sword chi was completely shattered, and the remaining malicious ghosts pounced on Madame Jean Feng. At this time, Madame Jean Feng had no time to dodge. Dozens of malicious ghosts hit her body, and she was sent flying again. This time, she did not even have time to use the swordlight step. Her body crashed into a building and was embedded in the wall. She was in a worse state than Ling Xiao. Haha, this is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. How did you treat me just now? I'll let you have a taste of my power. However, your Queen of the Jade Sword technique is really not up to par. Is there nothing stronger? If not, I'm going to end this battle. Looking at Madame Jean Feng's sorry state, Ling Xiao did not chase after her. Killing Madame Jean Feng was very easy. He had many methods to do so. However, he hoped that Madame Jean Feng could come up with a stronger attack to help his cultivation see continue to rise. Do you see that? This is called strength decides everything. No matter what Madame Jean Feng's scheme is, in the end, she is no match for Ling Xiao. Everything has become meaningless. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor's third uncle sighed. On the other hand, if Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough, he would probably be dead by now. If that was the case, the truth would be forever buried in lies, and no one would ever know about it again. The people of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace felt relieved when they saw this. Everyone was actually toyed with by this woman. If not for Ling Xiao's arrival, their Golden Phoenix Sword Palace would have been ruined by this woman. This made them both angry and guilty. The emotions in their hearts were very complicated. Boom. At this moment, Madame Jean Feng, who was embedded in the wall, suddenly rushed out. At this moment, her entire body was surrounded by sword light, but her face was shrouded in black gas. She seemed to have suffered a great humiliation and wanted to tear everything in front of her apart. Die. All of you. Die. Madame Jean Feng roared mechanically and then rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and formed 3 seals in a row. 3 malicious spirits flew through the air. However, to his surprise, Madame Jean Feng's body seemed to have suddenly disappeared. When the figure reappeared, it was already in front of him, stabbing at his throat with a sword. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had never underestimated any enemy. Although he was surprised, his body had already reacted reflexively. He turned into a golden dragon and forcefully moved to the side by about 10 meters. Madame Jean Feng's sword missed. How strange. Is this the evading sword light steps? It's indeed powerful. If only I could learn it. When Ling Xiao heard about the evading sword light steps from Yinyu, he had wanted to obtain it. Today, when he saw Madame Jean Feng use it, he was even more expectant. He observed that Madame Jean Feng's evading sword light steps had only been cultivated to the small success stage. If the small success stage was so powerful, how powerful would it be if it was cultivated to the transformation stage? Was this the most powerful movement technique of the Sword Dynasty? He had to obtain it. Ling Xiao, the Emperor Overlord Sword, only has 1 move. However, the Jade Empress Sword technique has 3 moves. I am not talented, but I have already successfully cultivated the second move. I originally thought that this move would be used to deal with the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor. I didn't expect that the first person to see it would be you. With the evading sword light steps and my Jade Empress Sword technique, you have no chance of winning. Although you have already surprised me too many times, this is the end. As Madame Jean Feng spoke, she used the evading sword light steps to shuttle through the air. Every time she touched the ground or wall, her speed would increase, and the sword chi on the Sky Demon sword in her hand would increase. Interesting. Using the evading sword light steps to increase speed and power at the same time. Ling Xiao stood there without moving. He only observed his opponent's every move with a very calm heart. Ha ha ha. Do you know how powerful I am, kid? This is the difference between the royal family and you lowly commoners. You won't, but we will. You will, but we will too. Madame Jean Feng laughed wildly as if victory was already in her grasp. The violent wind began to wreak havoc. The places that Madame Jean Feng passed by were all in a mess. The martial artists of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace all avoided her, afraid that they would be implicated. Brat, you are indeed a rare genius, but if you were more tactful, you wouldn't have died. But you are too arrogant. You actually want to kill this princess. Well then, I will completely destroy your dreams of becoming a powerful expert. Madame Jean Feng's voice could be heard in the wind. Ling Xiao suddenly picked his ear with his little finger. So noisy. Can't you just attack? Damn you. You dare to bluff and look down on me? Then you can go to hell. Rumble. Madame Jean Feng stepped on the wall one last time, and then her target was Ling Xiao. The Sky Demon sword was already filled with a terrifying amount of true energy. The ground where Ling Xiao was standing had sunk several meters deep because of this. He had no choice but to hover in the air. Jade Empress Sword Technique. Illuminate the Black Tortoise State. As Madame Jean Feng got closer and closer to Ling Xiao, the ground continued to crumble. It was a shocking scene. The people of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace were sweating for Ling Xiao. What a powerful attack! Could Ling Xiao block it? After all, this was the strongest attack of a third-level life-sizer. Chapter 3161. Swoosh. The extremely sharp sword chi pierced through the thin air, and a dazzling light shone in the entire Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. This attack is not bad, but I'll show you something fun. You'll definitely be very surprised. Facing this extremely ferocious sword chi, Ling Xiao smiled slightly. The demon dragon sword in his hand released the sword move that he had long prepared. The first move of the Emperor Overlord sword, breaking through the black tortoise state. Originally, there was only one move of the Emperor Overlord sword. However, Ling Xiao had fused the Emperor Overlord sword with his Five Ghosts secret technique in the past 2 hours to create the second move. However, the second move had just been created and was not skilled enough, so it was useless. However, the power of this move was enough to suppress the black tortoise state. Boom! A huge sword chi appeared in the sky, as if it could tear the entire black tortoise continent apart. The terrifying attack collided with Madame Jinfeng's attack, and they were in a stalemate for a moment. With an insufferably domineering aura, it completely shattered Madame Jinfeng's strongest attack. Then, the huge sword pierced towards Madame Jinfeng with an incomparably terrifying murderous aura. How could this be? Why do you know our royal family's sword principle? And why are you so strong? At that moment, Madame Jinfeng's face turned pale. She was in complete despair. Her strongest attack had been easily broken by Ling Xiao. What she could not accept the most was that Ling Xiao's move was actually their royal family's sword move. There's nothing to be surprised about. I accidentally killed Dugu Xiong and got it from him, Ling Xiao said indifferently. As he spoke, the terrifying sword chi had already pierced through Madame Jinfeng's body. Madame Jinfeng's body swayed and fell from the sky to the ground. Blood flowed out of her mouth. Mother. Although Jin Fengyan hated his mother, they were still related by blood. He was still filled with sympathy and pity for Madame Jinfeng, who was about to die. He rushed over and helped Madame Jinfeng up. However, at that moment, Madame Jinfeng used the last of her strength to strangle Jin Fengyan's neck. She looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Let me go, or I'll kill him." "Are you an idiot? He is your son, my enemy. What does his death have to do with me?" Ling Xiao said sarcastically, "What's more, given your current situation, he was most likely captured by you willingly. Otherwise, he would be more than capable of killing you." After speaking, Ling Xiao continued to walk towards Madame Jinfeng. This woman had to be killed. The princess of the Sword Dynasty was quite strong. If he didn't kill her now, she would become a problem in the future. He might not be afraid, but his friends might not be so strong. "Ling Xiao, can you let me send her on her way?" Jin Fengyan suddenly said. This surprised Ling Xiao. "You can do it?" Haha, at the last moment, I still sympathized with her and wanted to save her. But what about her? But you want to use me as a hostage? How disgusting. That's right, she's my mother, but she doesn't deserve to be my mother. She killed my father. I want revenge. Jin Fengyan was in complete despair. He had lost all hope for this woman. "If you can't do it, I can do it for you. Even if you treat me as an enemy in the future, it doesn't matter." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "You don't have to fight. Let me, the palace master of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace, do it." Suddenly, the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, who was supposed to be dead, walked out with Jin Fengming's help. It turned out that Jin Fengming had left just now to take the antidote that Ling Xiao had given her. The poison in the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor's body was most likely from the Poison Great Saint. Ling Xiao had come into contact with the Poison Great Saint before, so it was easy for him to make the antidote. "You're not dead. How can you not be dead?" Madame Jinfeng swayed and fell to the ground again. She thought that even if she died, killing the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor would be considered a contribution to the Sword Dynasty. However, when she saw the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor alive, her last bit of hope was completely gone. "Madam, I already knew your identity, but I thought that I could change your mind. But I was wrong. I was so stupid. I should have killed you earlier." Otherwise, my beloved woman wouldn't have died. If it wasn't for Brother Ling Xiao, I'm afraid that even I would have died. The person sleeping next to me is actually so vicious. It makes me feel bitterly disappointed and a chill run down my back. The Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor was filled with despair and anger. It's all over now. From now on, the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace will be loyal to the Eight Immortals Nation. Eight Immortals Nation? How do you know about the Eight Immortals Nation? Ling Xiao looked at the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor in surprise. Greetings, Your Majesty. Suddenly, a person walked out from the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace's martial artists. He knelt before Ling Xiao. You are? I'm Langya, a special soldier of the Eight Immortals Nation's Sharp Blade Special Force. I'm here to assist Your Majesty in ruling the Sword Dynasty. That person reported. TSK, Yang Qi said. I didn't expect them to do such a good job. Rise, Langya. Ling Xiao knew who the monarch of the Eight Immortals Nation was, and he also knew who the Eight Immortals Nation's general was. What surprised Yang Qi was that Wolf Fong wasn't weak. He was actually a First Division life-sizer. How could someone like that be recruited by the Eight Immortals Nation? Of course, Yang Qi had no idea that Langya and the other special forces had only joined the Eight Immortals Nation because of him. The stronger he got, the more talented the Eight Immortals Nation would be able to recruit. You, how dare you try to usurp the throne? Dream on. My big brother won't let you get away with this. Madame Golden Phoenix shouted. You're about to die, Yang Qi said. What's the point of yelling? Your sword dynasty is targeting the Dragon Mammoth tribe, and you're going to end up in a quagmire of war. It's time for us to take over. Ling Xiao looked at Madame Golden Phoenix with a mocking expression. Madame Jean Feng roared angrily. Because her injuries were too severe, she actually died while roaring. She had died with her eyes wide open. Since we're all here today, I have an announcement to make. Brother Langya came to the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace a long time ago and tried to persuade me to join the Eight Immortals Nation and become Ling Xiao's subordinate. Supported by Jean Fengming, Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix stood there weakly, but his voice was loud and clear. Back then, I didn't know much about Brother Ling Xiao. But after what happened in the Paragon Ice's Forbidden Land, and after what happened today, I was completely convinced to join him. I want to help the Eight Immortals Nation unify the Sword Dynasty. We'll do as you say, Empress. Everyone was shouting. In some ways, Ling Xiao should be thanking Madame Golden Phoenix. If it weren't for him, it wouldn't have been easy to unite the warriors of the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace. Very well, Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix said. For now, don't spread word about what happened here. We'll wait for Emperor Ling Xiao's orders before we do anything. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 3162. Ling Xiao was only the emperor of the Eight Immortals Kingdom on the Black Tortoise Continent, so he didn't reveal his identity as the Celestial Emperor. He wanted the Eight Immortals Kingdom to rule over the Black Tortoise Continent, and then let the Celestial Empire swallow it up. Otherwise, the Celestial Empire's influence on the Black Tortoise Continent would attract a lot of attention. That wouldn't be a wise thing to do. It would be normal for local powers to fight each other. It's been a long night, Yang Qi said. Wolfong, you stay here and help the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace establish a connection with the Eight Immortals Kingdom. I still have things to do in the Dragon Mammoth tribe, so I won't talk to you. Ling Xiao patted Wolf Fong on the shoulder, then looked up at the sky. Wolf Fong couldn't be more excited. He had joined the Eight Immortals Kingdom purely because he worshipped Ling Xiao. Now he was seeing his idol in person. Furthermore, his idol was even stronger than the rumors said. How could he not be excited? Yes, sir. Understood. But there are 2 more things that I need to report to you. All right. Let's go to my room. Come with me, Sword Empress Gold Phoenix. With so many people around, there were many things that couldn't be said in public. When they arrived at the room, Wolf said that he had actually said 3 things, not 2. First, Wolf, head of the Razor Special Forces, had infiltrated the Devil Dragon Sword Court and contacted Sword 18th. He was ready to start a rebellion. Wolfhead was the strongest member of the Razor Special Forces, and had a cultivation base in the second stage of the life-seizing level. Second, Wolf Ear, Wolf Eyes, and Wolf Nose of the Razor Special Forces had infiltrated the Dragon Mammoth tribe to eliminate the rebels. They were preparing to help the Dragon Mammoth tribe deal with the Sword God Hall. Third, the gate to the primeval god Necropolis had opened, and the god and devil envoys had arrived at the 9 paragons. They were secretly selecting martial artists who were qualified to enter the primeval god Necropolis. These 3 things were very important to Ling Xiao, so when he heard the report, he looked very serious. Very well, I do know about these 3 things. Then, let's proceed according to your plan. You've done very well. As for the rebellion, wait for my orders. Yes, sir. After speaking, it was time for Ling Xiao to leave. Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, who was originally planning to head to the Dragon Elephant Division with Ling Xiao, didn't go with him. Firstly, the poison in his body had not been completely expelled, and his body was weak. Secondly, the Golden Phoenix Sword Palace needed to prepare for the uprising. At the moment, they had to keep a low profile. Otherwise, once they showed up on the battlefield of the Dragon Elephant clan, they would be exposed. Although they would lack a powerful fighting force, Ling Xiao reckoned that Xiao Jin's cultivation was about to end. This time, after Xiao Jin finished cultivating, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. When the time came, he would definitely be of help. There's no time to lose. I'm on my way now. Ling Xiao stood up and said, Wait a minute. Golden Phoenix Sword Monarch whistled and a Golden Phoenix Falcon descended from the sky. This Golden Phoenix Falcon is faster than a 4th Division life-sizer. If I ride it, I should be able to get to the Dragon Mammoth tribe quickly. Thank you. Ling Xiao clasped hands and bowed, then jumped onto the back of the Golden Phoenix Falcon. The falcon transformed into a beam of golden light that disappeared into the horizon. Along the way, Ling Xiao pulled out Madame Golden Phoenix's ring of holding. This thing, he did not decline the responsibility and took it for himself. In addition to the 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones and 5 heavenly tribulation jades, there were also 2 handwritten secret manuals, the Jade Queen Sword Technique and the Evasive Sword Luminous Steps. Ling Xiao had already guessed that they would be in there. After all, Madame Golden Phoenix's mastery of the Evasive Sword Luminous Steps wasn't high enough. Therefore, she would have to constantly refer to the manuals. Ling Xiao didn't need the Jade Queen Sword Technique, but if he used it to train his subordinates, he would definitely be able to create a large group of experts. And the Evasive Sword Luminous Steps was something he had always dreamed of. As soon as he got it, he began to study it. By the time the Golden Phoenix Falcon came to a stop, he had already mastered the Evasive Sword Luminous Steps to the minor level. It only took him an hour to do it. Compared to Madame Golden Phoenix, it was much faster. He looked down and found that the front was filled with a terrifying killing intent. Basically, there was a Sword Dynasty's army at every certain distance. This was clearly the rhythm of preparing to destroy the Dragon Elephant Division. It seemed that the Sword Dynasty's attempt to sow discord and cause internal strife had failed. They were furious and wanted to completely destroy the Dragon Elephant Division. The reason why the Golden Phoenix Falcon had stopped was because it was disturbed by the terrifying killing intent. Forget it. This place shouldn't be far from the Dragon Elephant Division. You can go back. Ling Xiao let the Golden Phoenix Falcon land and watched it leave. He then entered a small town at the edge of the battlefield. In the small town, he saw the secret signal left behind by the 8 Immortals' kingdom. Following this signal, he came to a small tea house. Your subordinates greet your majesty. This small tea house was actually an underground transportation station of the 8 Immortals' kingdom. Currently, it was in charge of sending the situation of the battlefield back to the headquarters. At the same time, it was also thinking of ways to rescue the warriors who were being chased by the Heavenly Sword Hall. In the secret room of the small tea house, Ling Xiao saw a few staff members. These people's strength was not as strong as Lang Ya's. However, they only needed to pass on information and think of ways to save people. They didn't need to be too strong. The escort mission and the mission to sneak into the enemy's rear were all done by the Sharp Blade Special Forces. Ling Xiao had created the Special Forces because of another memory in his mind. This was something that had never existed in the mystic world. He didn't expect that it would be used in the Eight Immortals' kingdom after being passed down from the Heavenly Empire. The things in the world were really interesting. Everyone, get up. Let's talk about the situation in the battlefield. Ling Xiao was more concerned about how his good brothers were doing. The battle is currently very intense, but at this stage, it is still a soldier-level battle. The warriors of the Dragon Elephant Division are brave and good at fighting. The warriors of the Sword Dynasty are numerous, so they are still in a stalemate. In addition, the Dragon Elephant Emperor's life is currently in danger. Although the poison is temporarily controlled, if it is not detoxified for a long time, it will be dead for sure. The Dragon Elephant Emperor has already announced that his son, the Dragon Elephant Emperor, will ascend the throne. Now that the Dragon Elephant Division has eradicated most of the rebels, they are united and ready to fight. However, the Sword Dynasty has sent a number of experts. The leader of the Sword God Hall, Dugu Shengjian, is the Great Sage of Poison, the Great Sage of the Ministry of War, and the Great Sage of the Ministry of Works. These four are third-stage life seizers. There are also 9 Sword Emperors, 2 of whom are from the Sword God Hall, and 7 of whom are generals. There are even more Sword Emperors and Sword Kings. At this point, the person in charge of the transportation station frowned. Although the Dragon Elephant Division is united, it won't be easy to defeat them. My advice is that you don't go. This is a war that cannot be won. Thank you for your concern, but my friends and brothers are there. You said that we cannot win, but that's not necessarily true. There are many factors that can affect the outcome of a war. Chapter 3163. After getting the information from the underground transportation station, Ling Xiao continued on his way to the Dragon Mammoth tribe. Up ahead was the battle zone, but it wasn't a large-scale battle. It seemed to be just a small skirmish between soldiers. Apparently, both sides were patient. He wondered if there was any other reason for this. Let me out, Ling Xiao. Domineering Blade's voice rang out from within the spirit beast ring. Not only had he recovered from his injuries, but he had also benefited from the heavenly tribulation pill and broken through to the second stratum of the life-seizing level. It was only natural that he wanted to come out and fight. Of the 9 defiants that Ling Xiao was friends with, 3 were in the second stratum of the life-seizing level. Of course, compared to the Sword Dynasty, they were still a far cry. Ling Xiao wanted to find a way to help the Dragon Mammoth tribe and Falling Moon break through as well. Once Falling Moon broke through, they would have a third stratum life-sizer on their side and would have a much better chance of winning the battle. Furthermore, Ling Xiao wanted to take over the Sword Dynasty, and he refused to believe that they wouldn't help him. Even if he helped them now, he would still be helping himself in the end. All right, I'll let you out. Ling Xiao released Domineering Blade. Although he didn't have to worry about food or clothing in the Spirit Beast Ring, and could still cultivate, it was stifling. The two of them continued onward. As soon as they entered the battle zone, they ran into martial artists from the Sword God Hall. They were blocking the only way to the Dragon Mammoth tribe, and if Ling Xiao wanted to avoid them, he would have to take the long way around. Therefore, he decided to force his way through. You don't have to do anything, Ling Xiao, Domineering Blade said. I'll clear the way. Domineering Blade was very clear about Ling Xiao's strength, so he wanted Ling Xiao to conserve his energy. It wouldn't be too late for him to act when he encountered a true expert. All right, Ling Xiao didn't refuse. After all, these trash soldiers weren't going to be of any help to his cultivation. Halt! Who's there? Ling Xiao and Domineering Blade were spotted as they approached the sentry post, and crossbows were already trained on them. Of course, they didn't listen and continued onward. Fire! Since they were disobedient, they were naturally enemies. The Heavenly Sword Hall martial art practitioners at the sentry post unceremoniously released their crossbows. However, the strongest person at this sentry post was only at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 18th level of hell. With such strength, he was not even qualified to injure Ba Dao, let alone Ling Xiao. He was still more than 10 meters away. Ba Dao suddenly raised the blade in his hand and chopped down. The terrifying saber chi split the entire sentry post into 2. The warriors of the Heavenly Sword Hall were either dead or injured. Don't leave anyone alive, in case they leak information, Ling Xiao said. Understood. Ba Dao was also very clear that this place was more than 10 li away from the dragon elephant tribe. If these people were to leak information and they were surrounded like dumplings, then it would be troublesome. Therefore, he directly dealt the finishing blow and killed all those who were still alive. The only person who had a storage ring was the martial artist at the peak of the 18th level of Hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao directly accepted it. Then, the two of them continued forward. They charged through the checkpoints like this. It could be said that they had overcome 5 difficulties and killed 6 generals. They killed all the way to the last checkpoint. The Heavenly Sword Hall was heavily guarded here. The strongest guard was actually an expert at the level of a Sword Emperor. He also had 4 Sword Emperor level experts under him. Do we still want to charge? Ba Dao asked hesitantly. Nonsense, we are already at the end. Can we still turn back? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, You are tired. Take a rest first. It's my turn now. All right. Ba Dao knew that he did not have the strength to face so many experts, so he ate a recovery pill and prepared to help at any time. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, walked in front and rushed towards the sentry post. Halt! The dragon elephant tribe is rebelling. We are stationed here and do not allow anyone to pass through. If you dare to take another step forward, we will kill without mercy. The Sword Emperor guarding the sentry post said coldly, General, something is wrong. There are at least 5 more checkpoints in front of us. How did this guy get through? One Sword Emperor at the side frowned and said, Not good. Enemy attack. The Sword Overlord General didn't think that someone would dare to go against the Sword Dynasty, but after hearing his subordinate's reminder, he immediately changed his mind. His expression changed drastically. He began to call out to his subordinates. The soldiers at the sentry post began to nervously and orderly set up a formation to block the path ahead. However, Ling Xiao did not think that the formation was meaningful at all. As he approached the sentry post, he suddenly punched out. The fist energy turned into hot lava and fell into the sentry post like a meteor. In that instant, more than half of the soldiers at the sentry post were killed. At that moment, the Sword Emperor General showed a look of fear. He understood what kind of opponent he had encountered. Everyone, back off. This guy is not an ordinary opponent. Life Caesars, stay behind. The rest of you, disperse. The Sword Emperor General roared and charged toward Ling Xiao. If he did not make a move, everyone at the sentry post would be killed. Good timing. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He liked to go against the strong. Although the Sword Emperor was no longer a threat to him, he was still stronger than the rest of them. The Sword Emperor General had a spear in his hand, and every move he made was deadly. Clearly, he knew that Ling Xiao was not someone to be trifled with, so he didn't dare to show any mercy. Wherever the spear was pointed, space would tremble, and a piercing sound would ring out. It was like a venomous dragon was stabbing toward Yang Qi. Not bad. Too bad you have to fight me. Ling Xiao sighed, suddenly feeling a sense of appreciation for talent. Originally, he could have just fought the Sword Emperor General head-on. But now, his body flickered, and he seemed to transform into a beam of sword light that vanished. When he reappeared, he was behind the Sword Emperor General. With one hand, he grabbed the Sword Emperor General by the neck, evading sword steps. How is this possible? That's a movement technique that only the Imperial family is qualified to cultivate. The Sword Emperor General felt the pressure on his neck, and his heart was filled with terror. So what if it's a martial technique from the Imperial family? I just used it for fun. As for you, you have a chance to live. Switch sides. Become enemies with the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Impossible. Why would I betray the Sword Dynasty? The Sword Emperor General shook his head. Stubborn? Huh? I like stubborn people like you. That's why I want to recruit you. But have you thought about the fact that the Sword Dynasty bullies the common people and oppresses the martial artists? As long as someone started something, it would definitely set off a prairie fire. At that time, Sword Dynasty would naturally be finished. Are you sure you want to stay on this rotten ship? As Ling Xiao tightened his grip, he continued to tempt the Sword Emperor General. What do the common people have to do with me? What do the common martial artists have to do with me? I'm only loyal to the Imperial family. The Sword Emperor General roared. Oh, is that so? Then I've misunderstood. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and tightened his grip. The Sword Emperor General, a first-cycle life-sizer, had his head lolled to the side. Dead. Chapter 3164. This time, Ling Xiao didn't kill them. There was no need to. Once they got past this point, they would reach the Dragon Mammoth tribe. Even if the enemy knew about them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Besides, he really did need people to spread the word about them. First of all, it would shake the Sword Dynasty's army. Second of all, it would make Ling Xiao even more famous. In the future, it would be much easier to do things. No one dared to get in their way. Instead, they stepped aside to allow Ling Xiao and Domineering Blade to pass. Even a Sword Emperor was killed by Ling Xiao in a single exchange. Who would dare to get in their way? That would be suicide. Quick, let's report this to His Highness the Crown Prince. Of course, the Crown Prince they were referring to was none other than Dugu Shangjian. Dugu Shangjian had personally appointed him as the Crown Prince. Not only was he strong, but he was also very much like Dugu Shangjian. That guy just now must be Ling Xiao, the guy on the bounty list. But how could he be so strong? He killed our general in a single exchange. Don't tell me he's already a sword sage? Who knows? But next time we run into him, we'd better avoid him. He's too fierce. I'm afraid only His Highness the Crown Prince is strong enough to deal with him. That's right. Although everyone was having mixed feelings, they all had the same idea. Avoid Ling Xiao if they ran into him. No one would take their own lives lightly. After passing through the final checkpoint, Ling Xiao and the others entered the territory of the Dragon Mammoth tribe. Warriors from the Dragon Mammoth tribe patrolled the area. Most of them were tall, with the shortest being about 2 meters tall. Because of that, it was easy to recognize them. The Dragon Mammoth tribe was generally strong. From what Ling Xiao could tell, the weakest of them was in the 18th level of the Hell of Yinyang. Of course, although they were strong, there weren't many who stood out. That was one of the reasons why the Dragon Mammoth tribe couldn't do anything about it. The Dragon Mammoth tribe had a population of 30,000, of which 20,000 were in the 18th level of the Hell of Yinyang. 10,000 were in the first division of the life-seizing level. As for the second division of the life-seizing level, there were only 2 or 3. Not a single third division life-sizer was present. Previously, when he heard Long Xiang talk about the situation of this tribe, Ling Xiao knew where their problem was. In the end, the battles in the profound world were basically showdowns between top cultivators. A peak martial artist could often influence a war. Without top-notch martial artists, no matter how strong the overall strength was, it was useless. Who are you? Ling Xiao and Ba Dao were quickly discovered. Of course, they didn't try to avoid it. After all, they were here to meet up with Long Xiang and the others, not to launch a sneak attack. They are young patriarchs' friends. At this moment, Phantom, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared. She excitedly looked at Ling Xiao and Domineering Blade and said, "Great, you guys are finally here. Big brother Domineering Blade, you actually broke through?" The members of the Dragon Elephant tribe knew that Phantom was their friend and comrade. Considering that she knew Ling Xiao and Domineering Blade, there was no need for them to be nervous. Instead, they smiled and welcomed their honored guests. After all, considering the circumstances, there was no one who would be willing to be friends with the Dragon Elephant tribe. Of course, there was no need to mention the people who had come to help the Dragon Elephant tribe. Ling Xiao and Domineering Blade had broken through their encirclement and come here to help them. How could they not be happy? "Yeah, I broke through," Domineering Blade said excitedly. "It's all thanks to brother Ling Xiao. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about this anymore. Bring me to see the Draco Elephant Emperor," Ling Xiao said. After all, Emperor Dragon Elephant's venom was one of the main reasons he was so anxious. "All right," Phantom said, nodding. Then she led the way. As the 3 of them left, the Dragon Elephant tribe members began to discuss the matter. One of them is in the first division of life-seizing, and the other is in the second division. They really are loyal. It's too bad we don't have any third division life-seizers. I can't believe 9 Defiance hasn't sent anyone. If 9 Defiance is willing to help us, We'll definitely win this war. AI, you're right. After all, our enemies are too strong. Reporting. All of a sudden, a dragon hawk descended from the sky, followed by a dragon elephant tribe member. What's going on? One of the sword emperors at the outpost was killed by a young man who just joined the dragon elephant tribe. Don't tell me it was him. Everyone immediately thought of Domineering Blade. Domineering Blade wasn't very old, just a bit older than Ling Xiao. Therefore, he could be considered a young man. As for Ling Xiao, they didn't believe that a first division life-sizer could defeat a sword emperor. By this point, Ling Xiao had followed Phantom to Emperor Dragon Elephant's residence. The people of the Dragon Elephant tribe liked to build stone houses, which were very different from other places in the Sword Dynasty. However, this kind of building looked quite beautiful. It was just a little simple. Is Falling Moon here? Ling Xiao asked casually. Upon hearing this, Phantom suddenly frowned. She didn't come? Ling Xiao said in surprise. That's strange. Not only did Big Sister Falling Moon not come, she even sent a carrier pigeon to deliver a letter. The letter contains 9 defiance orders, as well as her fingerprints. She wants all of us to leave and not help the Dragon Elephant tribe. Phantom sighed. It's fake. Ling Xiao said without hesitation. Falling Moon isn't that kind of person. Right. That's what we thought. That's why no one left. But we're all worried about Big Sister Falling Moon. We don't know what happened to her. Phantom was very happy to hear Ling Xiao's words. How much do you know about your own organization? And what about the leader? Ling Xiao asked as they walked inside. To be honest, I only know these people from the Sword Dynasty. I don't know anyone else. The only one who's been in contact with the leader is Big Sister Falling Moon. Hearing her description, the leader is a very respectable person. He's open-minded, powerful, willing to help others, and loyal. Phantom answered. Sigh, I hope I'm wrong. Ling Xiao had a very bad premonition and thought. In this world, there were always some people who were good at deceiving women. Although Falling Moon was a hero among women, it was inevitable that she would be deceived by some people. But now was not the time to think about that. Now, he had to solve the problem of the Dragon Elephant tribe as soon as possible. Younger brother Ling Xiao. Right at this time, a voice came over. Ling Xiao looked up and saw Dragon Elephant walking out of the stone house. Big brother Dragon Elephant, aren't you commanding the battle? Why are you here? Phantom asked doubtfully. It's nothing. Bai Fong is helping me command. I came to see father. Sigh. Dragon Elephant couldn't help but sigh when he mentioned his father. No need to sigh. With Ling Xiao here, are you afraid you can't save the old patriarch? Chapter 3165. That's right. How could I forget that Ling Xiao has the 9-snake General Bee soul? He should be able to detoxify the poison. Longxiang was excited when he heard that his father could be saved. Brother, come with me. I'll leave everything to you. He grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and walked into the stone house. The design of the stone house was pretty good. It looked like the residence of a clan leader. The Emperor Longxiang's body had turned black, and he didn't seem to have much time left. An old man was sitting beside the bed and mumbling to himself. He was dressed like a sorcerer. There was a young man beside him who was looking at the Emperor Longxiang anxiously. Brother, why are you back? The young man asked when he saw Longxiang. Xiang Fei, father can be saved. Longxiang said excitedly. He can be saved? The old man who was mumbling opened his eyes and looked at Longxiang curiously. Young clan leader, do you know what poison the old clan leader was poisoned with? The poison has spread all over his body. He will die in 2 days. Old shaman, don't worry. My brother can definitely save father. Longxiang was confident in Ling Xiao. The old shaman glanced at Ling Xiao and snorted disdainfully. What can an ignorant brat do? Brother, don't blame the old shaman. He's older than my father. He watched my father grow up. He has a bad temper, but other than that, he has no other shortcomings. Longxiang was afraid that Ling Xiao would be angry and quickly explained. It's okay. He won't scold me if I save him. Ling Xiao was not in the mood to be angry. All right, let's begin. Let me know if you need my help. Longxiang said. Ling Xiao nodded and was about to detoxify the Emperor Longxiang. However, he was stopped by the old shaman. Kid, do you know the identity of the person lying there? If you can't save him, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here alive. So, I advise you not to mess around. The old shaman said coldly. You don't have to worry about that. I'm quite confident. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Humph, you'll suffer if you don't listen to your elders. The old shaman stepped aside and continued to nag. Ling Xiao ignored him. Instead, he walked to the Draco Elephant Emperor and released his 9-snake General B soul. The 9-snake head stretched out and bit the Draco Elephant Emperor's body. Then, the jet-black liquid began to move towards Ling Xiao's body at high speed. Big brother, who is he? Xiang Fei asked as he approached Long Xiang. Ling Xiao, ranked second on the bounty list, just below the Flying Thunder God. Long Xiang explained. So that's Ling Xiao. Xiang Fei looked at Ling Xiao and was immediately filled with adoration. Someone who dares to look down on the Sword Dynasty is truly admirable. Unlike me, I'm not talented in martial arts and I'm timid. I have the heart, but I can't help. What a good-for-nothing. Xiang Fei, don't always call yourself a good-for-nothing. Learn from the old shaman. Even if you can't practice martial arts, you can become an expert in secret soul skills in the future. Long Xiang patted his brother's shoulder and smiled. Xiang Fei nodded and was elated again. While they were talking, the detoxification process had ended. The Draco Elephant Emperor's jet-black body had basically recovered its color. It was just a little pale, which was a sign of weakness. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while before he put a Heaven's Tribulation elixir into the Draco Elephant Emperor's mouth. Ling Xiao had originally only given this Heaven's Tribulation elixir to his good brother. However, in order to help the Draco Elephant Emperor recover its combat strength as soon as possible and have a higher chance of breaking through, he was generous. All right, the rest of you can leave. Only the Draco Elephant Emperor is here. Ling Xiao suddenly said after detoxification. Kid, what do you mean? The old shaman was so angry that he was fuming. That's what I mean. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I'm going to use a secret technique to detoxify the Draco Elephant Emperor. I can't let others see it. Can't I? Old shaman, you and Xiang Fei can leave first. Phantom, you and Ba Dao can go and help the Baifeng. The situation at the front line is very tense. Although the Draco Elephant Emperor didn't understand why Ling Xiao did this, since Ling Xiao suggested it, he would do as he was told. As the current chief, Xiang Fei and the old shaman couldn't disobey his orders. Old shaman, let's go. Brother Long Xiang is here. It's fine. Xiang Fei was an obedient child. He dragged the old shaman out of the room. Phantom and Ba Dao also left to join the battle. When there was no one in the stone house, Ling Xiao released his boundary martial soul to isolate the space inside and outside. Brother, what do you want to say? Can you say it now? The Draco Elephant Emperor wasn't stupid. He knew that Ling Xiao had something to say to him. Have you found the person who poisoned the Draco Elephant Emperor? Ling Xiao asked. Speaking of this, I'm angry. I used the Baifeng's plan to show weakness to the enemy and lure them out. Then, I caught all of them in one fell swoop. But none of them are the ones who poisoned my father. The Draco Elephant Emperor was annoyed. How dare you ask others to take care of the Draco Elephant Emperor for you? You're really bold. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Aren't you afraid that the old shaman or Xiang Fei are the ones who poisoned your father? Impossible. The Draco Elephant Emperor shook his head. How could they be? I didn't say that they were definitely the ones. However, at this stage, other than you and those who arrived after the Draco Elephant Emperor was poisoned, no one else can be trusted. If you really want someone to take care of the Draco Elephant Emperor, I think Phantom, Sister Qing Qing, or Brother Baifeng can do it. Ling Xiao reminded him. You're right. I was careless. How's my father now? The Draco Elephant Emperor asked hurriedly. Don't worry. The poison has been neutralized. Moreover, I gave him a Heaven's Tribulation pill. After the poison is neutralized, his strength should be able to break through. However, I have an idea. Don't announce to the public that the Draco Elephant Emperor was neutralized. I want to lure you into a trap and fish out the person who is plotting against you. Therefore, Leave the task of guarding the Draco Elephant Emperor to me. Ling Xiao said. It would be great if you're willing to help. The Draco Elephant Emperor said happily. All right, let's put this matter aside for now. It's settled. Tell me about the current situation of the Draco Elephant tribe. Ling Xiao had to decide what to do according to the situation of the Draco Elephant tribe. The current situation is not good. The Draco Elephant tribe said worriedly. Although the Draco Elephant tribe is strong, we only have 30,000 people in total. Moreover, there are too few top experts. The other party actually sent 4 Sword Saint experts. Even Dugo Shangjian is here. If it wasn't to recruit us, they would have launched an all-out attack. Now, they're just surrounding us without attacking. They want to wear down our fighting spirit and make us surrender. Chapter 3166. Enlistment? That's their real goal, isn't it? If they wanted to wipe you out, they would have done so already. Ling Xiao chuckled. But that's fine. If they want to enlist you, it'll be a good thing for the elders of the Dragamammoth tribe. I can take advantage of this opportunity to set up a few spell formations around the Dragamammoth tribe. Of course, the spell formations won't be strong enough to stop Life Seizers. But the Sword Dynasty's army won't be able to get in. When the time comes, the battle between armies will turn into a battle between warriors. That way, we'll have a good chance of winning. Won't the odds be low? After all, they have 4 Sword Sages, 9 Sword Emperors, and over 100 Sword Emperors. Dragon Mammoth said worriedly, What are you afraid of? I can handle 2 Sword Sages by myself. Plus, Little Gold can handle 1 Sword Sage as well. And once Emperor Dragon Mammoth recovers, he can handle 1. That way, the 4 Sword Sages won't be able to fight. As for the rest, don't tell me the Dragon Mammoth tribe isn't confident in dealing with them. You're a tribe of warriors, so if you can't handle them, I'll be very disappointed. Ling Xiao said, I'm only worried about the Sword Sages. If we can handle 4 Sword Sages, then the Dragon Mammoth tribe won't be afraid of the others. Very well. As long as you're confident in yourself. The Dragon Mammoth tribe really lives up to its name. I was right about you. Ling Xiao knew that the Dragon Mammoth tribe would suffer heavy casualties in this war. But when it came to protecting one's own people, there were always casualties. If the Dragon Mammoth tribe were all spineless weaklings, Ling Xiao wouldn't have bothered helping them. That was because the Dragon Mammoth tribe was so tough that the Sword Dynasty couldn't crush them. That was why they hadn't been taken down yet. In Ling Xiao's opinion, they were the only ones worth saving. After all, in the future, they would be the vanguard of his attack on cities and strongholds. The Dragon Mammoth tribe is very united, Dragon Mammoth tribe said. Even if there are some people with bad intentions, they won't dare to openly show it. Everyone is holding back their energy. They want to take revenge for the old patriarch. They want the people of Sword Dynasty to see how powerful they are. In fact, many people were already prepared to sacrifice themselves. Even if I have to bleed to the last drop of blood, I will never surrender. When Longxiang said this, he was rather proud. In the entire Sword Dynasty, other than the Dragon Elephant tribe, the rest had basically pledged allegiance to the Heavenly Sword Hall. But they didn't. They had always maintained their absolute independence. Maybe things aren't that bad. Ling Xiao smiled and said, As long as the array formation is completed, it won't be a problem to hold on for a month. I just need a lot of low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones, as well as some other materials. You have to prepare them for me. He made a list for Longxiang. After Longxiang saw it, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Oh my God, brother. Are you setting up a formation? This is simply robbery. Our Dragon Elephant tribe is not a rich tribe. I only have one question for you. Which is more important, the lives of the tribal warriors or these things? Ling Xiao asked. All right, I understand. Even if I have to sell everything I have, I will prepare all these materials for you. Longxiang had been in complete despair. He knew that if he didn't accept the Sword Dynasty's offer, it would be a bloody slaughter. The difference in size between them and the Sword Dynasty was too great, and they couldn't possibly win. But Ling Xiao had come to him, and he had found a straw to clutch at. Although that straw might not be enough to save his life, it had at least given him a glimmer of hope. Here are some heavenly tribulation pills. Take them, and I'll help you achieve a breakthrough. As the chief, the stronger you get, the better your chances of survival will be. Ling Xiao produced a heavenly tribulation pill and placed it in Long Xiang's hand. Long Xiang swallowed it. After that, Ling Xiao assisted him in his breakthrough. Before long, tribulation lightning appeared above the stone hut. Although many people knew that someone had broken through, they hadn't noticed that the tribulation lightning was actually two people's tribulation lightning. In the same moment that Long Xiang broke through to the second division of the life-seizing level, Emperor Dracomamoth broke through to the third division. As for heavenly tribulation jades, the Dracomamoth tribe had plenty, so there was no need for Ling Xiao to spend money on them. Benefactor. No one outside the stone hut knew what was happening inside. Because of the martial soul aegis, they couldn't see or sense anything. All they could see was that the tribulation lightning was fading away. In the stone house, Emperor Longxiang got down from the bed and knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. He even dragged Emperor Longxiang to kneel on the ground. Please rise, both of you, Yang Qi said. I can't accept such a grand gesture. Ling Xiao quickly helped them to their feet. Senior Emperor Dracomamoth, Big Bro Dracomamoth and I are brothers who have gone through life and death together. His father is my father. Isn't it only right for me to help you? You can't say that, Emperor Dracomamoth said. Everyone knows the situation in the Dracomamoth tribe. Anyone who steps foot into this place will die 10 times out of 10. But you're willing to help us at this time. This kindness is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. Our Dracomamoth tribe knows how to be grateful. If you need any help in the future, just say it. I, Emperor Dracomamoth, won't even blink my eyes. Emperor Dracomamoth and Emperor Dracomamoth had the same personality. No wonder they were father and son. Emperor Dracomamoth was very straightforward, to the point that it was embarrassing. Then I'll thank Senior Emperor Dracomamoth first. Let's not talk about this. I'm sure you've heard our conversation. Can you cooperate with us to catch the traitor? Ling Xiao asked. Although it's a little depressing to let me lie on the bed, I'm willing to do it in order to catch the traitor. Emperor Dracomamoth nodded. All right, then it's a deal. Big Bro Dracomamoth, go and collect the materials I need. The faster the better. Because we don't know when the Sword Dynasty's army will attack. But don't tell anyone why you're collecting these materials, in case the news gets out. Ling Xiao looked at Emperor Dracomamoth and removed the martial soul aegis. No problem. Emperor Dracomamoth nodded and left immediately. Then, Old Shaman and Xiang Fei came in again. At this moment, Emperor Dracomamoth was lying on the bed again, his face turning purple, and he was unconscious. Of course, it was all a disguise. Because they didn't know who the culprit was, they had to make the culprit jump out himself. Old Shaman, Brother Xiang Fei, I've helped Emperor Dracomamoth expel the poison, but he's too deeply poisoned and needs one more day to cultivate. He'll definitely wake up after one more day. During this period, you have to take good care of him. If anyone wants to visit him, just let them stand nearby and don't come close. I'll be resting beside him. If there's anything, just let me know. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Young Hero Ling, please. I'll take good care of my father. Chapter 3167. There were only 3 people in the old patriarch's stone house. They were the unconscious old patriarch, Xiang Fei, and the old shaman. Suddenly, Xiang Fei spoke. Old shaman, did you hear Ling Xiao's words? So what if I did? It's the dragon elephant tribe's honor that the old patriarch can recover, the old shaman said faintly. Old man, don't play dumb. Do you really think I don't know? You were the one who poisoned my father. Do you really think everyone else is blind? Xiang Fei said coldly. The old shaman was obviously nervous when he heard that, but he immediately calmed down and said, Yes, I was the one who poisoned him, but I was deceived by a scoundrel. That guy Xiang Man actually told me that the old patriarch was going to abandon the dragon elephant tribe's honor and seek refuge with the heavenly sword hall. He even gave me solid evidence. Now that I think about it, I was really foolish back then. That kind of evidence was simply the enemy's strategy to sow discord. Fortunately, Ling Xiao can save the old patriarch. I won't have to die in battle with regrets. Ha ha ha, old man, you're really noble. You poisoned the patriarch and betrayed the dragon elephant tribe. You know better than anyone that not only will you die, but your family will also be implicated. With Dragon Elephant's character, he won't let your family go. Xiang Fei mocked. Second young master, I don't understand. What are you trying to say? The old shaman opened his eyes and asked Xiang Fei. It's simple. Kill my father before he recovers. Xiang Fei said coldly. He's your biological father. Why? The old shaman asked in surprise. Why? Is there a need to ask? Dragon Elephant was born as a proud son of heaven. Although I'm his younger brother, I'm labeled as trash. I can't accept it. I just want to prove that I'm stronger than him. Joining the Heavenly Sword Hall is my only way out. To tell you the truth, I've already met the Crown Prince. He's a good person. Although he's arrogant, he's fair in his rewards and punishments. He told me that he'll kill Dragon Elephant for me, and that I'll be the patriarch of the Dragon Elephant tribe. And the only thing I have to do is to lead the people of the Dragon Elephant tribe to rely on the Sword God Hall. Xiang Fei said coldly. He no longer had his previous gentleness and timidity. Instead, he had turned into a madman. Second young master, you are muddle-headed. Those people from the Sword Dynasty are not trustworthy at all. You have definitely been deceived. Once we join them, our Dragon Elephant tribe will completely become the Heavenly Sword Hall slaves. If that's the case, I might as well die. The old shaman said excitedly. He could poison the Draco Elephant Emperor because he misunderstood that the Draco Elephant Emperor was trying to join the Heavenly Sword Hall. Naturally, he would not agree with Xiang Fei's decision. Slaves? What does it have to do with me? They have never truly treated me as the second young master, so why should I care about them? Xiang Fei said mockingly. Moreover, there's a saying that a bad life is better than a good death. So what if I'm a slave? It's better than dying. If I die, there'll be nothing left. They should be thanking me. You've already gone mad. The old shaman trembled as he spoke. Am I crazy? I think you guys are the ones who are crazy. Do you really think that the Dragon Elephant tribe is a match for the entire Sword Dynasty? Just the 4 Sword Saints alone can annihilate the entire Dragon Elephant tribe. The Dragon Elephant tribe has been thriving on this land for tens of thousands of years. Now, it's going to be buried in your hands. You are the sinners, the lunatics. Xiang Fei said disdainfully. What if the 9 Defiance men come? The old shaman had to admit that although Xiang Fei was crazy, some of his words made sense. The current Dragon Elephant tribe clashing with the Sword Dynasty was like an egg hitting a rock. There was no hope of victory. However, he still hoped that the 9 Defiance men could help. After all, the current young chieftain was one of the 9 Defiance men. Do you really understand the 9 Defiance? Xiang Fei glanced at the old shaman and said faintly, the 9 Defiance, the so-called enemy of the 9 Supremes, is actually just a cover. The 9 Defiance were created by the 9 Supremes experts. The only purpose of this organization is to attract those who hate the 9 Defiance to join, then use them, toy with them, and finally play them to death. I forgot to tell you, it was His Highness the Crown Prince who told me this. The leader of the 9 Defiance is the strongest person in the Sword Dynasty, the legendary peerless expert, the great-grandfather of the Sword God. What? Hearing this, the old shaman was completely paralyzed. How can this be? I don't believe it. The old shaman couldn't believe that the hope he had been looking forward to was actually dashed. You don't believe it? Flying Thunder God. Shouldn't you come out? Xiang Fei suddenly looked at the top of the stone house. There, a flash of lightning flickered. Then, a figure appeared in front of the old shaman. Flying Thunder God, the #1 existence on the bounty board, who has killed the top experts of the Sword God Hall. I didn't expect you to be one of the 9 Defiance men, the old shaman said in surprise. It's the real deal. Flying Thunder God took out a keepsake. This was something only the 9 Defiance martial artists could possess. Bai Fong and the others all had it, so the old shaman recognized it. You really are one of the 9 Defiance men, but I'm getting more and more confused. Why would you kill the Sword God Hall's men? Don't you understand? Because I killed those who sympathized with the weak and tried to betray the Sword God Hall. Flying Thunder God smiled and said, the reason why I'm on the bounty board is actually the same as the 9 Defiance. It's to attract the other experts on the bounty board to find me. Or you can think of me as the Sword God Hall's bait. Shameless, despicable. The old shaman was so angry that his beard was trembling. Compared to you poisoning me, it's nothing. Flying Thunder God smiled and said, Xiang Fei, do you want to kill this guy? I'm here this time to help you get rid of your internal problems. Old shaman, I'll ask you one last time. Will you submit to me or die? Xiang Fei wanted the old shaman to submit to him because that way, it would be easier for him to control the dragon elephant tribe. After all, the old shaman was supporting him from behind. Moreover, he had the old shaman's weakness in his hands. Humph, even if I die, I won't do that kind of thing. Do it. The old shaman stood up, and there was a strange light flickering on his body. He was a soul martial artist who had the secret soul technique. He definitely wouldn't resign himself to death. TSK, TSK, the Flying Thunder God said, this old man is a tough nut to crack. I doubt he'll give in so easily. Let's kill him. I'll do it. Xiang Fei's aura surged. His soul power surged to a level that surpassed the old shaman's. You, how could this be happening? Never could the old shaman have guessed that Xiang Fei's soul power would be stronger than his. You didn't see this coming, did you? The truth is, I've been in contact with the Sword God Hall for a long time. His Highness the Crown Prince gave me a treasure that will make it impossible for me to practice martial arts, but will greatly improve my soul power. My mastery of the secret soul technique is already at the peak of the 2nd division of the life-seizing level. Not even you are a match for me. Chapter 3168. A sinister smile appeared on Xiang Fei's face. Even a 3rd division life-sizer would have to be wary of me. That's how soul magics work. I'll ask you one last time. Will you submit to me, or die? I swear to death that I won't submit. The shaman roared, drawing on his soul power to summon a godly image that shot towards Xiang Fei. You really don't know the difference between life and death, you old bastard, Xiang Fei said. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Secret magic, dragon mammoth manifestation. Xiang Fei howled, and an illusory image shot out of him. Unexpectedly, it was an enormous dragon mammoth. It looked like a dragon, but wasn't. It was incomparably ferocious. In the blink of an eye, the godly image that had flown out of the shaman's body was destroyed. Then it pounced on the shaman, crushing him beneath its feet. It was as if a dragon mammoth had descended into the world, crushing the shaman's bones. He poisoned Emperor Dragon Mammoth because he was stupid, but at least he knew he couldn't surrender. As for you, the son of Emperor Dragon Mammoth, you actually colluded with the enemy. How disgusting. All of a sudden, a voice rang out from within the stone room. Startled, the 3 of them looked in the direction of the bed. Emperor Dragon Mammoth, who had been lying unconscious on the bed, sat up. Then, he transformed into Ling Xiao's appearance. Ling Xiao had used the Yin-Yang Devil King's shape-shifting abilities to transform himself into Emperor Dragon Mammoth. As for the dragon-esque Elephant Emperor himself, he was waiting in a nearby stone house in his image, waiting to expose everything. You can all come in now, Ling Xiao called out, and the dozen or so people whose auras and figures had been concealed by the formation all entered in a single file. They were Emperor Dragon Mammoth, Bai Fong, Ba Dao, Chang Qingqing, Phantom, Dragon Sun, and Cold Plum, as well as the 12 strongest warriors of the Dragon Mammoth tribe. Did you hear what they said just now? Ling Xiao couldn't bring himself to smile. After all, this wasn't something he could be happy about. Although the plot had been exposed, it didn't matter. However, things were a little unexpected. The one who poisoned them was the one who truly cherished the Dragon Elephant tribe. It was just that he was a little stupid and was deceived by others. Those who did not poison him were traitors who colluded with the Heavenly Sword Hall. What 9 deities and the others could not accept the most was the truth of the 9 deities organization. They were still in a daze. Brat, how dare you trick us? Xiang Fei and the Flying Thunder God flew into a rage out of humiliation. Xiang Fei controlled the old shaman. The Flying Thunder God pounced on Ling Xiao. They wanted to use these two as hostages to make the Dragon Elephant tribe hesitate and let them leave. However, Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't see the Flying Thunder God's attack. He said coldly, "You're ranked in front of me on the bounty list. I feel ashamed and disgusted." "Then go to hell." The Flying Thunder God's speed was very fast. Like a bolt of lightning, it arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. The terrifying palms actually contained powerful thunder and lightning as they blasted towards Ling Xiao's head. However, all Ling Xiao did was wave his hand casually. A ball of deviant fire rose up, and the Flying Thunder God was forced back a few meters, failing to succeed. The Flying Thunder God had always assumed that, despite having only recently reached the 3rd division of the life-seizing level, any 2nd division life-sizer would be no match for him. But Ling Xiao seemed like a very difficult opponent to deal with. Although he had only used 50% of his power, he was confident that he could kill Ling Xiao. All he needed was a hostage. Never in his wildest dreams could he have guessed that he would end up in such a sorry state. Before he could come to his senses, Ling Xiao turned into a beam of sword light and snatched the old shaman from Xiang Fei's hands. "Many thanks, young hero Ling. I don't need you to thank me, old man. You made a big mistake, and although I helped you make up for it, you can't change that mistake. Therefore, you should atone for it with your actions. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragon Elephant tribe is in dire need of manpower, I wouldn't have bothered to save you." Ling Xiao didn't even look at the old shaman. His eyes were fixed on Xiang Fei and the Flying Thunder God. "I understand," Xiang Fei said. The old shaman couldn't even hold his head up in front of Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was the one who had cleaned up the mess he had made. Deep down, he felt guilty. "Are you crazy, Xiang Fei?" he said. "Are you really going to betray your own tribe? Don't tell me father didn't treat you well?" Dracomamoth shouted at Xiang Fei. "Shut the hell up. You and father are both idiots. Do you really think you can beat a rock with an egg? Do you really think that just because you have more people on your side, you can force me to submit? The Flying Thunder God is more than enough to kill all of you. Add me in, and you have no hope of surviving. You're going to die anyway, so why not just die by my hand? You'll be my reward." Xiang Fei had completely lost his mind, and yet, he didn't seem the least bit remorseful. As far as he was concerned, the Flying Thunder God was a sword sage, and he was a master of soul magics. That would be enough to crush the Dragon Elephant tribe. Trying to beat a rock with an egg? I'm going to try it today. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "None of you should attack today. These two guys are mine. Don't kill them. We have a lot of questions to ask them," Bai Fong said with a frown. "Don't worry, brother Bai Fong. In fact, I have a lot of questions to ask them as well." Ling Xiao's fighting spirit soared, his fighting spirit soaring. His favorite thing to do was to make complacent people despair. He wanted to disappoint those who looked down on him. "Flying Thunder God, can you kill this noisy guy?" Xiang Fei asked the Flying Thunder God. "Of course. I'll kill him within 3 moves." The Flying Thunder God nodded. Terrifying lightning was roaring on its body. This guy's martial soul was indeed the lightning of the nature element. However, even though the martial soul was strong, its combat strength still depended on the martial artist's own ability. Kill. The Flying Thunder God charged at Ling Xiao again, but this time, it didn't hold back. Previously, it only used 50% of its strength and made it so embarrassed. But now, it wanted to use its full combat strength to kill Ling Xiao within 3 moves. On its hands, the lightning jumped more ferociously. "Ling Xiao, be careful." Regarding Ling Xiao's strength, everyone still had doubts in their hearts. They knew that Ling Xiao was very talented, knew that Ling Xiao's medical skills were good, and also knew that Ling Xiao was good at formations. However, they didn't know much about strength without fighting. Although Ling Xiao defeated the Poison Great Sage in the Forbidden Area, it was because of the attribute restraint. The Poison Great Sage wasn't necessarily weaker than Ling Xiao. This time, the Flying Thunder God wasn't easy to restrain. In terms of speed and attack power, the Flying Thunder God had an absolute advantage. However, while they were still thinking about this, Ling Xiao had already rushed out. At this time, Ling Xiao transformed into the purple lightning thunderbolt and used lightning to fight lightning. Both of them were entwined with violent lightning. The surrounding people were so shocked that they retreated one after another. Both of them were very fast. The flying thunder god purely increased its speed with its martial soul. Chapter 3169. Only lightning and sword light could be seen in the air. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao and the flying thunder god had exchanged more than 30 moves. Didn't you say you'd finish me in 3 moves? It's been 30 moves. Why do I feel like you can't hold on any longer? Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at the flying thunder god with a mocking smile. The flying thunder god stopped as well, panting. Clearly, he had expended a lot of energy, and more importantly, he was furious. Too many people were surprised by this battle. Ling Xiao's performance was so unfathomable, so valiant and domineering. Against the flying thunder god, a third-level life-sizer, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. In fact, the flying thunder god was gasping for breath. Ling Xiao, this fellow, actually managed to successfully cultivate the imperial family's evading sword steps. It hasn't even been that long. The Bai Fong sighed with emotion. Yeah, and up until now, he's only used the simplest and most direct attacks. He hasn't used any of his consummate skills, and yet he's still able to suppress his opponent. He has really grown too much. The gap between us and him is really getting bigger and bigger. Dracoform smiled bitterly. Damn it, how could this be? This kid isn't that strong. The flying thunder god was the most miserable. He had said that he would kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves, but after 30 moves, not only had he failed, but he was also giving Ling Xiao a hard time. Not so arrogant now. To be honest, I used to admire you, but I didn't expect you to be a dog of the Sword God Hall. In that case, die. If I kill you, the Sword God Hall will suffer a great loss. With that, Ling Xiao changed his move. With the demon dragon sword in hand, Ling Xiao stabbed out, and a domineering sword will appeared in the air. It was like the arrival of an emperor. The Overlord sword appeared. Impossible. How do you know the Overlord sword? When the flying thunder god saw Ling Xiao's sword, he was dumbfounded. The domineering sword energy contained the might of an emperor, and it made people want to kneel down and worship it. At least you know your stuff. That's right. This is the first move of the monarch hegemon sword. Sword-cleaving black tortoise province. No way. You must be a fake. Flying thunder god claw. Break for me. The flying thunder god roared. His hands formed claws at the same time. A huge claw shadow formed in the void and blasted towards the sword chi. Rumble. A terrifying explosion sounded again. The clash between the sword and the claw pushed the battle to its most exciting moment. Blue lightning and golden lightning intertwined, attacked, and bit each other. The scene was extremely shocking. Crack. Finally, the sword tore through the claw and stabbed at the flying thunder god. Profound thunder divine shield. The terrified flying thunder god focused almost all of his power on defense. A shield formed in front of him, attempting to block Ling Xiao's domineering sword. Although the sword blocked the attack, the terrifying power from the sword still sent the flying thunder god flying. The flying thunder god let out a miserable shriek as he slammed into the wall of the stone hut, smashing through it and landing on the ground. Ling Xiao chased after him. The rest of the people followed him out. Mammoth Fei was starting to feel uneasy. He had assumed that the flying thunder god would work with him to wipe out everyone present. Who could have guessed that the flying thunder god wouldn't even be a match for Ling Xiao? He wanted to flee. Unfortunately, the shaman and the others were keeping a close eye on him, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and fly out of the stone hut. He was number 1 on the bounty list, a third-stage life-sizer. In the past, he had been the idol of many who opposed the Sword Dynasty. But now, he was being beaten up by a young man who had just arrived in the Sword Dynasty. It was a bizarre sight, and everyone was in a bit of a daze. We were disappointed that Falling Moon didn't show up. But now, it seems that this young man has far surpassed her. He is the strongest among all the friends of the dragon elephant young patriarch. The 12 warriors of the dragon elephant tribe were delighted to see the flying thunder god being beaten up. Although they had been prepared to sacrifice themselves, none of them wanted to die if they could. In their opinion, this young man's appearance was a turning point. Not only is he strong, but his medical skills are superb. He's also a great schemer. A simple bait was enough to expose the true face of the wolf. The dragon elephant emperor, who had been standing among the crowd, finally spoke. When the others saw that he looked exactly like Ling Xiao, they found it strange. They thought he might be Ling Xiao's friend. But when they heard him speak and saw that he had regained his original appearance, they were all excited. Patriarch, father, the dragon elephant emperor. His appearance caused Xiang Fei, who still had a glimmer of hope, to lose all hope. The reason he wanted to rebel was because the dragon elephant emperor was dead. But now that the dragon elephant emperor had been resurrected, he no longer had any thoughts of rebellion. All that was left was fear. The flying thunder god frowned when he saw the resurrection of the dragon elephant emperor. Lad, I'll take my revenge in the future. The resurrection of the dragon elephant emperor is a big deal. I have to go now. The flying thunder god knew that he had to escape. Ling Xiao was already a headache for him. If the dragon elephant emperor joined the fray, he would have no chance of winning. What else could he do if he didn't escape now? Wait for death? You still want to escape? Ling Xiao mocked. Since you're here, then stay. Trash like you is trash even if you're alive. Lad, I admit that you're strong. But you want me to stay? No way. My name is not the Flying Thunder God. This is my best skill. It's also my nickname. As long as I leave a soul imprint on something, I'll be able to reach anywhere within 100 miles in an instant. The Flying Thunder God sneered. I'll remember you, lad. Flying Thunder escape. In the next moment, the Flying Thunder God's face was filled with terror. Why? Why can't I use the Flying Thunder escape? He had already used that move, but his body was still in the same spot. This made him extremely terrified. Why? I have to thank you for being so stupid. Why did you tell me that your move is a soul imprint? Since it's a soul imprint, you can just block off the soul wave. I can still do such a small thing. Ling Xiao sneered. Impossible. How can this be? Even a soul master like Fei wouldn't be able to do this. How did you do it? The Flying Thunder God was in a panic. Previously, he was confident that he could escape regardless of whether he won or lost. But now, there was no way he could escape. If he's a soul master, then I'm a soul emperor. How dare he show off his soul power? What a joke. Ling Xiao sneered. In terms of soul power, Ling Xiao was not arrogant. In the entire Black Tortoise continent, no one was his match. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.